Hello and welcome to SBC Fest. We are so excited to welcome you to Scrapbook.com and kick off this fun-filled two-day event.
SBC Fest is going to be packed with card making and scrapbooking tips, trick tutorials, and so much more.
So much, it's gonna be so fun. Okay, we are in the lobby of Scrapbook.com and we are gonna do something we have never done before. We are going to give you a look inside of our headquarters.
But before we do that, be sure to give this video a like to help other crafters like you find it.
Okay, you ready?
Let's go.
Let's go. As we walked to the studio to get set up, we wanted to share with you about Scrapbook.com's history. We here at Scrapbook.com are passionate about empowering beautiful, meaningful, handmade creations. Everything we do is focused on that.
And in the digital age, living a handmade life is more important than ever.
Absolutely. Our founder, Jill Davis, started Scrapbook.com in 1999. But before that, she had been scrapbooking for over 25 years, was an expert crafter, and taught local sold-out classes on paper crafting. Creative expression filled her life with meaning and joy, and she loved sharing that passion with others, so much so that she wanted to do it on a larger scale.
Jill started Scrapbook.com from her small home office, and much has happened since then. The community, resources, and store have grown beyond her wildest dreams.
Over the years, we have had so much fun working here. Are you all ready for SBC Fest?
We can tell you how fun it is, or we can show you.
Let's show them.
When we have events on Scrapbook.com, like our 12 Days of Christmas or Sizzling Days of Summer sales, we're celebrating those events here at Scrapbook.com headquarters.
Jill's passion for free education and creating a community was a huge driving force when creating SBC Fest. We want to inspire you to live a life handmade. Okay, I know, I am so lucky because I get to be here at Scrapbook.com and just head back to the warehouse to grab all of the goodies for the classes. It is serious eye candy back here.
Definitely.
Ready?
Yeah, consider this your backstage pass because we have never shown our warehouse before.
Ever. This is so exciting. Okay.
Now, let's head to the studio and get set up.
Oh, hey guys. Just finished up the final touches, so we're all ready to go.
Awesome. This looks so good, Mackenzie. Look at this place, Cody.
It looks amazing.
I can't believe we're finally here. We are in the studio and ready to get SBC Fest started. Are you all ready? We are, right, Cody?
I was going to say, I know I am.
Yes.
Did you feel like this would ever come?
Never.
Yeah.
But we're so excited because we have held on to so much excitement for so long that it's just amazing that it's finally here, and we are so excited to share with all of you.
Yes. So we can tell them how it works.
Yes.
We will be joined each day by a group of instructors who have pre-filmed their classes. So that means that, they can't chat with you in the video, but in the live chat, that's where they will be, and you can chat along with them, ask them questions. They're happy to chat with you.
Yes, absolutely. That is one of the best things about this is we want to hear your questions and your comments. So make sure you're asking questions because the instructors are going to be live with us during their classes to answer all of those questions. So make sure you're putting them in.
Yeah, and with that being said, you want to make sure that your stream is current. So you may need to refresh your video every so often just to make sure that you're current in the stream.
Yeah, refresh it and it'll come right back to where it's at live. That's a very good point, Cody. Good job. All right. Now, when we really want to see your projects that you're creating during this SBC Fest. And so in order to do that, we want to make sure you're sharing them. So if you're going to share on your social media platforms, be sure to tag us at scrapbook.com and also use the hashtag SBC Fest. And then if you're going to upload your beautiful projects into our gallery, make sure you are also tagging it in the category section, hashtag SBC Fest. All right, now, as a community, we are all about empowering and inspiring the community, and we're so grateful for these amazing instructors who are joining us today and tomorrow for this fabulous SBC Fest. So honored to have them all. But one thing we would just like to mention is that we want the comments to be positive. So make sure you're commenting positively, because if you're not, we'll have to have you out of the SBC Fest. So let's keep it happy and positive, and let's support the maker and support each other, and let's have fun these next 2 days and keep it really fun.
Yes.
Okay.
And if you do have any questions about SBC Fest, you can head over to scrapbook.com/SBC Fest. We have a list of commonly asked questions under the FAQ section.
Yep.
And then if people are curious about the supplies that the instructors are using, there's a super helpful supplies page with each instructor and then the list, like Laura's class. You can see her kit and then all the other individual products that she used.
Yeah, it's laid out perfectly. So everything that you'll need to be involved in this SBC Fest is all there on the supply list. And if you don't need it, like Cody said, just grab the pieces that you need for the class because we want you to use what you have. And you'll see that theme throughout all of SBC Fest.
Yeah, and if, Laura's using a die or one of the instructors, you can just pick something that you have in your stash too. Like you don't have to use exactly what they use, but if you want it, there it is.
Yeah.
But if you are shopping during the event, we have a very fun freebie. The Shaker House freebie die, so make sure you add this to your cart.
Yes,
Supplies are limited, so grab it while you can.
Yeah, look at how fun this is. This is a beautiful house shaker. It's so fun. We're going to be using it a lot in SBC Fest too, so you'll get a lot of inspiration and a lot of fun ideas using this die. So be sure to grab yours. It's free.
And how fitting. It's a house. We're building a community here in SBC Fest, so be sure to pick it up.
Yes, I love that, Cody. So true. Okay, along with this freebie, let's talk about giveaways.
Oh yeah, what the people want to hear.
Yes, there's going to be so many giveaways throughout all of SBC Fest, so you're going to want to make sure you're following along. What we're going to do is we're going to pop in between classes, and Cody and I will announce the giveaway and show it. And then when you're in the class, you'll have to be commenting along in there because a banner will show up on the screen just like this. I don't know where it's at on our screen. There is a banner for you
Probably here.
This banner will actually be the same banner that shows up during the class. So if you see it, that's your cue to go and comment, and we will choose a winner for that giveaway that we announced, and then it will be at the top of pinned at the top of the comments, correct?
Yes.
Did I say that right? Is that how we pick?
It'll be pinned in the live chat to the top, but there will also be a list of winners in the description as well.
Yes, so you'll always know who won, and then we will talk to that person and reach out to them, or they'll reach out to us directly, and you'll get your prize. So speaking of prize, should we show?
Let's show the first prize that we will be giving away.
Okay, this is awesome. Okay, this is all Simon Hurley Ranger products. It is a ton of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So this first giveaway is gorgeous. So many stamps, so many stencils, the 5x6 acrylic block, his new paste tool set, his stamping foam.
Which people love.
Oh my gosh, so much. Show what you've got over there, Cody.
We've got peel apart background stamps, this slimline stamp that he will be using in his class. So if you didn't pick that up already, you'll be getting it if you win. And then some of his inks.
This is fabulous. I don't know about you, but I would be so thrilled to win all of this stuff. Even if I have some of it already, it's always nice to get more.
Oh, yeah.
Because this stuff is made to get messy, and you're going to have a ton of fun with this stuff. Okay, so this is going to be our first big giveaway. So when you see the banner during Simon's class, be sure to comment, and you could win all of this.
What should they comment? Because they can comment anything.
Let's just comment on what you're really enjoying about SBC Fest so far. I know it's the first class, but tell us one of the things that you're learning and that you love about Simon's class, and we will choose a winner.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with that being said, Simon will be our first class, and then following Simon's class will be a brief break, and then it will be Lauren Taylor.
I know, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I know.
I
can't wait. I know everyone else wants to get into the classes too.
Yeah,
so.
enough with us. Let's watch the class.
So let's go to Simon's house.
Hey friends, it's Simon Hurley, and I'm so excited to be here today with all of you on Scrapbook.com's SBC Fest. This is such an exciting event. I love that you guys are all able to join me and craft along for free, and then of course all of the other amazing instructors that are going to follow and share some great inspiration this weekend. Before we get into this, I thought I would share a little bit more about myself and my journey if you guys don't really know me and this is your first time seeing me. So I started crafting when I was 11 years old. I'm 20 now, so I've kind of really grown up in this industry. When I was really little, I started crafting with a bunch of different things. I would do some paper crafting origami type crafts. I made my own handmade jewelry for my mom, which was so fun. And then I also did some crocheting of my own stuffed animals. But there was one thing missing in all three of those hobbies, and that was this kind of community behind it. And so I found inks and I absolutely fell in love with them, but I didn't know really what to do with them. And so I looked up videos, found Jennifer McGuire, and immediately fell in love with this community. And when I was 11, I grabbed our point and shoot camera that we had at home and I started filming myself and posting it online. It was kind of right when the YouTube era was just starting and YouTube was becoming a thing. And so I was sharing my videos and slowly but surely kind of found this little community of all of you amazing crafters out there. And I love that community aspect that we have in the paper crafting industry. And while I found that little community, Scrapbook.com also took notice when I was really young, and they actually flew me out to their first building, and we filmed a card making class. And you can still find that amazing card making class on their website. All of their classes are free, which I really admire. I love that you guys are able to get all that knowledge for free. And I think right now I have 4 card making classes on their website, which is really awesome. So after I filmed that card making class, I gained a little bit more viewership, and I continued to make a bunch of different videos using all different types of products, and that continued for years. Now, meanwhile, I was at school, and this is not really a normal hobby for little kids to be doing, and I encourage it though. I do encourage it because I encourage anything that you love to do, and I absolutely love card making and paper crafting. I love the joy of creating, and it kind of takes you out of the world and into your happy place, and then also you get to give that joy to someone else in the form of a handmade card. And so I got bullied a little bit at school for it. I was picked on for kind of making the videos and making cards. It wasn't something that everybody loved. And I'm not sure exactly why everybody decided to pick on me for it, but it was happening at school, and so I would then start using this as an escape from that as well, and really just kind of turn to this community and pour all of my energy into it. So I kept going to Scrapbook.com and filming new classes and growing, and when I was 16, I released a product line with Ranger. And you're going to see lots of these products during today's live stream, and you can explore more on Scrapbook.com as well. But I've loved developing this product line with them and really ensuring that the products are super high quality and that they're everything that I love to work with. You'll see lunar paste, I'll use my inks during today's live, and then stamps and stencils and things like that. And it's been so much fun to make exactly what I want to create with Ranger. So that's been my journey so far, and I've been making videos on YouTube. You can find my YouTube channel after this as well, and go subscribe over there. It's just Simon Hurley, and you'll find tons of inspiration there as well. All right, now that you know a little bit more about me, let's turn down to my work surface and start off by sharing all the supplies we'll be using during today's live stream. These supplies were shared on the Scrapbook.com website beforehand. They're still available there as well if you want to purchase them, but you can also join along in this and create with any products you have at home, which I encourage you guys to do as well. So let's take a look. All right, so we are using the background stamp called Bold Blossoms. This is a slimline background stamp from my Simon Hurley Create product line. It's these beautiful hibiscus flowers. I just love the kind of playfulness of these florals. And then of course, there is a coordinating stencil called Bold Blossoms as well. This one is a 3-piece layering stencil, and you can either use it by itself or along with Bold Blossoms stamp to create some really stunning effects. Then in the kit we had these 2 lunar pastes. There's Prom Queen and Shooting Star. I love these colors, and of course you're going to see lunar paste throughout today's live, but this is just this stunning metallic paste, and it's got some really brilliant shine to it. All right, and then we have the paste tool set. This has 3 pieces in it, and you guys are going to see this being used as well. It has 2 scrapers for your pastes, and then also a palette knife. I love this set because there's all the tools you need to use with your pastes. So whether you're scooping them out with the palette knife or spreading a little bit of color down, and then the scraper is going to smooth it really nice and evenly. Then of course, we have some really great mint tape. This stuff is absolutely amazing. I've been using mine, as you guys can see, with a little bit of ink there, but this is some tape that's great for masking. It's not gonna rip your cardstock, and I go through this stuff like mad because it's so useful. And then of course, some dies as well. These are Scrapbook.com's word dies. There's thank you, thanks, and hello, and we're gonna be using these today. They're great basics, and I always come back to these dies for some sentiments on my cards. All right, so let's jump right into things. I'm gonna move my supplies off to the side. I just wanted to share kind of what you guys can expect and have ready throughout today's live, or grab some similar products from your craft room and get inspired. All right, so let's start off with the stencil. I'm going to be stenciling a little bit first so that we can give some time for this to dry. So I'll pull this right out of the packaging. And like I said, you get 3 really amazing stencils in this set. I'll show you some tips to really easily make these line up as well. We're gonna start off with Bold Blossoms stencil number 1. They're etched down in the corner so you can see exactly which stencil you're going to be working with. And I'm going to grab a piece of my Stark White cardstock. Any white cardstock will work here. But this stencil is 4 by 9 inches. It's a little bit bigger than a normal slimline card. And so my first tip is going to be to cut your cardstock down to the exact same size as your stencil. That way when you're layering things up, you can then make sure that the layers are going to work really evenly. So actually, you know what? I'm gonna start off with the leaves first, because then we can layer up the rest of the design with some lunar paste. So I'm gonna go in here, line this up, make sure that everything is aligned with those edges, and then I'm gonna grab a little bit of mint tape and tape it right down to my surface to make sure that everything is going to stay in place as we're layering here. All right, and then I'll tape down the bottom here as well. And let me know in the comments, have you guys worked with layering stencils before, or is this your first time using them? Layering stencils are so much fun. I love kind of how simple it is to just layer things up and get some beautiful effects every time. All right, so we're starting off with a little bit of ink here. I'm using some Psych from my Simon Hurley Create line, and I'm just going to go in here and blend this out. Now I'm using Ranger's mini ink blending tools and their domed foam applicators. These are some of my favorite tools because you don't get any harsh lines with the domed foam, which is really exciting. All right, so just going in here and laying down a first layer of this ink. And this Psych color is just gorgeous. It's like this yellow-green color, and it works with lots of different color families, whether you're using yellow colors or some greens and blues, it works beautifully. All right, and then I'm going to go in using a little bit of Later Gator for my second layer. And I'm staying on this same stencil, but I'm just going to go in and add a little bit of shading. I find that going in and adding some shading down on your stencils is really exciting. Even if it's the same layer, it's going to give kind of a whole nother look of beautiful depth and dimension to the image. All right, and I'm just adding it to kind of the inside of the leaves here. And you can see like that little bit of extra green really brings it to life and adds tons of dimension to these leaves. And you'll see as we do some more ink blending throughout today's live, some tips and tricks to get in there and get a really beautiful result. All right, so now we can go in and lift off. This is always the best part, the little bit of a reveal here. And the really great part about these stencils is they're super easy to clean off. All you need to do is go in here with a little mist, and you can go in and wipe this off super easily. Just with a rag, and it'll come off super quick. All right, and I'm just cleaning it so that next time I use it, there's not some surprise. I mean, I guess we're gonna always use the leaves with green, but I always like to clean off my supplies before I keep moving on. All right, now there's another layer to the stencil. This one is Bold Blossoms 3, and it is going to be the third layer. Now, one thing you have to know with these is we split this up into 2 different layers. They're both gonna be layers of leaves, but the great part is by splitting them up, we made sure your stencil's not gonna rip, because you can see these are 2 different areas, but if we had put them together like that, there's possibilities that your stencil could tear, and we didn't want that, so we added a third stencil in here that's going to be really great for using. So we always want the quality to just be top notch when you're working with your stuff, and so that you have no issues when you get it. All right, so again, lining it up with the edge is going to ensure that all of the images are lined up perfectly. And then again, just lay down your tape. We can reuse these same 2 pieces, which is great. And then we'll go in and use our blending tools again, and I'm gonna use the exact same colors. No need to switch it up, and then just go in here and quickly blend these out. Super simple, but like I said, we just split them up into 2 layers so that it was easy for you and your stencil didn't break on you. Because I've had some stencils where it cuts it close, you know, where the images are just super close together, and it's like, I'd rather just split them up so that you guys don't have that issue when you're at home doing your blending. All right, moving into Later Gator, adding just the tiniest bit of shading down to these leaves. Super quick and easy. But that little bit of extra color adds a lot of impact. All right, you guys, now we'll lift off this stencil and then we can get into applying our lunar paste down. So at the beginning of the video, I was about to use this stencil first, but I figured by doing all of the inking first, this doesn't need any time to dry, so we added that down, and now we'll add down our first stencil. So this is the floral stencil, and we'll just go in with a little bit more mint tape here. All right. Again, just line it up with the edges really simply there, and then add this down. And I'm going to add tape all the way around this to mask it off and make sure that everything is protected from getting any lunar paste on it. Now, lunar paste is a little bit messier, so you always want to make sure you're working on a craft sheet when you're doing anything with inks or lunar pastes. And then I'm just going to tape everything down on all of the edges this time to make sure that no lunar paste is going to get where I don't want it. All right, and let me know right now in the comments if you guys have used lunar paste before. If you haven't, I think you're in for a real treat to see just how unique this paste is. All right, now I'm gonna grab both of these colors here. I'm gonna grab a little bit of Shooting Star and some Prom Queen, and you'll see we're gonna get kind of a marbled and mixed effect. All right, so we're gonna go in here starting off with the lighter color, a little bit of Shooting Star, and you guys can see I've been using this paste quite a bit. There is a lot that we've used out of here already, but you get 2 ounces when you get it new, which is just a great amount of paste to be using on your projects. So with this, I'm just going to go in here and apply a little bit of lunar paste here and there all over my stencil. All right, so just little chunks here and there, everywhere over your stencil where you want a little bit of that Shooting Star color to be. We're not going for perfection here. We're gonna actually end up smoothing all of this out. So just adding the color down where we want to see it. All right. I'll add more of that down because this is the lighter color, so we don't want it to get overtaken or lost by the other color we're going to add. All right, I think that's good. And then we'll put any excess back into the jar. And then whenever I'm using lunar paste, usually with inks I use a cloth, but because lunar paste is a little bit messier, I'm going to go in with some paper towel here and just wipe anything off. And then we'll move on to the next color. All right, I'm bringing the paper towel closer to me, and then we'll go in with a little bit of Prom Queen next. I'm gonna open this up and look at that beautiful hot pink paste. I just love it. All right, we'll bring this in next to my yellow, and now don't add too much down because you really can't go back in and like reuse this paste because it's gonna be mixed together. So we're just adding enough, and you can always go back in with more color if you need to. But just going in here, and I think that's probably good. Just bringing in enough color of that paste. And then we'll kind of blend it together, and you guys will see we're gonna get some stunning results. All right, now I'm gonna wipe this off again too. You just wanna make sure that as you're going, you're cleaning off your tools, and I'll show you guys how to quickly clean off your stencil too, but just so that it doesn't dry on there, because once lunar paste dries, it's gonna be permanent. All right, now we're gonna go in with one of the scraper tools. So you get 2 of these in that paste tool set. I love this tool because it's got this really nice flat edge on the bottom, so you can kind of scrape things down and make sure that it's gonna be nice and smooth when you're doing larger surfaces like these flowers. All right, so I'm gonna start at the top here, and I'm gonna go in and just start scraping down. Oh my gosh, check out just how gorgeous that is. So in one swipe, we've almost got everything already covered. We'll just bring it back up to the top here and do just a tiny bit more, but I don't wanna keep swiping because I want that to stay marbled and beautiful like that. As we keep swiping, you're gonna get like more and more of it blended together, but I love this kind of marbled look. So I'm gonna stop right here. But you guys can see, like, this tool just made it so simple to swipe and get that beautiful effect in one swipe, and it's nice and smooth. Wow. I am shocked at just how gorgeous that turned out. All right. So I'm going to go in here and lift off any of the excess mint tape here. I'm going to set this off to the side. You probably don't want to reuse these because they've got paste all over them. All right. But this is going to be the real reveal here. We'll lift it off in the corner. Just be a little bit careful because we're dealing with wet paste still. And check that out. Oh my gosh. Such a stunning result. And once this is dry, you'll see a lot more of that shine and gorgeous metallic look come through. I find that once it dries, it gets even prettier. But we'll set this off to the side to dry. I just love how it's looking. And now let's go in and do some techniques and clean this off. So of course, if you're using this and you've got excess paste on here, I'm gonna show you guys how to use that. So you can bring in a piece of stark white cardstock, or black cardstock looks great as well. I'm just going to spray this down a little bit. And then you can take this piece and just go in, place it down, and then press down. And by pressing on here, we're just going to get this color to transfer right down onto our white cardstock there. Press all over. And then when we lift this off, oh my gosh, you get that stunning color there. Now there wasn't as much paste in the center there, but just check that out. And then of course you could go in with your stencil and you could fill that right back in, right? So you could go back in once this is all cleaned off and fill that in with ink, which just could be gorgeous. But I'm gonna set this off to the side. I just wanted to show a way to use this. And of course, like I said, once this dries, you're gonna get a ton more shine on here. All right, you guys. Now to clean this off, you want to, like I said, clean things off pretty quickly. I'm just going to kind of soak this in water and then grab, you guessed it, some paper towel to just quickly and easily clean this off. Now when it comes to stencils like this, there's kind of some more detailed areas. There's some pokey parts in here. So you don't want to go in and just like quickly rub through. You just want to lightly kind of tap through to clean off all of this paste. And again, work on a protected surface like a media mat. Oh, now it's stuck to my desk with water there. All right. And then just clean off your background surface too. Again, you just want to be wary to clean before you move on to the next step, because lunar paste is gonna dry, and unless you want your stencil to become an embellishment, you do want to clean it off right away. All right, grab one more little piece of paper towel just to get the rest cleaned off. All right, let me know in the comments too. I want to know this. Are your stencils super clean, or are you one of those people who will just move on to the next step and not really care? Because stencils, they don't need to be perfectly clean. I prefer to clean my stencils off just because I like it, but let me know. I know that some people will just leave their stencils with all that paint on it and it'll dry and it'll be totally fine next time you use it, so let me know. All right, so there we have a nice clean stencil. Now, I also wanted to share what you can do with the excess paste that's on this scraper, because you're not gonna wanna put this back into the jar because the yellow and the pink mix together. So when it comes to this scraper, you're gonna see that there's a lot up here and not so much at the surface. So if you just use it like this, you're not gonna get much color down, right? Because you're just using the edge. So you're actually gonna wanna kind of tilt it like this. And the more you tilt, the more paste is gonna come off. And I'm just using that excess paste there. And you can keep using the excess paste on a background like this. This is going to be just a beautiful background. Like, check out that marbling there. I absolutely love it. And you can make it a little bit smoother if you want to, but of course, the more you go in, the more you're gonna marble it. I don't love that as much, so I wish I wouldn't have touched it, right? Sometimes as crafters, you gotta just stop where you are if you love how it looks, but I'm gonna let this dry. It's gonna be a great background piece or a great piece to die cut, and of course, you can keep going and keep using all of the lunar paste that's on the surface here. For the demo, I'm gonna wipe it off, but at home, use all of it, because you can use this, like I said, to die cut words or anything like that later on once it's all nice and dry. And it's just a great metallic cardstock, because once this dries, I'm gonna keep reiterating it, you're gonna get that beautiful metallic shine. All right, I'm gonna set that off to the side, and now let's move on to the next card project that we're gonna do. So I'm going to bring in a piece of my stark white cardstock. This I have cut down to 3.5 by 8.5. It's going to work great for our slimline cards. And I'm going to go in and use my background stamp. This is the Bold Blossoms background stamp. I absolutely love it. Now the great part about this background stamp is that there's peel apart pieces. So my background stamp have these peel apart pieces in them. You'll see on here these leaves peel apart, one of the littler flowers peels apart as well, and you got that little guy down there. So this is really great if you want to use these individually by themselves and create your own cards with them. I love that you don't need to mask or anything, you can use them as focal points. But today I'm gonna use the whole background all together. All right, so I'm gonna go in using a little bit of VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink. I'm gonna ink up my stamp here, and this is just gonna give me a really great crisp black image as I'm stamping. All right, so once I've inked this all up, you can then go in and stamp it down. And I'm gonna share my favorite way to stamp down a background stamp, but you can let me know in the comments how you like to stamp, whether you pick up the stamp, whether you use your Misty stamping tool, or whether you do what I'm gonna do today. So I'm gonna go right in with my stark white cardstock. I'm gonna flip it right over top of the stamp, and I'm not gonna really worry about lining it up too much because we can always go in and cut it out later on. I'm gonna place my stark white cardstock right down on the surface, and then I'm going to give it a good rub all over the surface to make sure that I'm gonna give it lots of pressure so that everything is gonna transfer, right? We wanna just make sure that we're gonna get a good impression, so just make sure that you're giving it pressure all over and not moving your cardstock while you do so. All right, then we're gonna lift it off the surface, and you'll see we got all of those beautiful details, and that stamp just stamps down tremendously. All right, and then of course you can clean down your stamp if you want to. I'm not too worried about it because we can always do that in a little bit. But then I'm going to go in using a little bit of clear embossing powder. And the great part about the VersaFine Nocturne ink is that it stays wet long enough. It's kind of a pigment ink, and it stays wet just long enough for you to throw over a layer of clear embossing powder. And the reason why I do this is I love the shine, to be honest. Oops. I love the shine that it gives. And also, it's going to kind of protect from it smearing, from any inks, and just keep that really nice crisp black image. So that's why I do clear heat embossing. I happen to be in love with clear embossing. If you've watched any of my videos on my channel, you'll know this, that I have an obsession, and my audience likes to talk about it, but it just gives such a nice, beautiful, finished effect to your stamping. All right. So we'll put this container away. I keep my clear embossing powder in a large container like this, so I can just throw it on right over top and I don't have to worry about it. So you can invest in a couple jars and put them in a container like that, and it works beautifully. All right, then I'm gonna go in with a heat tool. I'm gonna bring my heat tool in here, and we're just going to quickly heat emboss all of this until it's nice and clear and shiny. All right, and that is good and hot now, and everything is nice and heated and clear and shiny there, and we're ready to move on to our next step. So, when it comes to stenciling now, I didn't cut this down to 4x9 because the great part about this is when you add this stencil right down onto the surface now, it's going to line up with the stamped image beautifully. So all you need to do is just line it up with the image that we have stamped down there. And then again, this is why we included the mint masking tape in your kit if you purchased that, because this is going to be just great for taping the images down and making sure that they stay nicely in place. All right, so I'll tape it at the bottom here, and then I'm just going to tape it once at the top. All right, and just make sure that it's nice and aligned with all of the stamping that we've done. Oh, that goes there. All right, this is a good lesson. So, that is how it's supposed to be. All right, and then again, just make sure that you can read the engraving down there, and that's how you know it's going to be lined up nicely. I clearly was just not paying enough attention. But now you guys know, we all make mistakes, right? All right, so we'll go in here with our mint masking tape again. And now I'm gonna do a little bit of ink blending. And I honestly love the color combination that we did, so I'm gonna stick with the same colors that we used in our lunar paste, but here I'm gonna use the ink pad. So we have matching colors that go really nicely with those lunar pastes. And again, I'm gonna start off with a domed foam blending tool like this and just go into here and start blending it down. And now there's little kind of pokey parts like I was talking about earlier. So if you need to kind of blend towards the center like this, or just go a little more gentle, I never really recommend, if you've got things like this in a stencil, just like really going rough in there. Just kind of dab your color down and it works perfectly there. All right. And then I have some tips when we're wanting to do some shading as well. So we'll get into that in just a second here. But I'm just going to quickly go in and add my color down to all of these beautiful florals. Check out how gorgeous this color is. I love a shooting star. It's just this really bright and vibrant yellow color. And it works so well for flowers because it just brings so much brightness and happiness to the card. All right, so once we've added that down, now we're gonna go in with our prom queen. And let's talk about blending and shading a little bit. I love these little detail blending tools. These are from Ranger. They come, I think, 5 in a pack, and they're dual-ended. They got little pieces of foam on each end. And so the really awesome part about these tools is that you can go into smaller areas. And so for this, I'm gonna go into the center of these flowers and then just blend it outward a little bit to the petals, and you get just this gorgeous shaded effect. So it's just like we did earlier when we were adding that green on top. Even though it's the same layer of the stencil, this just brings so much life to the image rather than just leaving one color on there. And I'm telling you guys, these detail blending tools, they are a must-have. If you guys don't have these in your collection, I encourage you to pick them up. They're pretty inexpensive, but they really are kind of game changers when it comes to blending and adding ink to small surfaces, because you can really go in here and get super tiny and detailed areas with the detail tools. And so I totally wouldn't be able to do this with a large blending tool, but it really is made possible just because we have this tiny little foam on here and we're able to go into the surface and just create blending in much smaller areas. And so I love the effect that this gives. So just going in here and adding a little bit of color down. All right. One more. And then when I lift this off, you'll just get such a great idea at how simple it is to color in all of these flowers. So this is what I love when we combine the stencil and the stamp together. You really do get a lot more detail in the image. So when I lift this off, you'll see just how stunning that is. I love the dots in the center of the flowers, and the outlines really make it super special. And the awesome part about this is you've just stamped down that image, and now you're able to just super quickly go in and color it because we have the coordinating stencils that make it so super easy to do so. All right, now I'm gonna go in and just clean off my stencil. So like we did earlier, I'm just gonna go in with a little bit of water, and that's going to be able to super easily clean off the stencil with a little water and a rag. And then of course, wipe that down, and we're able to then move on to the next step. All right, so as you guys know, the stencils are labeled here. So we have Bold Blossoms 2, and that's going to be our leaves, but it is really super easy to figure out which stencil we're going to use just by lining it up with the image. All right, of course, if you don't make the mistake that I did where we just line it up with a flower that doesn't exist in that last layer. All right, and then we'll line up the top here, and we're using still the same pieces of tape, which is really a testament to the mint tape. There is a lot on this roll though, so I probably don't need to use it as sparingly as I am. All right, and then I'm gonna go in with a little bit of Psych again. I wanna just use the same colors, so that way you're not feeling like you need to go grab a bunch of different ink colors, but I always encourage you guys to experiment with different green colors, because there's so many green tones, even just in my line, but really in every ink line, and so you can get so many different effects by playing with different tones of greens, and you know, they all give off a different look. These ones are a little bit warmer, so especially Psych, it's a little bit more yellow, and then when we get into later Gator, it's a little bit more of a cool blue, a cool green. There's a little bit more blue in it. but both of them really give some beautiful effects and they blend together really nicely. You can even see just how much like the vibe changes from just using Psych alone to then adding a little bit of Later Gator to it. It completely changes the green color. So like I said, just play around with that. I love mixing greens together like this from different kind of color families or tones and getting a whole new effect. It really is one of my favorite things, like some kind of, you can mix mint tones together with yellower greens and get some beautiful looks. So play with your colors. All right. So once we've got that layer all complete, we'll lift that off, peel and get that beautiful reveal there. And then we can go in with our last end so you can see just how easily this comes together. I'm honestly shocked every time it happens. You can't take away the wow factor because it's just so gorgeous when it's all complete. And like, I'm not one of those people who would want to go in and watercolor or color this whole thing, especially when I'm feeling a little lazy. And so this just makes it incredibly easy to color in. All right, tape that down. Make sure it's lined up and then tape the top down as well. And then same thing one last time with this stencil to just go in and quickly blend down the color. All right, we're gonna do a little speed round on this one. Let's go in and quickly see how fast we can do this. And then do a little bit of blending with our Later Gator. And I'm not even gonna add any excess ink on, just going in here with any of the excess that's on my blending tool and blending it down. All right, how quick and easy was that? All right, it's the final layer. And check out just how magical that is. I love how it looks once it all comes together like that. It really just is so breathtaking and stunning. And it looks just like this took a long time to color in, but in reality, like maybe 5 to 10 minutes to color in this whole image and you get such a beautiful result. All right, you guys, let's move on to the next step. So I'm going to fussy cut out this whole image here. So grab your favorite fussy cutting scissors and let's go in and cut this out. Now this sounds like a little bit of a daunting task, but we're gonna make it super easy. And I like to make things easy around here when I'm cutting things out. I don't want it to be super tricky, but I want to put this on a different colored cardstock to make it a little bit more interesting. And so to do this, I'm gonna go around, use a detailed scissors to fussy cut this out, but notice how I'm leaving a white border around it. There's a couple reasons why I do this. Number one, I'm lazy, right? I want this to be easy. I wasn't kidding with that. And number two, when we add this down, I want a little bit of a white border because it's going to stand out from the color of cardstock that we're using. So this little bit of white makes all of the color that we've added down here really stand out. If we just cut right up to the edge, it wouldn't look any different than the colored cardstock. So that's why I like to leave that little bit of white for an extra pop of color against the dark color that we use of our cardstock. And I also, it can be difficult to like know where to stop with all these details when you're cutting it out. So that's why sometimes I just round the corner like this, make it look nice and finished with that rounded edge, and it makes it for less work for us as well. That really is the secret to it. And I know lots of you are probably not super happy about this. If you don't want a fussy cut, you don't have to. You can just adhere this right down onto a card. But I assure you, when you guys see this, you're gonna want to fussy cut it out because when you add it down to a colorful piece of cardstock, it just brings it to a whole new level. It's a pretty simple image to fussy cut out. There's not too many little details where you have to like get in there with your scissors and fussy cut it. It really is just kind of rounding the edge and leaving that extra white border to make it easier on yourself. All right, we're in the home stretch here, the final side. Let me know in the comments if you like fussy cutting. I know that this is a controversial topic because lots of you guys don't like fussy cutting. I've already heard it. I've heard all the comments. But if you do like fussy cutting, let me know why. I know a lot of people think it's kind of therapeutic. I really do. I love fussy cutting. It gives a nice smooth edge. And if you do it often enough, it becomes pretty easy and kind of fun to do. I also recommend that you move the paper instead of moving your scissors. I find that it gives you a smoother line rather than kind of moving your scissors and getting kind of a jagged edge. So move your cardstock and you'll get great results. All right, we finished it off, and look how simple that was. And again, leaving that white border just gives that beautiful kind of finished edge there that we have. And I personally love how that looks. And now look, this is gonna work great on a slimline card. This stamp is actually designed to leave a little bit of a border around the edge. So we're gonna have a beautiful colored border all around the edge here. And I'm noticing there's still a little bit of green ink from my blending on my surface here. So we just want to clean that off before we move into making the card so we don't get any smudges here or there. I am known to have a good ink smudge on my white surface, so I don't wanna do that. All right. We're gonna go in with our scoring board, and I'm going to bring in a piece of green cardstock. It can be any green cardstock that you guys have. And I've cut this down to 8.5 inches by 7 inches. And this is going to be our card base for our slimline card. So that's the dimensions I like to use. My card base is gonna end up being 3.5 by 8.5 inches at the end. All right, so we're gonna score this right at the 3.5 mark. And mine is a little bit smaller of a scoreboard, so all I have to do then is just flip this around so that we can score the other side down at 3.5 as well. All right, and then I've learned this trick, some people commented on it. You actually want to flip your cardstock over, contrary to belief that you might just fold it. You want to flip it and then fold it. That score that you created is going to be really easy when you flip it like that and then crease it down with whatever bone folder you're using. All right, and I just want to get a really great crease here. So off the board, I'm just gonna crease it one more time to make sure we got our nice card base. And there we go, our slimline card base is made. Let me know what you guys think about slimline card bases in the comments. I like to do it sometimes with the slimline card because it just kind of changes things up. It gives you a new perspective. And sometimes designing on this longer space can be really fun to work with. And of course, the background stamp we're using was made for slimline cards, so it works great for them. But I'll show you guys how to use a slimline like stencil like this on a regular card as well. All right, so I'm gonna go in here, move some things aside, and when we are working here, I'm going to just add this down using a little bit of tape runner. So we'll just go in here, any double-sided tape or tape runner is gonna work beautifully for this, and just get it all nice and covered on every edge there. All right. And then of course, if you are a liquid glue person as well, you could use some liquid glue on the back of this to adhere it down. I just love a tape runner because it's quick and simple. All right. Once we've got that all complete, I'm going to add it right down onto my card. Leave that little bit of border there. I'm quiet because it's taken some concentration to make sure that it's all lined up how I want it to be. All right, and check out just how stunning that is. Like I said, guys, it was really easy to cut that out, but I love the finished look of having that white border to make it stand out, but also having that green cardstock in the background. It just makes it a little extra something something, but if you want to add it down to white, you totally could as well. I think it's just beautiful. All right, now let's see what word die I want to use. I think that hello is going to fit beautifully, like right there, kind of in the center on those leaves. I think this is the perfect word die to use. So again, I'm using that Scrapbook.com word dies. I love these because they're just so simple. The font is really great and readable, and I love how they look against cards like this. All right, now let's talk about die cutting. I'm going to bring in my Platinum 6 die cutting machine. I love this little guy, and it works great on my work surface here, so you guys can see me bring this in. I'm going to use these cutting plates. These are the new cutting plates. It's the universal plate system that Spellbind just came out with. So you have the platform base and the platform top, which are separate. There's also some things in here which make it really great for using with embossing folders. So they've really switched this up so you can use lots of different products in here that you weren't previously able to use. And also I want to point out, there's a little like raised surface in here, which sometimes the middle of the die cutting machine isn't as pressurized. So this little raised surface is going to make sure you get a more even cut, which is great. So I love that. I'm placing that in my Spellbinder's machine. Then I'm going to place down my die cutting plate, and I'm going to place down some white cardstock. So I'm just going to use my Simon Hurley Create Stark White cardstock to cut out the hello die. All right. Place this right in there. and then we'll run it right through our die cutting machine. And of course, any word die will work here. You didn't have to purchase the supplies beforehand. I think that was the really great part about this, is that if you wanted to like follow around with exactly what we're making, you totally could. But if you've got these kind of similar supplies at home, definitely craft along with me and grab any word die you have. All right, so we'll pop this guy out here. I, again, just love these word dies. They're nice and substantial. They cut out really great. So I'm just gonna pop out the little inside pieces on the letters. All right. And now I'm gonna go in and cut this out, I think one more time. I want a little bit more dimension, and I love to kind of layer up word dies. And I'll give you guys some tips and tricks on that as well. So I'll just run this through one more time. All right. And there we have our word die all nice and cut out. Perfect. You can do that 2 or 3 times with regard to however much dimension you want to see. All right, then we'll move our machine. You guys are seeing things live today, so you're seeing all the movement and the machines and things like that, which is fun. All right, so I'm gonna pop out my pieces here. And again, they cut out really nicely, and that Spellbinders plate too, that new plate system is really helpful when you're cutting things out. All right, so I'm going to use both of these pieces and just use a little bit of liquid adhesive. This is some Distress Collage Medium Matte. And I'm just gonna go into here and add a little bit of liquid adhesive on the back. Now, I'm liquid adhesive heavy. This is why I don't use liquid adhesive often, because you're gonna see I'm bad at it. Usually this is the part of the video where I would chop it right out because I add a lot of liquid adhesive down, but a little bit goes a long way, especially when you're working with something as fine detailed as a word die like this. I'm going to press that together. And then when you're using the word dies, I like to just take my fingers like this and just super lightly kind of pinch them together at the edges. And what this is gonna do is it's just gonna help it line up. So you don't need to eyeball it. You can just kind of pinch the edge and it's gonna work perfectly to just line that word up really well and make sure both of them are just directly on top of each other like that. How great is that? All right, now I wanna do one more thing, and that is grab a piece of black cardstock. And this is alcohol ink cardstock. It was designed to use with alcohol inks, but I love black alcohol ink cardstock because it's kind of this soft touch, like matte surface, and it's also really great jet black in color, which is just great for what we want to do with sentiments today. So I'm gonna use my scissors again and just cut around this, cut a little extra piece from my cardstock here. And then what I'm going to do is take my liquid adhesive and again, apply a little thin layer here. And I'm gonna show you a really great hack because I love when word dies have that little border on the edge. It's for the same reason like that we added that white border to the edge. It just makes things stand out against kind of a colorful or busier background. And the background we created today is a little bit busy. So I'm going to stick this right down to a piece of black cardstock because these word dies don't have any shadows to them, which is totally okay because it's really easy to make our own shadows. And a lot of people don't think about this, but when you're gonna see it, you're gonna be like, wow, mind blown. I can now use this for any word dies in my collection if I want a shadow. And you don't need the shadow either. But on some cards like today, where we've got lots of detail going on in the background, a shadow is super helpful. And I also want to point out, I used black cardstock in the background here because this is white cardstock. But if this was a darker background, I'd probably use a white shadow behind it and black cardstock for the word. So that was the reasoning behind why I chose that. Now I'm going to go in and go in with my fussy cutting scissors and leave a border or a shadow all around my word die. Just try to be even with the border that you add. It doesn't need to be perfect. Nobody's gonna go in and inspect your handmade card. But just leave a nice sized border all the way around it. And again, same thing with how we fussy cut out the background. it really is your choice. Like, do you want to get all up in those details and spend a ton of time doing it? Or do you just kind of want to fussy cut around and get the majority of the cutting done? And so it's really up to you. I kind of tend to go into a little bit of the detail, but when it gets to be super tricky, I just kind of round the corner, give it a nice rounded edge, and then keep moving. All right. And I'm telling you guys, this is a game changer for me. It really is. I think you guys are probably at home with your mouths wide open because a lot of people, like I said, don't think about this, but it really takes your products to a whole nother level, especially when you just want them to stand out a little bit more. All right, and check that out. We've added that little shadow down to our word die, and like I said, it brings a whole new life to it, because if we just added this word die right onto here, it would get lost. But with this, check out how just beautifully that stands out against the card now. I absolutely love it. All right, you guys, so now I'm gonna go in with just a little bit more adhesive here. You could always use some foam tape to pop it up if you want to make it stand out a little bit more. And I'm just gonna use a little bit of tape runner, and then I'll adhere that kind of right down front and center, and I'm just gonna cover up some of those leaves with my word die. All right, add that down there, and I love how that is looking. That is the finished second card there. I absolutely love that one, using the Bold Blossom stamp and then using all of the stencils to go on top. I love that I was able to share the details to color that in, using the little blending tools, and then also adding down that word die and creating that shadow super easily is a really great tip. All right, you guys, let's move on to the next card that we want to create now. With this one, I wanted to share just how to use the stamp, but then peel apart some of the image to use it separately, right? Because I think that's a really fun technique that some people look over. So I want to just go in here, quickly clean off my stamp that I was using. And all you need is just a little bit of water when you're using pigment ink like that, and it comes off pretty easily. You could also go in with kind of a stamp cleaner to get it really nice and clean as well. But we're just gonna get it decently clean today because we're actually gonna keep using it. So, all right, and once we've cleaned that stamp a little bit, I'm gonna go in and do these peel apart images. There's 4 in this stamp. So we've got some of the flowers and then some of the leaves along with it. And so the really awesome part about these peel aparts is I can then take my card and really organize them however I want, which is so awesome. It's not something that's very usual with background stamps, right? Usually you get the image and you've got whatever image that you have on there, and then you're gonna use it how everyone else does. But I think the super cool part about this is you kind of get your own creativity in how you want to use it. And that to me is super special, that we can have, you know, a bunch of different people crafting along with this stamp, but you get different and unique looks every time because, you know, everyone can like move things around and create a different look with it. All right, so I'm gonna kind of puzzle this together, but I want it to be kind of a border. All right, so a little border across the top here. And so I'm just creating and fitting these pieces together like a puzzle. And once I have it how I like it, I think that looks good. I'm going to then take my acrylic block. This is one of my Simon Hurley Create acrylic blocks. I love these because they're the perfect thickness, where they're not too heavy that you're gonna drop them, and they're not too thin either. So they're really great for stamping your images out. And I'm gonna go in here using a little bit of VersaFine Clair Nocturne ink again, ink all of these images up. And then we can go in and really easily stamp it down. Give some good pressure, and then we can lift that off, and I'm going to, once again, go in using a little bit of clear heat embossing powder. This is not necessary, but with the VersaFine ink, I like to make sure that it's nice and dry, and also, you know me, like we've been talking about, I just love the shine that it gives. All right, tap off any of the excess. I also like to blow off some of the excess. I find that like flicking it gives too much powder off, but then kind of blowing some of the powder off gets any excess. And then I'm gonna heat set this until it turns clear and shiny. All right, so once we've got that all nice and heat set, I love how it looks. And if you want to, you can also go in and stamp down more of these images. So if you're like, I want different flowers in other places as well, you can always stamp another one and then heat emboss it as well. But I like how this looks, and I'm gonna show you some great tips for coloring this in as well. So when it comes to these stencils, you don't just need to use the stencil if it's the full background stamp, right? You can also go in and be like, well, I wanna use this stencil on the flowers. And all you need to do then is just go in with the stencil, line it up with whatever flower you want to use. So here I'm going to use the larger flower, and then tape off any of the parts that you're worried about accidentally inking. So there was a littler flower right there that we can super easily mask off. And then we're able to just go in on the image using the exact same colors. So here I'm using a little bit of shooting star first, ink that down. And then we can go in and find the other flowers as well. So I'm gonna go in and use this medium flower next. And then of course, if it doesn't like fit perfectly, just shift it, because the edges are a little bit different on each side. And then once it lines up perfectly, you know you've got the right one. So there we go. It's lined up great now. And then we're able to just go in again with our tape and make sure any areas that we're scared of getting a little bit of ink on are masked off really easily. So check that out, super easy to do. And then again, we'll go in with our ink pad, use our blending tool, and just go in and tap that ink on the surface. All right, and then last one, I think this is a little mini guy right here. So we'll go in on our super little tiny flower there. And again, turn it until it fits like a puzzle piece. All right, that's perfect. And then we'll go in and ink that down. And how simple is that, right guys? So just going in and adding a little bit of ink down. And then of course, if you want to, you can once again go back in, use that little mini ink blending tool. I'm just gonna use some of the excess ink that's on it with our prom queen, and just go in and ink that down with the same florals. Mask off the edge. And then go into the center. And so this just proves to be a testament to just how versatile these coloring stencils are. They don't need to be exactly aligned with the whole background in order to still use and color with them. I think that's the really awesome part about these stencils. They're so easy to use no matter how you have things aligned. You just gotta go in, line it up with one or two flowers that you wanna use, mask off the others, and then add a little bit of color down. And it really just brings the images to life when you color them in with these stencils and using a little bit of ink. All right, then I'm gonna go in with the other leaf stencil, and I'm just going to line up these leaves. Again, really easy to do. These ones are even easier because they're right on. It's not like a flower where you gotta line up the different petals. And then I'm gonna go in with the blending tool and those same shades of green. So starting off with a little bit of Psych, and then we'll go in with some remnants of the later Gator. And these leaves are even farther apart too, so you're not really needing to go in and do a ton of different masking with it. I spoke a little too soon because this one's a little close, so don't be afraid. I'd rather have you guys mask things off than go over the edge. So even if you're afraid of this edge here, just mask it off. I've taught too many classes where people get a little bit too confident and they're like, well, I'm not gonna need to mask that one off. And then there's just ink in the middle of their card and they're like, what do I do? And it's much easier to avoid the issue than fix the issue, right? So a little bit of masking with that mint tape is super easy to do. It's not gonna rip the cardstock, which again is my favorite part about it. And then you're able to go in and mask things off super quickly. All right, then with these leaves, these ones are in two different pieces on the second and third stencil. So all we need to do is ink it down with the first one, and then we can go in with the third stencil. And it's this little guy here. It just layers up and nestles up right next to the first leaf. And super easy to just blend and add a little bit of shading in there. All right, you guys. and check out just how simple it was to create that row of flowers. Like I said, it's just so unique and different to be able to peel apart your stamp and create whatever scene you want. And I think this scene with those florals there is just so much fun. Now, we're doing more controversial things here because we're gonna go in and do some more, you guessed it, fussy cutting. Again, this is super easy to do. Even if there was dies for these individual flowers, most sets wouldn't have like an image to cut out the edge, right? And so when you're doing new different cards like this, you've just got to be able to go in and fussy cut these out. And so this is just really simple to go in, leaving a little bit of a white border, and I'm just fussy cutting along the top half so that I can add some colored cardstock behind this part as well. You don't need to do this once again, but I find that adding colored cardstock, even on like half of it, to just split the card up and add a little bit of contrast, really brings the card to life. So just going around the edges, moving the cardstock instead of the scissors, and fussy cutting this out. All right. And I love edge-to-edge designs like this, especially because this sort of thing is where you can really kind of color black and add color to the top if you want to. All right, now I'm going to bring in a top folding card base. This is just a regular A2 card base using stark white cardstock that I've cut and folded down so that we have it at 4 1/4 by 5.5 inches. And it opens on the top there. I love top folding card bases. They look a little bit less store-bought and kind of set your cards apart, which I really like. But let me know in the comments what kind of card, if you use side folding or top folding cards. All right, you guys. So now let's add a little bit of color down here. I'm gonna go in using a little bit of Prom Queen first. And I'm going to blend this color down. And now we just want to blend on the surface and go down far enough, but not too far. All right, that's about where we want to go down to. Ink will make the surface a little bit less sticky until it completely dries in the surface. And we don't want to wait that long. So I'm not going to ink the whole thing if I don't have to, just because it'll be a little bit trickier to adhere things if we ink the whole background down. So I'm just doing the top half where you're going to see that color. And this is a great trick to get colors to match your project, right? Because we've been using ink this whole project. And so it's important to go then in with your ink pads if you want it to match perfectly and color the cardstock yourself. So instead of using some random color cardstock, I'm going in with my inks and I'm able to just use regular white cardstock and really step it up a notch by going in and coloring it down. And then I'm going to use a little bit of Shooting Star because we've layered the colors together on our background. We're going to layer them up here as well to get kind of a more orangey red color. And the awesome part is when you mix these inks together, they're translucent dye-based inks. And so what that means is these colors are going to layer up to create new colors, which is really awesome. So you can see here, the yellow isn't covering up the pink, it's creating a new orange, almost red color, which is really just beautiful. And if you want any more of one color or the other, you can always go back in and add a little bit more color into there as well. All right, so once we've got that piece, I love that color cardstock. It's just gorgeous and it matches really well to our surface there. Then I'm gonna place that down and kind of test it out, and I love how that looks. Now, I'm gonna go in and start off by just cleaning the surface because like I said, we don't want any mistakes right at the end of our card here. All right, and then with a sentiment, I think I wanna use just the thanks sentiment. I love that. I think it's gonna work perfectly here. And I think like right down here, there's a lot of room for that sentiment, and I think that works perfect. We're gonna bring back in our die cutting machine here. So reach down or wherever your die cutting machine is and bring that out. All right, and then we're gonna use our alcohol ink black cardstock once again. This is a great section to cut from. It's a little bit more expensive, so I literally use every last square inch, and I really mainly only use it for my sentiments. Like, you gotta kind of pick and choose what's super important to you. And for the rest, I just use normal black cardstock, but I do just love that kind of soft touch matte feel that it has to it. All right. And once that's cut out, I'm gonna remove it from the other side. I can set my machine off to the side. And this one, I don't want to layer up too high. I just want it to kind of go along with the rest. And since it's black against the white cardstock, it's already going to stand out just perfectly. So we don't need to do too much to it to work and make it stand out from the rest. And then I'm going to bring everything together here. So when it comes to adding this piece down, I'm just going to go in with a little bit of tape runner. Make sure we get tape along the edges there so that those don't stick up. And then along every edge. All right, and when I'm lining something like this up, I'm lining it up from the bottom corner, so that's where I'm gonna start. I'll place it along the edge, and then it should line up perfectly all the way across. So that's how I like to start things. Wherever corner it needs to start in, if there's not gonna be a border, I start there, and then I work my way across the card. And then when it comes to this thanks die, that is gonna look beautiful there, I think. And I'm going to just go in again using a little bit of the Collage Medium Matte. This is the perfect adhesive to add down little die cuts like this. Oh, I'm telling you guys, I'm not good with the glue. I'm like just starting and it's already going awry. All right, and just add a little bit here and there. We don't want it oozing out the edge. All you guys who are like used to using liquid glue on everything are probably dying of laughter right now. Oh no. All right. Almost there. We're in the home stretch. This is why you see me using a tape runner, so that I don't make a fool of myself. All right. All right, you guys, this was great. I'm gonna bring this in here. Add that down, line it up. And with liquid glue, I'm gonna be honest, the one saving grace about liquid glue is if you need to move things around, you've got like a couple of seconds to do so. And then I'm gonna go in and just give it a little bit of pressure to make sure that it's all nice and stuck down. And look how beautiful that is. I love that word die. Like I said, they're nice and large, so they really do fill up a section of the card. If you've got a nice open area like that, you can really easily fit one of these dies in and it kind of becomes one of the stars of the show. It's a great sentiment set. And then I love using the Bold Blossom stamp, bringing it in and creating something completely different, right? Because it started out as a background stamp and then being able to go in and create your own borders with it or whatever you want to is really special. And then of course, our own colored cardstock kind of matching the color that's in the center of the flower there using 2 of our ink colors. I love how this card turned out. All right, now that our third card is finished, I'm gonna come back and bring in the first card. Now you can already see as it's drying here, a lot of that shine is coming in, but it still needs to dry a little bit more since we applied that paste a little bit thicker. So what I'm gonna do is go in with my Ranger Heat It tool here, and I'm gonna start heat setting this. Now the really awesome part about lunar paste is you're easily able to heat set it. Just keep your heat tool moving around the surface and it won't bubble. You don't want to like stay in one place for too long, otherwise it will. But I love that you're able to heat set this paste to help it along in the drying process. Of course, if you apply it a lot thinner too, it is able to dry in several minutes, but since we applied it a little bit thicker, it does take a little bit longer to dry. But like I said, I do love that you're able to heat set it because I am impatient. I'm an impatient crafter, and so being able to move on to the next step is quite important for me. And so I like to just be able to go in here and dry this if I need to. And of course, going in on the other side and heat setting it too is gonna be helpful in case there's an under layer that's not dry completely. You're able to then go in and help dry it from underneath as well. All right, you guys, so check this out. I'm telling you, once this stuff dries, it becomes just the world's shiniest paste. Check out how beautiful that is. And I'm gonna stick my finger in it. And yeah, it looks to be dry. All right, you gotta always test from like the little corner because I'm notoriously known for sticking my finger in paste that isn't dry. So I've learned you gotta test from like the corner now or an edge that's not gonna be completely noticeable. All right, you guys, now I'm gonna go in with my paper trimmer here and I'm just going to trim around this piece. All right, now I'm just going to go in with my paper trimmer and line this up and then trim it right out. And I'm just going to line it up with the edge guide there and then trim it right out. It works perfect. All right, so check out just how beautiful that is. And then again, I'm going to go in using my scoreboard And this time I've cut down a piece of stark white cardstock to the exact card size that I need it to be, which is 7 by 8.5. And I'm going to go in with my bone folder again and just score it down at 3.5. You guys know the drill by now. We'll flip it since our scoreboard is small, and we'll go in here and score it on the other side. Flip it, and then we'll give it a nice crease. And this stark white cardstock is super thick, so we're gonna get a nice durable and substantial card. All right, and then go in and just completely fold that down for a nice scored card base. All right, and then we're able to add that down. Check that out. We've got a nice little white border going around the edge as well. Once we've cut that out, I'm going to adhere it down using a little bit of tape runner. All right, lots of adhesive there. And then we can go in and add this right down onto our card base. You guys, I am in love with how this one turned out. I love that it only took one swipe to kind of marble that color together, and it didn't mix too much, so that like once this is dry, you get to see all of those little striations in there. So even where the tiniest bit of yellow is, you still get that beautiful yellow pearl kind of shining through there. I love the marbled effect that we got throughout all of these different flowers by just dragging that color right through like that. All right, you guys, now let's finish this off with a sentiment. What should we do? I think we've got the thank you left, and I think the thank you sentiment would be great here. Got a rolling blending tool. All right, but I think that would work perfectly right there. It's a really nice, bold, and graphic sentiment. It'll cover up a little bit of the background, but not too much. So I'm into that. I'm into that idea. All right, so to do this, I'm going to go in, and you know what? This time I'm going to cut it out of black cardstock for the words, and I'm going to do a white shadow. I'm breaking all my rules because this technically is white, but I think the white shadow is going to still look nice. And we're going in with our die cutting machine. All right, and I'm telling you, we're using every last remnant of that black cardstock. So I'm going in with the thank and the U die, and I like that they do it separately like this so that you have lots of like different ideas and options on where you can put it on your card. You can really make it your own. All right, we'll run that right through, bring it back, and then they've cut out really nicely, and there's no shadow die, so we're gonna use white cardstock and cut our own shadow like we did earlier. We're gonna bring in the glue one last time. You guys get to see me struggle one more time. All right, and we're gonna just go in and just barely squeeze the bottle. You know what? Try new things, guys, because I'm seeing a little improvement by the end of this video. I'm better at gluing die cuts down now. So I'm glad we were all able to learn something through today's live. All right. Go in. Place this down, and I'm leaving a little bit of room for that border that we're going to cut out. Place my hand over top so that any excess glue gets collected by my hand, and then I'm going to just kind of see how I want to line this up here. I want to kind of nestle it in, and good thing we left a little bit of room. Good thing we left that room because otherwise it's like really close to that edge. We cut it close there for sure. And then we're gonna go in and add a little, just the tiniest bit more of liquid glue down to the surface. All right, you guys. And I'm just going to go in here. And the cool part about this is even if you want to, you could like bend this word die a little bit and make the U kind of like wrap around more like that. That's kind of cool too. It really is up to you on exactly how you want to do it. Now look, I got a little glue glob right there, but I'm gonna show you guys exactly how to fix that too. To fix it, I'm just gonna go in with a mono sand eraser, and this thing is a game changer when it comes to ink smudges and anything that's on the surface like that. And so it'll be really great to just go in and it just kind of like sands off a little, like the top layer of cardstock there. So it'll just get rid of any glue goobers that kind of gushed out of the edge and made a mark. And I'm only getting rid of the ones that are really standing out there, but it does a good job at getting rid of the top layer so that it's at least less noticeable than it would be if we just left it, right? So that's how we fix little issues like that. But I like how we kind of curved that one around there. You can really make it your own when you're creating your own shadow layer because you're not having to follow something, right? I love that. All right, we'll go in one last time with our fussy cutting detail scissors. And then we'll go in and just go around the details to fussy cut it out. Super simple to do, and it's going to create a really great impact on our card. Again, because we have such a detailed card going on, so, you know, adding even this down in black, it's giving a good contrast. Since we have that black down, it would really stand out, but it might be hard to read because of all the flowers that are behind it. So by adding this white layer down, it just makes the sentiment more noticeable, but also, you know, more legible as well, which is great for whoever is going to receive your beautiful handmade card. I'm going to swoop around there. Down here, and again, it's pretty simple to do this, but I like that we were able to adhere both of them down on one shadow like this. We're in the home stretch. I think I always say that when I'm almost done fussy cutting. I'm like, yeah, it's getting exciting. We get to see the end of our project. All right, you guys. Check out how beautiful that is. And actually, I do want to go in and do this little area here. Just dip into there. I don't like how much white was just there, so you can always go in and make little edits to fussy cut a little bit more of the details. I'm going to go in here, and I just love how that looks. Yes, it covers up just a little bit of the design that we've done, but I think it looks beautiful there. So I'm going to go in, again, a little bit of this tape runner adhesive will go a long way. All right, and then I'll just go in and add it right down. And I'm gonna try to cover up just mostly those leaves and less of the flowers. I love those beautiful flowers using the lunar paste. All right, press that down, adhere it in place. And there we have that stunning card, you guys. I am in love with how this one turned out. It might be my favorite. Even though there was a little bit of a dry time with it, I like that we were able to heat set it, but that marbled effect is just the most beautiful thing ever. With all of that gorgeous shine we were able to get using the lunar paste. There's not many pastes out there like it. You get such special effects with it. And then of course that bold blossom stencil with those leaves as well really brings it all together and creates a beautiful scene. All right, now let me share one last technique using the bold blossoms layering stencil. So I'm once again grabbing layer 1 for this technique, and I like to use the shinier side of the stencil for this. There's a duller side like this, and there's a shinier side. And I find that this side is gonna work best for the technique that we wanna do. It'll hold the ink a little bit better. So I'm gonna go in here and use all of the same colors I've been using today. So you're gonna see a little bit of shooting star. I'm gonna put this right at the top. And I'm doing this just so I don't overwhelm you guys with colors or things like that. But if you have colors at home that you wanna use that are different from what you've been using, totally go for it. And then I'm gonna bring in a little bit of guppy. I love this orange color, and kind of mix that in between. And don't be too afraid of kind of mixing colors or contaminating your ink pads. You're not really going to contaminate them. And if you do end up getting a little bit on one side, what you can do is just go in with a paper towel and just swipe it off until you get back to the original color. But I usually start off with the lightest color first anyways, so that it doesn't really cause any harm. And then last but not least, I'm gonna go in using a little bit of Prom Queen. I'm gonna put this right at the bottom, and again, just kind of blend that color together. And I love this color blend. It's just such a great warm tone, and it's just beautiful together. So now I'm gonna go in, and I'm just going to wipe off my surface of all the ink that we have here. Clean that off. And then we're going to bring this in. Now, if you want to, you can always go in between these colors and just kind of blend a little bit too. This isn't gonna make a huge difference, but if you just want a smoother transition in between the colors, you totally can. But we're gonna create kind of a watercolor effect. So I'm gonna now spray this down and really get that water moving and mixing. All right, I think that looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna go in, lay my cardstock right down, and just press this onto the surface. Now, I'm gonna use my slimline stencil on my A2 size stark white cardstock, and that's totally fine. We're gonna have a little bit of a border here that we can cut down later once we create the actual card. And I'm gonna go in here and bring in my paper towel and start pressing. And the reason I'm using my paper towel is so that any color that's excess is going to seep right into the paper towel and keep those nice clean lines. And be sure to kind of move your paper towel to kind of a new area as you go. And just press this down really nicely and let it sink into the cardstock for just a little while. I find that letting this sink into the cardstock before we pull the stencil off will help. Otherwise, it'll kind of move all of the ink to one side or another. But you can slowly see that it's sinking in as the stencil sort of lifts like this. And the stark white cardstock is really absorbent too, which is gonna really help with this sort of technique. And check that out. I love how it turned out so far, but this is really just the start of this technique. So I'm gonna clean off my desk and stencil before we move on to the next steps, but I love how this is looking so far. All right, and you could totally leave it, like I said. This watercolor effect is just beautiful, but I'm gonna go in and heat set this so that we can continue adding layers. And again, I love this little Ranger heat tool. I use both. I use the kind of embossing gun that's a little bit more directed heat whenever I'm doing heat embossing, and that's just going to ensure that you are getting that direct heat really fast, and so it'll heat up embossing powder quicker. But this gets just as hot, it's just a little bit less condensed, so that it's just not going to move inks around, but it's going to heat it up really nicely and dry things like inks and pastes without going too heavy in on them and like focusing on one single area. All right. So once I got that nice and dry, I'm gonna go in with my next stencil, right? But because I stamped down the glossy side of the stencil, I actually had the stencil flipped. So in order to line things up now, I'm going to flip the stencil, right? You want the dull side when you're lining it up. So just keep that in mind. And then I'm going to line up these leaves. And it should line up pretty easily. It's not too difficult. You can always line it up with the edge where that watercolor was, and that's going to really help. And now it was actually this side. They're similar, but these leaves up here are gonna kind of tell you exactly where you need to line it up. And then once we've got that down, I'm going to bring back in just a little bit of mint tape. All right, and mask this off. And if you want to, you can also mask off the edges, but we're not going to worry too much about the edges because we're gonna cut them off at the end as well, but we can just add a little bit of tape down if that helps. All right, now we're gonna go in and do a little bit of ink blending. And with this, it's covered all of the florals, which is awesome. But now I'm gonna go in with some more Prom Queen, which I used up here, and ink blend this down. And because we've watered down the Prom Queen for the first layer, it's gonna be really nice and light of a color, right? And so now when we add this down on top, it's going to bring that same kind of color vibe to it, but it's going to add a much darker version of that color down, which is just beautiful results in the end. All right, next we're switching to Guppy, and I'm going to blend it together with this leaf here, and then we'll bring it down. And just any section that has Guppy on it, this is where I'm going to bring Guppy into the mix. I love that orange color. And then last but not least, we'll do a little bit of Shooting Star at the bottom here. And oh my gosh, it's just stunning. It's beautiful. All these colors blend together so nicely. And also, I'm obsessed with tone-on-tone sort of effects to get a really beautiful result, right? Because you could totally introduce a new color if you really wanted to, but I love the tone-on-tone. It brings the same color to it, but just a darker version of it, and it still introduces all of that amazing like leaves and dimension to the image here, on top of that beautiful watercolor background that we did. All right, and then last but not least, we'll go in with our final stencil. And like I said, this is the same thing. We're gonna do that same sort of ink blending with it. And it's going to finish off all of the greens. Well, I guess here they're not green, but they are technically leaves. All right, and same thing with this. So I'm going to bring back in my ink pads and do the exact same sort of blending. Get into those littler details of those stripes, and then get all of these leaves. All right, we'll blend a little bit of pink into there, and then we're gonna bring it into that transition of Guppy. And my Simon Hurley Create inks were made to blend really beautifully. I mean, they stamp really nicely, and they watercolor really nicely, but they really were formulated to do lots of great blending too. So you guys are gonna really see that come to life when you do techniques like this, like the colors just mix so well together. I absolutely love it. So people always comment on, they're like always just so surprised at how beautifully they blend with no harsh marks to them. All right, we'll lift this off. Check out just how stunning that is. I love all of the leaves there, and that tone-on-tone effect is just so beautiful on top of that watercolor background. So to finish this off, I'm bringing in my paper trimmer, and we used the slimline stencil, but we can make it work really beautifully for an A2 size card. So I'm just gonna go in here and chop off some different areas of the background so that we can get it to work so well on top of a regular size card. And this is what I love, like just taking supplies, like this was totally meant for a slimline card, and using it on A2 size cards as well, getting tons of use out of it because it doesn't just have to be one card size. All right, so once this is complete, and all you need to do, of course, is just bring in a stark white cardstock that you've cut and folded. Again, this is a top folding card base. I'm going to bring in my tape runner. And put some adhesive all around the edge there. And then we'll adhere that really nicely down onto the center of our card. Beautiful, I love the results. And now if you want to, you can add down a word die as well. We'll do one last word die to finish it off just beautifully. So I'll go in with this hello die. I absolutely love this one. Run it right through our machine. And then bring it back. All right, and one last time, we're gonna go in with the glue and finish it off. And I'm gonna tap this off to the side once again. That's a little tip. If you wanna just get rid of some excess glue so that it doesn't ooze out on the side, just put it off to the side quickly first, and then you can add it right down onto your card and give it some good pressure. All right, and that one stands out just beautifully. I didn't feel like I needed the shadow on this one because there wasn't too much going on, but that colorful watercolor background is gorgeous, and finishing it off with the rest of the layering stencil worked just perfectly. And I love how simple the hello is on the front, but it makes a big impact. Well, you guys, these cards were so much fun to sit down and create with you guys today. I hope you found lots of inspiration using different background stamps and layering stencils, whether it was different tips using inks or the tips using lunar pastes and different things that you guys have at home. I'm so excited to see how you guys are taking this inspiration. Be sure to share all of your different handmade projects you made following today's live stream or using the techniques that we used today. Share them on social media, tag Scrapbook.com, tag me at Inkclips and at Simon Hurley, and I cannot wait to like your guys' stuff and see all of the amazing artwork and inspiration that you guys have created. It has been so much fun being the first class along your journey on SBC Fest with Scrapbook.com. There are tons of amazing instructors, including Vicky Booten and Ali Edwards, and so many more inspiring designers as well. So I hope you guys will kind of stay on this page and continue to join in on the fun during SBC Fest. There is lots of inspiration to be had, and I'm sure you guys are going to learn a ton along this amazing event. So I wanted to thank Scrapbook.com for hosting it and giving you guys this amazing free experience. And also I want to thank all of you guys for joining me. It is so much fun crafting along with all of you. Once again, thank you guys. I'll see you very soon, and be sure to keep joining along in the fun. Have a great day. Bye, guys.
I'm Lauren Taylor from Lauren Taylor Made, and I'm so excited you're here with me for the first ever SBC Fest. I'm going to be sharing different tips and tricks for creating shaker elements for your paper crafting. If you have any questions, let me know in the chat, but we're going to get started because I have so much to show you. So let's get started with our first card. I have everything here in one of my envelopes, and I'm going to pull out all of my supplies to make this shaker element. This is going to be using Heffy Doodle's Pink Fizz sequins, and from that sequence pack I picked this beautiful slimline die with florals, as well as my stackable slimline dies. And then I have some paper from the Roses Smooth Cardstock Slimline pack. I picked 2 different pinks that I thought went really well with the sequin mix. And then I also have some metallic paper. This is kind of a champagne gold color, and this is from the Slimline pack of Mixed Metals cardstock. And I'm going to use this to add some subtle decor to my card or my shaker that I thought also really matched my sequin mix. And then I have a piece of acetate. This I used from the 8.5 by 11 acetate sheets from Scrapbook.com. They do sell other sizes, but I like to use the 8.5 by 11 because I can trim it down to fit any type of shaker, especially for slimline like this first example. And again, you can use any type of dies for this. You could use your A2 to make an A2 size card if slimline is not your thing. You could also use circles, any type of shape, hexagons to create a frame. Since I'm going to create a full shaker on my slimline card, I'm going to use the second largest slimline die in my nested stack, and this will help me create about a 1/4 inch frame using my slimline paper, as it's already trimmed to fit the 3.5 by 8.5 slimline size. I have my mint tape here to help me with die cutting so I can make sure my die and my paper stay in place while I die cut. And you can definitely use a ruler, or if you're a very precise die cutter, I'm just going to do my best to create an even frame around all 4 sides. It is a handmade card, so be forgiving with yourself if it doesn't come out perfectly. But I'll use that mint tape to place that die onto my smooth cardstock as well as onto my magic mat, and then I'm going to run this off camera through my die cut machine. Once it's been die cut, I can go ahead and peel off my blue tape or my mint tape, and I'm going to set that aside for later. And I'm going to take apart my frame and the inside piece. There was one little spot that didn't really cut through very well, but that's not a problem. I'm just going to grab my scissors and I will cut my frame. Such a small little piece, I didn't want to run it through my die cut machine again. I'll definitely be saving this inside piece of cardstock for another card, as it's already perfectly cut and great for layering. So now that I have my frame done, this is how it will look on my slimline card. So I'm going to glue my acetate behind the frame, and then my lighter pink paper will be the backing of my shaker. This is a great way to use for pattern paper as well if you'd like to have a little more detail on your shaker. But the detail we're going to add is actually going to be on the front of the shaker, and that's using the Slim Bloom die. Now this is already an 8.5 by 3.5 die and paper, so in order to do my best to line these up, I'm going to grab that mint tape again. I'm going to line the paper up just inside the die cut of the edge. I'm not too worried about it being perfectly centered because it's going to be hidden behind my 1/4 inch frame that I just made out of the dark pink paper. So just doing my best. It's totally fine if it's slightly off centered. And again, I will run this through my die cut machine off camera. Now that I have it die cut, you can see it cuts this beautiful intricate detail of all these flowers, and I can just easily peel it off of my die. Now it does take a little bit of time to pop all of those little pieces out, so I'm going to just grab one that I already have done and prepared for this class sitting here off camera, because I didn't want to spend too much time showing you me poking out all the different pieces out of this die. So let me go ahead and grab that piece. And this is now what our shaker will look like. So we'll have the frame on top of our detailed bloom, then our acetate, and then our background paper. And those are the different layers for this particular shaker technique. Again, you could use pattern paper in the background. You could do anything to add more fun to your shaker. Now it's time to start assembling. So I'm going to grab some adhesive. So let me get my papers all ready. I'm going to start with my frame, and I'm going to be using my 1/4 inch adhesive for this card. So I have my foam tape as well as my adhesive roll, and I'm going to grab a clear block. I just grab one from my stash that has a straight edge on it, and I use this to help me with applying pressure to my adhesive onto the paper and then to rip the adhesive. This isn't something that you have to do. This is just how I can easily apply my adhesive, add pressure, and cut my adhesive all in one easy step. So I'm adding my adhesive to all 4 sides of my frame. And once I'm done, I will make sure that they are really nice and stuck to my cardstock. This is the part that is adhering to the acetate. So I just want to make sure it's not going to fall off. And once I am satisfied, I'm going to go ahead and peel off the release paper, the other side of my adhesive for all 4 sides. You could definitely do a side at a time if that's easier for you, whatever your preference is on gluing your die cuts together. But I went ahead and pulled all 4 sides off, and then I'm going to take my bloom die cut and I'm going to line it up to the left edge and corners and do my best to line these up so they are perfect together, as they are both already that slim line size. And it's not really a big deal if it's slightly off-centered. That's what scissors are for, and the edges are being covered by that border. As you can see, I have a little bit showing on one side, no problem. Now I'm going to add my acetate. Now if your die cut had a lot more coverage, you will need to apply more of the adhesive. But since this bloom die cut has a lot of space of the adhesive showing through, I'm just lining up my acetate and applying it the same way as I did my bloom die cut. So now that my cover of my shaker is all glued together, you can see I had a little bit showing on one side, but like I said, that's no problem at all. I'm just going to grab my scissors and trim off the excess of the gold and acetate that is showing. So once I have that, that is the front of our shaker, and we can now start building up our wall that's going to keep all of our sequins inside of our shaker using foam adhesive. So I'm absolutely loving how this is turning out so far. So now I'm going to grab my foam adhesive and my sequins, and I'm not sure if my sequins have enough room with a single layer of foam adhesive. So what I'm going to do is double it up. So I'm going to pull off a long piece of my 1/4 inch foam adhesive and just trim it. And then I'm going to take the 2 edges of my cut strip here and place them together, and I'm going to just fold it on top of each other, doing my best to make sure that they line up really well on the sides so my foam tape still stays a 1/4 inch wide. I'm going to cut, you could also rip one side of the release paper, and then I'm going to take my foam and line it up behind my frame from my die cut. And as you can see, I'm doing my best to make sure that my foam doesn't show, and it's okay if a little bit does. Again, this is a handmade card and it's a learning process. You'll get better as you make more shaker cards. And then the other important step when you're adding more foam is to make sure that your foam pieces butt up against each other really well. We don't want any of our sequins to fall out. That would be so sad when we go to shake our card and our sequins start pouring out of our shaker. So we want to make sure there is no room for our sequins or anything that you're going to put inside of your shaker to escape. So I needed more foam, so I created another double layer of foam, and I'm going to finish adding it to my card. Again, doing my best to hide it behind my 1/4 inch frame, and then making sure anywhere where I add more tape, I'm butting it up against the previous tape so there are no openings. There are some brands that Scrapbook.com does sell that is a thicker foam adhesive. Hefty Doodle is one brand that I love and use all the time with shakers. But if you are going to use what you have in your stash, there's no need to run out and buy extra thick foam adhesive when you can make it yourself with your adhesive that you already have. I'm going to add in one more little piece. I needed just a bit more to finish off my shaker. And now that all of my pieces of foam are on my shaker window. It's time to add in the fun part, which is the sequins. So I'm grabbing a anti-static powder first to make sure that I don't have any sequins that get stuck to the sides of my foam tape. So I'm just brushing in anti-static powder along the edge of my foam adhesive. Now, because we doubled up on the foam, there's a chance that some of the foam didn't line up perfectly and it's a sticky surface that your sequins will cling to. So adding this powder just covers that adhesive and makes it not sticky anymore because there is powder covering the area where there is adhesive. I also added a little bit around my acetate because sometimes acetate has some static, and then I grabbed a cloth and I'm just trying to wipe up any excess powder that is sitting in my acetate so that way my shaker doesn't also have a bunch of powder in it. So let me clean up a little bit, and I'm going to grab my pink fizz sequins, and I've already used some from this pack, so I'm just going to finish up adding sequins to this shaker from this pack. And then I have a second one I'm going to add a little bit more. Since this is a slimline, it's a very large card with lots of surface area to add in our shaker. You only want to add as much as you think that you need for your design, and you may only add a little bit if you're making, a circle or a small square or even an A2 size card. But as you can see here, I added quite a bit for a slimline as there's lots of room for our sequins to move. Now that all of my sequins are in, I'm going to very carefully peel off the release paper. You could do this before adding your sequins. I've done it many times before where I am pulling off my backing of my adhesive and it accidentally gets stuck and I've spilled sequins everywhere. So again, do this step very carefully. I like to keep a finger inside of my shaker to keep it from, spilling everywhere. And now to add the back of my part of my shaker, I'm going to use my MISTI. This is something I've seen other crafters do and I think it's so handy. So I'm putting it into the top right hand corner of my MISTI, and I'm going to carefully apply my background piece into that same corner. Now my foam was almost the same height as my MISTI, so I'm trying to figure out how is the best way to apply this down. But I have it all the way into the corner and I put my cardstock all the way into the corner, line it up with the sides of the MISTI, and I know it will line up perfectly behind my shaker cover with the foam adhesive. So now that the pieces are together, I'm going to really press down and make sure that there is good adhesive. And now my favorite part of listening to the sequins inside of my shaker. I think shaker cards are such a fun way to elevate card making and to give your card receiver some interactive fun. Here is a card that I made using this same shaker. I have Celebrate as my sentiment and this beautiful floral that I embossed with gold embossing powder and colored in with Distress Oxides. The sequins behind the sentiment and floral, I think, just bring it to life. Next, we're going to work on an infinity shaker. So let me grab all of my supplies out of my envelope. We're going to be using another mix from Heffy Doodle, and I have some white cardstock that I trimmed to an A2 size from my Nina Solar white cardstock package from Scrapbook.com. I also have my party stencils. It's a 2 stencil set you can use for layering, and we're going to do a little bit of ink blending to create our background. And this is a piece of packaging. Scrapbook.com sends their products you buy in these awesome plastic bags to keep your supplies from moving around in your box, and I save all of them. And I've trimmed one down that will be approximately the size of my A2 piece of cardstock here. We will cut it down a little bit more, but let's add some fun to our background first. I already have my maker's mat down on my table, and I'm going to grab my mint tape again to help me with holding my stencil in place. I picked 4 Distress Oxides that I thought went really well with this truly outrageous sequins mix from Heffy Doodle. And let's set up our first stencil. So I'm placing my cardstock behind and my mint tape again, using to help keep my stencil in place. Luckily with the maker's mat, I don't need to worry about keeping my stencil secure onto my background because it has a little bit of a stickiness to it. It's a silicone mat and it keeps my stencil from moving around while I'm distressing. I have my Dome Phone blenders and I'm just going to start with pink and add some color in random spots through my stencil. I'm not really going for anything, perfect here. This is just adding in some fun to the background to add more to our sequins. And it also allows me to not add in as many sequins because I tend to hoard my different blends of sequin mixes because they're so pretty and I have a hard time using them. But once I finish off this first layer, just going in between the pink and yellow, we're going to lift off the stencil and I'm going to set it aside to wash after. I'm going to grab my second stencil and layer it on, and I'm not really concerned about where it's going. I just want to fill in more of the empty spaces, and I'm going to repeat this process with a blue and a purple oxide ink. So again, using my Dome Phone blender, just adding color in some random spots, and then I will do the same with purple. Now again, you could use anything to be your background. Maybe you already have a pattern paper you really like. You don't have to create your own background with a stencil. I just wanted to show how I made my background to match my sequin mix. But you could use some pre-made scrapbook insert cards. I love the 4x6 cards for this technique. I think it's a fun way to add a shaker to pocket scrapbooking. Any size will do with this technique. All right, so before I move on, I don't want to get ink everywhere, so I'm just using a baby wipe and a paper towel to clean my maker's mat so we can keep going. So now that my background is ready, I'm going to grab my piece of plastic packaging and I'm going to grab my scissors and trim this to fit a little better. As you can see, I just cut a piece real quick for my packaging. I'm going to be using my 1/4 inch adhesive again, so I want to make sure I have about half an inch around each side of my packaging, so that way I know it will wrap fully around my piece of cardstock, and then it will have plenty of room for that 1/4 inch adhesive on the back side. So once I finish up trimming my acetate to fit, like I said, about a 1/2 inch around the size of my A2 background. And since I'm working on a white mat and I'm using a clear piece of packaging, I'm going to grab just a black piece of cardstock. Hopefully this will help so you can see a little better what I'm doing. So I have my plastic packaging. I have the side that I want to be inside my shaker face down, and I'm grabbing my double-sided adhesive roll. Again, this is the 1/4 inch size. I'm going to grab that block to help me with making sure I have pressure on my adhesive, and then to also rip the adhesive. I pulled off the release paper and I'm going to grab my scissors and I'm going to create little cuts going from the edges of that bottom of my A2 card, and I'm going to lift that up and glue to the back side of my white cardstock. So now I have the bottom of my shaker adhered. I'm going to trim off those flaps, and then I'm going to also trim on my next side, which will be the right side. You could do right or left, it doesn't really matter. And I'm going to repeat the process. So again, adding some adhesive, and then I will peel off the back of the adhesive and I will fold up the acetate. And I'm creating a snug fit. I don't want it to be so taut that my sequins are not able to move around, but definitely want it to be snug. I just trimmed off a little bit of acetate that I didn't quite get when I was trimming off the flaps. And just like I did with the right side, I'm going to repeat with the left. So cut my little notch into my plastic packaging, add my adhesive, remove the backing, and then fold up. And the reason why I'm cutting off these little pieces in the corners is just to remove bulk from the back side of my shaker. Those corners can get kind of thick when we're layering the different pieces of plastic. So I have my final side. I'm going to apply the adhesive, but I'm not going to peel off the release paper yet. I'm not going to fold it because I need to add my sequins inside. I'm just getting ready. I'm going to grab my sequin pack and open it up, and I'm going to place some sequins inside. And like I said earlier, we don't need too much because our background has already a lot going on. I just want enough to have some fun, interactive part of my card. So just putting in a little bit of my sequin mix, and I'm gonna close it up and shake it, and I'm close it up for reals. I'm going to pick up the adhesive backing as soon as I can get it to go. And then I will fold close the shaker. And now we have an infinity shaker. So the reason why it's called an infinity shaker is because there is no border. It seems like the shaker goes on and on even around the edges of the card. And I love this technique. I think it's perfect for any size, especially for scrapbooking or pocket memory keeping. Here is an example I made, as I am a card maker, that I put onto an A2 top folding card base. I use this adorable castle stamp and sentiment from the Magical Day stamp set from Scrapbook.com, and to glue those together, same with my slimline card, I'm just going to use some of my Scrapbook.com adhesive. I really like the 2-inch adhesive for this. I could put 2 strips on the back of my shaker and then glue it onto my card base. My third card, I'm going to be using the brand new House Shaker dies. These are shape dies that are released for SBC Fest, so I was so excited to be able to share how you can use this awesome die. Of course, I have another Hefty Doodle sequence mix. I have the House Shaker set of 2 shape dies. I'm using some green striped pattern paper from the Sherbet pattern collection. And then of course I have some acetate. Again, this is trimmed down from the 8.5 by 11 pack. And we're going to get started, and I want to share with you how you can also add acetate as a backing to your shakers. And this is really great when you're cutting smaller shakers to place onto a card or a scrapbook page or any type of paper crafting. So I'm going to take both of my dies out. There is a die cut that is a frame, and then a die cut that is the same size as the outside part of the frame. So I'm going to use the frame die on my green stripe paper, and I'm going to use the backing out of my acetate. So you can use this to cut your acetate as well as a solid background if you don't want to have acetate on both sides of your shaker. So I'm going to use again my magic mat and my mint tape to help me keep my dies in place. So I'm actually going to cut 2 of the frames, so I only have 1 die, so I'm going to do 1 at a time. And then, like I said, I'm using the other die, which cuts the same size as the outside part of our house, in my acetate. So I've got mint tape to keep those both in place and my magic mat, and I will run this through my die cut machine. So here is my first piece of acetate, and again I'm going to cut it twice. So let me peel off the die, and then I will reposition it onto the acetate and run it through my die cut machine again. And I love this. I love that you could use these dies on their own. You don't have to create a shaker with them. I think they create such a cute house that you could use even for like a new home, which is what I will be using my shaker as. Or you could, make it out of black and create kind of a haunted house look for Halloween. There's so many different ideas for this really adorable shaker. So I have my 2 pieces of acetate, and here is my die cut of my house frame. And of course I'm going to keep the inside for another card. And since I'm going to have acetate on both sides of my shaker, I need to cut a second frame. And this time I'm going to flip over my pattern paper, so that way I have frames for my house with the same side. I want the thinner stripes for this project. So again, magic mat, run it through my die cut machine, and I have my second frame. And of course, like I said earlier, keeping these cute little striped houses for another project. So now let's get our acetate lined up with our frames, and because this is a thinner frame, I'm going to use 1/8 of an inch adhesive for this project. I'm going to grab my black cardstock again, so that way I hope you can see what I'm doing a little easier. And this is the sandwich I'm creating. So I have my frame, I have a piece of acetate, another piece of acetate, and then the back frame. So very similar to the first card we made, I'm going to start with my double-sided adhesive roll. Again, I'm using 1/8 of an inch, and I'm going to grab my clear block and I'm going to add this adhesive all along the frame. Now, this isn't holding in any sequence at this point, so I'm not being super consistent where I'm adding adhesive completely around the whole thing. You could also use a wet glue like Scrapbook.com's Smart Craft Glue if you prefer to use wet glue. You will just have to wait a little bit in between the steps of applying your acetate to your frame before you can keep going, because you want to make sure that that wet glue is really dry and your acetate is in place before you start adding your foam. Otherwise, things will be moving and slippery and can cause some glue where you don't want it to be. And overall, I just don't want you to get frustrated with making a shaker card. So do what feels good for you when it comes to adhesive. Just know that when you use wet glue with sequins, you're going to make sure you have enough time to dry in between each of the steps. So now that I have finally added adhesive behind all of my frames, we're going to peel off all of the release paper and then carefully line up the acetate behind each frame. So there are a lot of little pieces, so bear with me as I'm peeling off all of my release paper. And the great thing, like I said, about these dies coming together is they're the exact same size. So I'm going to line up my acetate very carefully to the edge of the frame and apply it down. And again, if it's not perfect, that's okay. You can always grab some scissors and trim off any of the acetate that is showing where it shouldn't show. And I'm doing the exact same process for my back side. So again, peeling off all of the release paper from the frame, and then I will grab my acetate and line it up. So I love this technique because you can use it for any shape dies. You could do like we did in the first card where we're using stackables. So if you had stackable hexagons, you can use 2 hexagons together to create your frame. You could use circles, all kinds of shapes. And now that we have our front and back of our shaker done, I'm going to grab my 1/8 of an inch foam adhesive strips, and just like we did with the 1/4 inch strips, I'm going to double them up to make sure I have plenty of room for my sequins to move around. So lining those ends together and then doing my best to make sure that they stay 1/8 of an inch thick by lining up the sides of the adhesive and pressing together. Now, there are a lot of curves on this shape, so one technique that I've learned that's really helpful is to peel off both sides of the release paper, and this gives you some wiggle room with your adhesive, your foam adhesive, to be able to bend around corners, especially when you have a circular shape. This technique is very helpful. So applying my adhesive and curving it around the corners of my house frame, I'm going to grab my second piece and just continue on adding. Again, making sure that anytime I apply another piece of foam adhesive, it's snug up against the one I already have to make sure that there is no way for my sequins to escape. So I'm almost done. I'm making sure that I'm hiding my foam adhesive as best as possible behind my frame. I have one little piece I need to add, so I want to make sure it's large enough that it can be nice and snug in between. Again, don't want any of our cute little sequins to get lost when we're shaking our little element here. And I already have all of the release paper taken off, but I do want to make sure that my sequins won't get stuck to the edges. So this time we're going to be a little more careful adding our anti-static powder along the edge of the foam adhesive, so that way we don't take away any of the stickiness that we need to adhere our 2 sides of our shaker together. And again, because this acetate can be a little staticky, just adding a little bit to my acetate sheet and then wiping up any excess powder with a cloth. So now that I'm ready to open up my sequins pack and pour some in. This is a smaller shaker, so you don't need quite as much. If you overfill it, don't worry. As the more you work with shakers and sequins, the more you'll learn how much you want inside of a shaker. It really depends on your preference and the size of your shaker. So I'm going to grab my MISTI, and very similar to the first card, I'm going to slide my little house frame into a corner of my MISTI, and then using the corner again, I will apply the other side of my shaker. So now I have a double-sided shaker with acetate on both sides. It's so cute. Let's listen to it make some fun noises. And now I can share with you how I used it on a card. Again, this is great for a tag, for pocket scrapbooking, for a scrapbook page, however you want. It'd be really cute if you put it on top of a picture so you can see I have my yellow heart background and you can see it through my shaker. You could also put a picture behind there. And I really think this new home card is super cute. Thanks again for joining my class for SBC Fest. I hope you learned something new and you incorporate shakers into your paper crafting. I absolutely love spending time with you, and I hope you had as much fun as I did.
All right, friends, welcome back. We just saw two amazing instructors, and Cody,
That was 2 hours of a lot of fun.
that was so much fun. So we got to see Simon's class and Lauren's class.
Yes.
So let's first talk about Simon's class.
Yes.
What is something that you absolutely loved seeing him do in that class? I have my notes
Yes.
really quick. I don't know about you at home, but if you're keeping notes like I am so you can remember all these tips and tricks and hacks, you'll have it later to work with. Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead.
What I loved is he sent his cards in to us, which we appreciate so much.
Yes,
But I
look at
love
these.
that he stretched his supplies and used his stencil by swiping the ink pads on him and then like basically stamping his stencil on this card. And then did the tone on tone effect.
That's so pretty, yes. Look
with
at that.
just like some simple inks. Like that
know.
was just so cool. I loved that, and that I mean, if you have any stencil, you can do the same technique.
Absolutely.
I thought it was great.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed seeing him make this marble effect with the lunar paste. That was so cool and different. I loved it so much. And then obviously using it with the different stencils that he did and layering here. And I'm a little partial, Cody, but he used our die, the hello, thank you, and thanks. So pretty. It's a perfect font. And I love that he did the black in the background, so it really pops on that colorful, colorful background. He's amazing.
Oh yeah, and he fussy cut these in no time at all. So that
I know.
People, I don't know, are you a fussy cutter or not? I was gonna say, you? No, but...
I will. If I really, really want an embellishment, I will. But for the most part, I love dies. Just get it cut and done.
Yeah.
So I love that he did that and was able to create that background on his own.
Totally.
So cool. So many great things. Okay, let's talk about Lauren's class.
Yes.
Amazing. Okay, so let me look at my notes here because she did some fun shaker stuff. Like, blown away with all the shaker stuff that she created. I love that she used the rose bloom die and used that as her shaker. Usually you think of just a solid opening spot for your shaker, but she used the rose bloom die with the slimline and it looked so cool to have all the open spots. What about you, Cody?
Yeah. Well, I loved like some of her techniques, like doubling up the foam.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I've just never really thought of that. Just
Doubling
to make that
it.
thicker.
I know. It's like using what you have. So if you don't have the thick foam adhesive, you can do what Lauren did and double it up so you get a higher lift.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I love how she used the acrylic block to lay down the adhesive and then
Yes.
just rip it. Like, I don't know why. I've never thought of that. And it was just so like, it was really satisfying to watch.
Yeah, that was really cool. I was going to say, I love that she used the confetti stencil as the background. So she didn't have to use as much of her sequins and little pieces because the confetti gave the illusion that there was a lot more pieces in there than it really was. Clever, clever, clever. Such a good idea. And I just want to make sure I'm covering everything that I saw. Tell us in the comments what you loved about these two classes. We would love to hear. And I'm sure the instructors would love to hear too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, just amazing, amazing stuff all around. She used the freebie die, and I love that she used this, just the opening on front and back was a clever idea, so you can see all the way through it. So cute.
Yes.
So many great ideas for shaker cards.
And be sure that you're subscribing to all of the instructors' YouTube channels because they provide so much content and so much inspiration to the community. So we definitely want to support all of them, all of these instructors. So be sure to check them out.
Support those makers.
Yes.
Everyone is here to do a craft that we all love. So let's support each other and give those friendly, kind comments and follow each other on YouTube and their social media sites. So much inspiration to gather from everyone that's included in this SBC Fest.
Oh yeah.
So guess what?
What?
It's time to go to the next instructors. But before we do that, let's share what we're going to give away.
Oh yeah, let's
Should
do
we?
that.
Okay.
I think you have some over there.
Simon's. I'm keeping these Simon cards.
Yeah.
They're so cute. Okay, you want to grab some of that? We'll swap.
Let's do
Ooh,
this.
all things exclusive products at scrapbook.com.
Yes, let's
Dump it
unbag
out.
them.
Dump it out. Ooh, all right.
It's just flying everywhere.
Okay, you know you have a lot of product if it's falling off the table.
Yeah.
Okay, so look at all of these fun pops of color. You get so many. How many are here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 different pops of color. Gorgeous colors too, and some glitters in here, and new colors.
Oh yeah.
Magic Mat. I mean, if you're not a Magic Mat fan, you need to be, so you're getting one in this. And if you already have one, you cannot have too many of these. Fabulous.
I've
standard.
never heard anyone say that they have too many magic mats.
I haven't either. Okay, so you want to go with yours?
Yeah, and then we have the layered party stencil and the fun stencil because we're having so much fun here at SBC Fest.
And this is what Lauren just used, and I was just talking about how it created the illusion of more sequence. So this is one you're getting in this giveaway next.
And of course you have to get an SBC Fest sticker.
Did you get your SBC Fest sticker? Look at that, how fun. And then look at these amazing dies. I love our snowflake dies. 3 different sizes in there. And then you're getting the bold basics. I believe somebody's using this tomorrow in their class. So someone gets to win that with the numbers.
They're definitely, I know one person's definitely using this too.
Yes, so that'll be fun to see. And then you get the craft scraper. This is fabulous to use with these pops of color. So fun.
And then of course the dome foam blenders.
Of course, you gotta have one of these.
And
2.
a slimline snowflake stamp because Christmas is just around the corner.
Did you mention you get an adhesive roller too?
Oh, yeah.
Scrapbook.com adhesive rollers are the best. And we've even heard feedback from people who live in humid climates that these are the best for those climates. A lot of adhesives don't work when you live in a really humid place, but these we've been told work so great. So that's a great thing.
Are dotted.
The dotted adhesive rollers as well. Yes, that's a good one too.
Yes.
Okay, all of this, somebody gets to win. So make sure you're commenting. If you see this banner, I hope it's right here.
Yeah.
If you see this banner, be sure to make sure you're commenting and we will choose a winner and it will be pinned to the top.
Yes.
All right, we ready to jump in?
Yes, let's go to our first layout class of SBC Fest, and then following Shimelle's class, we will be joined by Juliana Michaels.
Hi, I'm Shimelle and I'm delighted to be here at SBC Fest with all of you and Scrapbook.com to share this love of all the things that we do with pretty paper. And today I'm going to be sharing my love of using patterns and layers and inks for texture. So we're going to start with some Foundations cardstock, which is the lovely thick stuff made by Vicky B. But if you don't have any of that on hand, it's okay. You can use plain white cardstock and give it a coat of gesso or anything else you like that will help give it some bite and let it take some ink and some water without having a big warping issue. Or you're allowed to just use plain cardstock and let it warp and then put it in a page protector and it'll be fine. There are all different ways to come at this. And if you want to see how to do gesso and prep a sheet of plain white cardstock, we got you hooked up with some tutorials in the description box so you can click over to find those if you need that info. Right, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to use some stencils. We're going to use some texture paste or embossing paste, whatever you have and would love to use. We're going to use colors of the autumn rainbow. Let's go ahead and get set. So we have got 2 3x4 portrait photos. That's what I'm going to use today. And we are going to start with this Foundations cardstock. Now we're going to do a bit of paper layering, paper and stickers and enamel dots, and we're going to do some inky, messy, sort of messy stuff. So we're going to do it in alternation so that we can do a bit and let it dry and then go back to the stuff that doesn't need to dry. And that's how I go back and forth to make it all sensible and you don't have to take big breaks or anything, okay? So we're going to start with our inks and pastes and all of that. So we're going to get a sheet of Foundations cardstock. It comes in a big stack like this, so just tear a piece off. To give you an idea of what this will look like, let's sketch out page nice and quickly. So we're going to have 2 photos and they're going to sit over toward this side. That's obviously not to scale. There's going to be a lot of layers. If you've never seen me sketch, they are very messy, but they get the job done. It doesn't matter what your sketch looks like as long as it makes sense to your head so that you have a plan of what it is that you want to do. So I want 2 photos with a bunch of layers of paper behind them. But I also want depth and layers in this background paper that's going to start with this plain white. So I'm going to be using a stencil to add dots and a stencil to add rainbows. Yep. Then I'm going to come back with dots. Oh, those are different size dots. I'm going to come back on this side with dots as well. Now, what I've seen here, the reason I make a plan like this before I put down my stencil is that when I started drawing the dots over here, I realized that if I want them to peek out from behind the photos over here, it needs to be taller. I just drew this the same size here. So if I only did the same size as the layering, I wouldn't have any dots showing over here. So that means I want to take these dots up here too, because I want this to feel like a field that goes dots, rainbows, dots, and I want it to all connect. So drawing that out then helps me with that. Okay, so where are the other elements of the page going to go? I'm going to have some writing space up here. It can continue down here if you like, or you can use one or the other or both. And then the title, we've got some options. So the title might fit right on top of the journaling here. So I'm going to put a 1 here. The title might fit in this block here, 2, or the title might fit right underneath it, 3. So 1, 2, and 3 are title placement options. Okay. So if you like to screen grab things, you can take a screen grab of that right now. Okay, so let's get started with the stencils. I'm going to do the polka dots first. I want them to go off the edge of my paper, which means I need to protect my desk. So I'm going to get out my handy dandy mat here. Put that underneath. And then I'm going to use cement tape to secure the paper to the mat and the stencil to both the mat and the paper. And let's take the stencil over to the left side first. And I just want it to take those dots off the edge there. So I can go ahead and put some tape here, and I've got the edge of my paper running through a gap in the stencil, not in the space in between two dots, but right over that gap so that I know that the pattern's going to run right off the edge. This will be behind the layering, so I can add one here wherever I like. Okay, that means I am all ready to put my texture through this stencil. Now, let's grab a knife and the paste. You can do this with all sorts of tools. You can do it with palette knife. You can do it with a gift card, an old debit card, whatever you like. Yeah, you can do it with a bit of cardboard lying around. I'm not fancy. I do have a knife today, but those who watch my live streams will know that for a long time I couldn't find my knife, and I just kept using the little layer that sits, like the seal that sits inside the package. It worked just fine. I found the knife though, so I thought I'd be fancy for all of you. Okay. So if you've never worked with this before, don't worry. It's easy and it's very forgiving. The inks and the paste today are very forgiving, and that's why I wanted to share them with you, because I love things that don't have a huge learning curve and put you off. I want you to feel like you can go ahead and use exactly what you ordered straight away and make something that you love. So let's do that. So basically all I do is I take some paste out of the pot, smoosh it down on here, and then just scrape. So I'm holding my knife at an angle and scrape it across, and that will fill all of these dots. Now, you'll get some dots that are filled perfectly, and you'll get some that are just filled partially. That's exactly the idea. I don't want this step to be perfect. If you did want it to be perfect, you can do it. You just take more time going over each one and looking at each one, but this is all I want. I want each one to be a little rough around the edges, so this works just fine. Now, we take this stencil off for a moment. We're gonna go to rainbows next. Pick this up, just go slowly, you'll feel it. And now I've got all of that texture there. Put that one to the side and bring out my rainbows. So, I'm going to have a few rainbows showing up here. Get a bit of paste. And I have to be a bit more careful with rainbows than dots, because this stencil has teeny tiny little lines to separate the pieces of the rainbow. But here's a secret. You know, when I drew these crazy little curves and told you it was a rainbow, you bought it. Does my rainbow stencil need to come out perfectly for you to understand that it's a rainbow, especially if I'm also going to stamp some rainbows in there? Nah. It's forgiving. So don't worry too much. But I do need to be a little more careful with rainbows than dots, that's all. But likewise, I don't want them to all be perfect. So on this one, I'm making sure that I've left a little bit open, because that's the corner piece. And so is this one's going to be this top right corner. Got some little hearts in here, so I'll fill them in with paste too. Now all this center bit's going to be filled in, so I don't need to worry about that. It's going to be covered with layers of paper. I know, because I planned my layout in advance. What? It's amazing, good fun. Okay. It doesn't have to be a detailed plan. It's just an idea to keep you going, and then you know where you want stuff. So there are my rainbows. And then I also wanted some rainbows down here, remember? So I'm going to bring this just down here. I'm just going to use the same section of the stencil. Got less to clean that way. Bring the rainbows down here. Just scrape. Okay. Push, scrape. It's fine. If you don't like it, when you get to this point, you can just scrape it off. You can turn the cardstock over. Give it a try. Don't be afraid. It's fine. It's just paper. Okay, that's all my rainbows done. There we go. Totally imperfect, totally what I want. Okay, dots again. And I'm going to start with where I had them before, so I'm lining this up over here. But remember, I know I want my dots to go up a little bit more, so I'm going to sort that in just a minute. But I'm going to start here. The edge of the paper goes through a dot so that I know my pattern is going to go all the way to the edge. Okay, those dots all the way to the edge there. Okay, pick that up. Dots there. Now, I want a few more dots in here, don't I? So, I'm going to take the stencil in the same direction and line it up with the dots that are already there. Because this is a repeating pattern, so it's easy enough to do that. All I need to do is take a few dots up to match the height of the rainbow. It doesn't need to be all of them, just a few. So that's enough there. Pick that up. See, just added a little bit. Do the same thing down here. So I'm taking my top row and placing it over what I've already got. Just bringing a few down here. Pick it up, move it over here, same thing. Line up those dots, tiny bit of paste. Last one is up here. Bottom row, lined up with those dots there. Take this up to meet those rainbows and off the edge over here on the right. The last bit here is just to get any extra that's stuck to my stencil and put it on my page instead of on the stencil, because in just a second, that's going to go down the drain. So now, once you've got all of your paste through here, take a moment to go rinse your stencils with water so that they're not pasty forever. You can tell I'm not a big one on taking color off, but if you leave the paste on, then you're gonna have that texture on top of your stencil, and that makes it harder to work with the stencil with other mediums. So I do rinse the paste off straight away, and I'll take it off my mat as well. But I just want to put this aside in order to let it dry while we work on our paper layers. We have 6x8 pattern papers, and they're all double-sided in here. If you don't have this paper pad, you can choose a selection of papers to work with whatever photos you have. So you get several sheets of these, which means if you want to use it for Laura's class, for other people's classes, you can do that too. So I'm going to take one of each pattern to start my layering. And of course, I can always come back if I need a second sheet for the B side, but I might be able to use both just from a single sheet, because I won't need a whole 6x8 block of every single pattern. But I am going to use plenty of pattern. Now, If you're new to pattern mixing, taking everything all from one collection makes it really easy for you. You can mix lots of different types of patterns, and when they're all in one set color scheme, which is what happens when you design a collection, you set a rainbow of colors and then you use those colors to draw in, fill in all the other elements that you'll have in the collection. So for example, the leaves here are the same colors that you'll find in this stripe. So I know they're going to go together. So that means that it's a really easy way to get started, right? Does that take us to the end? It does. It's one of everything. Now, you can choose to leave your photos together as one block or to take them as two pieces that you can use independently, which is what I'm going to do today, but I wanted to show it to you this way because if you like something to be a little bit more neat and tidy, then keep it this way. Okay. So I've got my two photos here. That way I can overlap them a little bit like this. And I'm going to start by choosing what color I want nearest my photos. So I can look at these papers spread out and see that some of them have lots of different colors in them and some of them have just one or two. I like to have something that has just one or two right near the photo because I don't want to go from the variety of color that is in the photo directly to something else that has a lot of color, because then it's going to fight visually. I can still use that, and I will, but I will start with something that has fewer tones in it so that I can bring in a nice frame around the images. The white border on the photo does help with that because it's going to break up and give you a box around your photo and the pattern paper, but I still like to take it one step further and make that first layer that's behind the pictures be something that's not all the colors at once, just one. Okay, so I'm going to start here and then I will be cutting my mats to get gradually bigger. So this first one I can fit right across there and just start with a box. Now, these are all double-sided, so as I cut into one, I'm going to turn them over. Right, now I can put these aside for the moment and cut each box to be a little bigger behind there. Now, I like to alternate whether it has a lot of color or a little color. So I'm going to go into my stripes next. And cut around that. Of course, you can do this with a trimmer. I love scissors. They speak my language. So that's why you'll see me do things with scissors. Now I want something that will contrast against there. So let's take one of the darker prints and cut this box here. And something that's got a little lighter tone and fewer colors. Now, you don't always have to cut it. Having a torn edge here or there in the layers is going to give me a nice bit of variety, more texture, something unexpected. All of those things are good in my design book. So the odd torn edge makes me quite happy. And then I want to bring in this pink tone. Here's the other thing. Sometimes it doesn't need to grow in both directions. It can grow in just one on one side. So here, I'm going to keep it in this order, but I'm only going to cut that width. Then I'm going to take the other side and put that over here. So I can now turn these over, see what we've got left. Okay. That big piece there, I think, is what I'm going to. So I'm going to keep that as my very back layer. Which means this one's going to need to be a little shorter because right now it's the same width. Bring that in there. Be nice to have the contrast of the yellow. There's not so much yellow in this mix yet. So let's take, oh, and this one has the rainbows. Have to bring in those rainbows, but I'd quite like for them to be upright so that you can tell they're a rainbow rather than to the side, but they look a little more like fish scales. So let's bring in some rainbow up here. And then let's have another strip of this one, the other side, to come down here at the bottom. And this one I think I'll save to punch into some pieces to use once I get started. Okay, so when I have all of this, I've got it in the order I want, which means I kind of want to keep it in this stack so that I don't completely forget where I've gone. But I do like to ink all of my edges. And for that, I don't tend to use my Distress Oxides. I just use a standard old Distress ink, and I use a black or a brown. So I'm going to go with brown today since I'm using all these warm autumnal tones. And my brown is walnut stain, but it doesn't really matter. Just pick a brown that you like. Okay, so I will add ink to the edges of everything here. And then I just keep them in order this way. Now, whoops, doing this sort of thing also helps me remember and go, oh, I haven't used that one yet, and I like it. I still have them here, and I'm still going to have plenty of pieces that I'm going to cut into smaller bits and pieces to add in. So this is also just a good mental check as you go through. Oh, I don't want to forget that particular paper that I pulled out. So I don't ink torn edges. I just go around the ones that are a straight edge. So this just gives you a nice reminder. I actually do this on a bigger scale with my own stash. So I have a lot of pattern paper. A lot of pattern paper. So much. And I have no apologies, regrets, anything. I love pattern paper, and I like my big old collection of pattern paper. It's all good. But it is very easy with whatever you have in your stash that you have a lot of to forget what's there, and you'll have things that were like once precious items that you had collected, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I totally forgot that I even own that. So here's what I do. Even if I'm not scrapbooking any given day, which is rare, but it does happen, then I will go to my cupboard of magic, which is where all the paper lives, and I will flip through. I'll just take the paper off one stack and flip through and have a look. It just gives my brain a little reminder of all the stuff that's there. And that helps me think of different combinations that I might put together, or just remembering that thing that I bought and then didn't use, to make sure that I do go ahead and work on that idea and get it onto a page, into an album, so that I can see it forever. Okay, I have all of these pieces now inked and ready to go. I'm just doing the odd shaped ones there, and then I can take this whole stack back over like that. Now, adhesive. So it's time to start sticking things. I place my adhesive so that it is not directly at the edges. I put it in the middle, so that then when I come to tuck layers in, if I want to put something in this corner, I don't have to completely peel it up. I also use adhesives that are easy to pull up, because sometimes I do pull up the whole stack. Sometimes that's what I do. I go, oh, you know what? I should have put this layer at the back, and I didn't, and I want the glue to be able to work with me while I'm working on the page. Work with me here. So I use repositionable adhesive. So Scrapbook.com has this one that I love, which is the yellow dotted one. They also do green. Green is solid. I don't know why it makes sense to me to put it on my forehead, but here we go. So the green one is a solid adhesive. The yellow one is a repositionable dot. Let me talk to you about choosing an adhesive. To me, there are two things that you need to be aware of when you're looking. So I would say if you haven't tried these, maybe get one of each and give them a try, because there's two things that I think you need to check before you ever make like a long-term decision on adhesive. Number one, do you like how it feels? Do you like the sensory experience of using your glue? Life is too short to fight with adhesive, because it is something that we're going to use on every single page. And if you don't like how it feels in your hand, like how this feels in your hand, or how the adhesive goes down, if you're having to pull or mess or anything like that, and it's making you go, ah, you're not going to enjoy your hobby time. I want you to enjoy this. It's a hobby. It's fun. It's not meant to be stressful. There's no stress in scrapbooking. I won't allow it. That's not stressful at all, right? So the first thing I think you should always be aware of is, how does it feel? If you don't like how it feels, change adhesives, change your scissors, change your trimmer, change whatever it is that you don't like the sensory experience. Enjoy making things with your hands. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I firmly believe that different adhesives work differently in different climates. So I really recommend that you make a few pages and put them in an album for a few months and then come back to them and make sure that everything is sticking how you want. Because there are adhesives that I've loved that work beautifully in my albums and in my climate. And then somebody will say, oh, I tried that adhesive that you used and it didn't work for me. And you know what? Then I realize, hold on, where are you from? Oh, I'm from somewhere where it's hot all the time. Or I'm from somewhere that, it's a desert. I live on an island, a little walk to a river. It's very humid. So the things that work for me may not work for you. And what I want you to be able to do is find an adhesive that you love and will keep your memories safe and not have your pages falling apart in your albums. So there you go. That's my little soapbox speech on adhesive. Let's stick stuff together. So in my first layer, I don't want to add any big angles. And in fact, throughout this whole stack, I don't want to add any big angles. The whole idea to me is that a paper stack should look like I've brought everything together on the desk, but I haven't given it that last tap to make it nice and super tidy. But I don't want big angles because anytime the angle is too big, our head will physically like tilt and go, where am I supposed to look? It's just quite an unsettling feeling. So either no angles and just move things up, down, side, side, or keep the angles really small. That's all. And I tend to do, if it's something that has more movement in the memory, then a little bit of angle here and there works better. If it doesn't have a lot of movement in the memory, like these are clearly posed photos, then I tend to keep everything pretty straight up and down, and then I just move so that I get uneven here. So see, this is a small bit of pattern there, a larger bit here, because I don't want it to feel like each one is graduated, because that feels very formal. It's kind of how we mat very serious photos, which doesn't tend to be what I scrapbook. I tend to be scrapbooking photos that are more casual memories. I don't really want a lot of formality. Got this piece to come up here. Now, look, do you see how that accidentally ended up in line here? I don't want that. I want everything offset. So it either needs to come in a little bit or go out a little bit. So here it's going to come in a little bit. And then I've got this one down here. So I can take that and just bring it there. So everything is offset. Nothing is ever ending at the same place. This is going to go onto here. Still putting adhesive toward the center wherever I can, because that way I can layer things up. Now, here, look, I don't want that. I don't want it to be all in a row. It needs to be offset. So if I offset the top and then I look at the bottom, oh no, that one's in line. So it means I need to go dramatically in one direction or the other so that all of my pieces stay in their own little frame of reference, their own plane. And there we go. Now I've got the basics to this all good to go and ready. Yeah. So when I have a piece like this, even though you've seen me just put the adhesive just in the middle, this is still nice and sturdy. Yeah, it's not falling apart. One of the questions I get a lot in live streams and things like that is when I just put like 2 tabs of adhesive on there, are my pages falling apart? No, they're not, I promise. So yeah, lots of layers, all stuck together, it's still fine. And I love the thick kind of nature of all the layers and how you can feel it all coming together. It starts to feel like a real scrapbook page to me when you can feel that there's like weight behind those photos. There's lots of detail there. Okay, so that's the start. How do we build more into that? Well, we go back to the other bit because this is dry now. So I can go ahead and add some texture and color to this and let it dry while I add more to that. So I just keep flipping back and forth. Okay, so go back to your textured paper. Let's have a look at the colors that I've chosen and I'll show you why. So if we go back to this pattern paper stack, there's this stripe that shows you all of the colors in the whole stack. Here's what I've got. If we go in the order from the top, this pale pink is Tattered Rose. Then there's a stripe of Saltwater Taffy. Then there's this yellow, that's Wild Honey, and there's a brown. I'm using Walnut Stain. You might want a lighter brown if you've got a bigger collection, but I don't have a lot of neutrals because they're not my thing. Yes, not so much. So I just have a couple. So Walnut Stain is a good go-to brown if you just need one like me. I think I have 2. I have Walnut Stain and Ground Espresso. Okay, so that takes me the first 4 stripes. Then I've got peacock feathers. Then a lighter version of that, salvage patina. And then a greener, lighter color, shabby shutters. Then we have the brown again. And then there's this red orange. That's crackling campfire without a doubt. Now the only thing is I want to feel like this also has the orange in a traditional autumn color scheme. So even though it's not in that pattern paper, I've added, it's on my forehead, so it must be true. I've added carved pumpkin. So that's my orange added in, but you could add in any orange. Now, do I think this is the absolute only set of colors that go with this? Absolutely not. Use the colors that you have, find things that are close, and just work with what you've got. You don't need this many, but I wanted to show you how I build out a color scheme from a pattern paper, and it's literally that. Now, in terms of knowing which colors in my inks go with the pattern papers, there's a few things to keep in mind. Number one, the more you use them, the more you'll know how they come out. Number two, if you make a swatch of every ink when you get it, and then you can keep little paper swatches either in a book or on a ring or whatever you like, and then you can see all the different colors you have. And lastly, I don't do it straight away. I tend to do it until I have a few new ones and then I add in. But I label the sides of my inks with a little swatch so that I can see it at a glance when I'm storing them, and then I can put it next to, well, obviously that's not a match, but I can put it next to the pattern paper and see that it matches. Yeah? So all of those things help to find the colors that are going to go with your pattern paper. So that's where I've started. I have all of these colors to work with. Beautiful. So I then work with boopers. These are booper handles. This part is the booper head. Now, you can tell me all day long that there is an official name for these and that they're called ink applicators, but I call them boopers because my son calls them boopers, and it makes perfect sense because when you take your ink pad and you take your booper and you do this, you are booping. This is booping through a stencil. So they're boopers with booper heads. Now this is my entire collection. Are you ready? I have the black and brown that I keep loaded up all the time. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 handles that I have collected over the years. Woo. And then I have booper heads for each of my oxides. I didn't start with one for each. For a long time, I just had 2 handles, and I had a pink head and a green, and I had one for each color in the rainbow. And it was only when I got to where I was using ink more and more that I felt it was worthwhile having one booper head per ink pad. So don't feel like you have to have them all straight away. You don't. Okay, so I'm going to load up my my booper heads for these, but obviously I have more inks out than I have handles. That's fine. So I just want to get all of them in place so that I'm good to go. And I'm going to start on this side of the page and work my way toward the right. Keep in mind that a big chunk of this is going to get covered up. So if anything goes wrong, you just move this around and add more layers to cover it up. It's absolutely fine. I'm going to start with my lighter colors. So I'm going to go into Tattered Rose, load up my booper head, and I'm going to start over here on this edge. All I do is load it up by booping. And then over here, I'm blending. So I'm going to go in a circular motion right over the top of my embossing paste so that I've got kind of a semicircle here going off the page. Then grab the next color, which for me is Saltwater Taffy. So I started with Tattered Rose. And now I'm going to go to Saltwater Taffy. And we're going to come over here. This one's not going off the page, so it's going to be a full circle. Around and round and round. Now you'll see starting to get a little bit of speckles of the Distress texture paste coming off. That's absolutely fine. Do not let it bother you. We're just going to brush it all off at the end. It's not doing any harm. It's absolutely fine. Okay. Next one. Go into my yellow here, Wild Honey. Straight across, another circle here. Now, see how these are starting to blend into each other? We're going to come back to those. So if you only have a couple handles and you need to keep changing booper heads straight away, you can do this as you go. So put on one new color and then come back to blend those together. See, I want this to come together here. And I can add a bit more if they aren't blending just how I want. But the trick to blending oxides is often that you need more ink than you think. So don't be afraid to keep going over it. It's okay. Right, I'm moving right along. I want some orange next here. So I've got carved pumpkin. Now, those two colors are quite similar, wild honey and carved pumpkin. So it may take an extra layer or two before you start to see the depth in the orange. So now on the second time over it, I can start to see that this is more orange than yellow. So again, don't be afraid to add more ink. It's all good. Then I take a step back, load up my yellow here, my wild honey, and pull this across so that my circles start to blend. So see how where the colors meet, just fades from one to the next. I can keep going if I got any handles left. Yeah, I can still go. So I'm going to take Crackling Campfire, my next semicircle here. Take my step back to my orange to blend here where they come together. And then my last color over to this side is going to be my brown. So that's a walnut stain for me. And this one will be a semicircle that takes us off the right-hand edge of the page. Now, remember, you still want those two colors to blend, so don't make the semicircle so small that they don't come together. Go back a step, make this back into a circle to blend into the brown. And there we go. All right, put lids on everything now so that when we have some water, we're not going to accidentally get our ink pads all wet. That's just more mess than I like cleaning up. I don't know about you, but that's my thought. Okay, so we've got this coming through here. Now, water. Okay, just spraying water on there, and then I'm going to let it drip down. Yeah. I'm going to go in here and just let it pool in each color, because with Distress Oxides you're going to get a change in the ink when it gets wet. Now don't worry too much about everything dripping down to the bottom of the page. It's okay. Remember, we got lots to put on here, so it's all right. Boop, 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 boop. I just don't want any big puddles on the page, so that's why I'm tapping it down. And then have a look, see if you can see where your water is versus where it hasn't been touched by the water yet. Now, if you spread that water at the top and then just let it drip straight down, sorry, I know that's not the most beautiful shot for film there. If I let that all drip down, I'm holding this just straight up and down so that it can all drip down the page, then I'll get this softness at the top, and that's what I'm after. So shake off as much of the water as you can. You don't want any puddles left here. So see, I've got a little puddle here and a little puddle there. I want to go ahead and take those right down See if they'll wiggle right down to the bottom of the page so that I can let this dry while we do another paper step and come back in with my other colors. You can also, one, you can hit it with a heat gun if you want. Two, you can cheat like this. That's high tech. Yeah, that's really technical art technique there. Technical techniques. Don't worry if you get fingerprints like that. A lot of it's going to be covered up. Okay, I've got all my, have a look in case there's any puddles hiding in the circles or anything like that. But yeah, once you've got it to about there, you're going to set it aside and let it dry. Clean up this mess so that you don't end up putting your work down on top of it and going, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, just put this aside and we're going to go back to these layers next. So back we go to this bit and we're going to add in smaller pieces. Now, I really like using something like this, a label punch, to take pieces, pattern paper, scraps, and various things like that in order to have little things. But guess what? If that's not an option, it's not in your bucket of tricks already, there you go. Rectangle, absolutely fine. Yeah? So you're just looking at ways that you can make smaller pieces of pattern paper. So I can tear this edge here and get a little collection of different pieces to add in. You might have dies that you like for things like this. So you could use circle shapes, you can use boxes, all the different things that you like. There we go. Okay, so I have a variety now of different patterned pieces. I ink all of them just like I did for the boxes that go around. And then I start tucking them into things, into these layers. So remember, I added the adhesive in the middle so that I can do this step really easily because everything will just tuck in without any problem. The other thing I've got that I can add in here comes from my sticker book. And this is one of the things that I love all sorts of sticker sheets, sticker books, stickers, die cuts for, because you can just keep putting in as many pieces as you want until it feels like it's the right amount for you. So in this particular sticker book, I'm looking at these little phrases and these label stickers. And as I pick them out, I will ink them as well. Now, I like to go from the largest pieces to the smaller pieces, so this will probably be my last step. So I leave it open to the page that I'm most likely to use as I go. That gives me these pieces here. Just do a little moving things around. Okay, so starting with largest and giving myself contrast against this. So instead of sticking my layers straight down to a background, I'm just making this whole piece that I can hold on its own, yeah? So I can tuck in pieces. Didn't seem dark enough there. I can tuck in different pieces and make sure they're offset with all these little pieces, all the different edges here. And what I tend to do is find one location and place quite a few together. And then I can add things with a bit of dimension. So here's my teeny tiny foam squares on the back of this smallest label. And we all know that even with two, taking the backs off pop dots, foam squares, papios as they're called in my house, that's the most riveting type of crafty viewing that ever there was. So you can take pieces like that. I'm trying to see where I've got the best contrast, and it's over here. And just because it's popped does not mean it has to go on top of everything else. So it can, or it can go behind, and then it's going to give a little bit of dimension to all the paper layers that you have there. So I want to bring in some of these metallic pieces with the rose gold. So add a little bit of ink to that and bring it back here. So I'm adding all of these little pieces in that area there. Then I'll go to another corner, yeah? So let's take a piece like this and tuck it over here. which then also gives me a spot to put something like that. And it's okay, look, it's that width, but I'm gonna cover up almost all of it and just show you this much. That's okay. A lot of layering has to include covering things up. If you don't cover up, you're not layering. So don't get too worried about that happening. Let's have a look and see about making this all come together by grabbing that background again. I still want to put some phrase stickers in here, but I want to have a look at how it's going to come together on the background. So I've got this, and you can start to see how that's going to come together. But you might notice that once I put these papers on top of here, it's really obvious that I'm missing certain colors from here. Now that might be something that you want to do, and you want to go ahead and finish the layout without adding the green and the blue-green tones, but I want to include the blue-greens. So I'm going to bring them into this space and this space here. I am going to come back to these phrase stickers, so I'm just going to pop them up here for the moment, and I've got 3 pieces left here that I had ready to go that I haven't put in. I bet they end up on the page by the time I'm done. So, you need a mat again. You can just leave your mat out the whole time, but I tend to pop it out of the way whenever I'm working on, make sure, if it's going to get messy, remember last time I had it out, I had all of these drips down here at the bottom, so then I wipe it all away and just put it off my desk so that I can work on something else. So it does mean that I'm constantly bringing the mat back and forth, and that doesn't bother me. Okay, I'm gonna bring in those other colors. But I also want to bring this brown over to here, because when we look at this, the brown is quite ever present. So, and there's just a little bit of it here. I want just a tiny bit of it here too. Not a lot, just a little. Little is going to go a long way. So this time I want to go this way up. I'll start over here with walnut stain. And I'm working in a smaller size this time. See how those were about twice as big. The circles are about twice as big as here. Shabby Shutters up next. And then Salvage Patina here. Then what I want you to see is where we stop here, because our paper is going to cover it. Just one moment. See? Now, I could even stop there, but I want this blend to come into there just a little bit. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over those 3 colors one more time. And bring this over a little bit. And then make sure that I'm blending those oxides together by adding more ink. More ink. Yeah. If you feel like you have brush strokes or an imperfect blend, just keep adding more and it'll work its way out. Really lovely thing about oxide. Okay, so I've got those blended over there. Then all the way to this side, I want my peacock feathers, my brightest bit of turquoise, to be over here. And then I'm just going to blend it back 1 shade lighter. So I'm going to bring the Salvage Patina back here, just so that it's not blending into the white, it's fading into something. So these 2 colors are very similar, but this one's a bit more green, a bit more aqua, and this is more saturated turquoise. But they're going to blend very easily. Okay, time for water, but also a little bit of stamping, but we're gonna do some water first. Not as much as before, and I wanted to show you a second way to do it. So you can spray the water, and you could do it exactly the way we did the first time around, or you could just use a paintbrush. I'm going to use a water brush, but you can use just a paintbrush with some water if you prefer. Okay. And I'm going to drip the water on there so I can control it. And then over to here, here. Now, carefully roll it around, and it's going to blend. It's going to fall. It's okay. Now, let it drip down the page. And you'll have some color starting to work its way down. So it's just a matter of preference, but because we're learning things today, I wanted to show you side by side in case one looks happier, more useful, more controlled, more your style. Yeah, so you can try either method and see what you prefer. So I will come back to this in just a bit. It's just a little bit too wet to add ink straight to it, so I'm going to let it dry just for a tiny bit while I add a few more pieces here. Okay, so I've added one over here, and that makes me want to just add a few more pieces of color to this side. And that means I have a little nice triangle of embellishment to surround my photo with a little frame. It's never a bad thing. I've got a label there and a label there. Can I bring a label over here? I think I can. So ink the edges of that one. Tuck it right behind there. Now, enamel dots. So I like adding enamel dots at the very end of a project, but I also like adding them to a stack like this. So I will go in here, and I've got my oranges now, and I do what I call bubbling. So I'll start with one of the larger pieces, and I'll bring it near the photo. So that's a larger dot. Then I go down a size. I move up away from the photo and on a diagonal. So see how this is going to end up tucked behind there? So it's on the edge of one of the papers. And then I bubble just slightly to the left up to the next paper edge. Then take the smallest one, bubble up one more layer, and put it in between. So it goes bounce, bounce, bounce. Yeah. And then if it helps to imagine that direction, you can turn the whole thing. So I can start down here. Oh, I want my letters to be legible, so I'll move it there. Bubble to the left, smallest one in the middle. And then over here. One there. This time I can bubble to the right. And above there. So I'm always starting with the biggest dots toward the photos, closest to the photos, smallest dots going away from the photos. All right, let's see how my drying is going. I just want it dry enough to add a little bit more green to this section here, which I think I can do now. Yep, so where's my shabby shutters? Boop. Boop, a bit more green onto there, blend it out, and blend in with its next door neighbor color here, just to make that a bit brighter. Let's check how that's going to look with this in place. Yep, I can see this color, and I've got my green kind of recovered there. That's starting to look just how I want. So how do we pull all this together? I do that with stamping. So remember, we have these two stamp sets that I have pulled out and I haven't used yet. And I had these rainbows to go with my rainbow stencil. That it all comes together in the end. I know it always seems a little bit random when you watch somebody bring a page together and thinking, why did they pick all that stuff? There's usually a reason. So I know that that's going to go right about there, and I will start to add in my stamps. So I start smallest, furthest away from the photo, or larger, close to the photo. But that's quite big. I think I'm going to go with the smaller. I'm going to just skip this big one straight away, and I'm going to go with this smaller rainbow. So I just need this little tiny block. And then I want to bring in the same colors I've used, but whatever's not here so that I can add a little bit of contrast. So I can bring in the peacock feathers, bring that in here. And then clean it as I go. So that I can go right into stamping another color. So let's go with the saltwater taffy, which is that next door color. And then let's look at adding something that can come in here. So let's look for a phrase in the 2 stamp sets that I brought out. So those are all a little big so far. That's okay. What about that smiles? I think it'll fit. And then I can take this color because it's close to that. It's going to offer contrast here, but it's not a direct repeat. And I can see where my L and my E make a corner. I can put that corner around the taffy colored rainbow to make it all fit. So I've added a little bit of stamping up there. I want to add some of those autumn stamps as well. Let's see what's going to make a good fit. And do I want to bring more rainbows down at the bottom? I might, very well might. I might add in a couple clouds. Would one of these fit on one of the labels in here as well? Just about. I'd like to do this sweeter than pumpkin pie. Does it fit? Okay, it's going to be an almost, so we're going to give it a go and see what we think. So I take the stamp and we're fearless. It's just a label sticker. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and that's okay. Okay. It's not a look that I'd want on every layout, but I kind of feel like the inkiness of it all goes with this background. So let's see where that might work. Right down here, I think. So let's figure out where this is going to go. So I want that little bit to come out, and I don't want a big gap here. I want the paper to run right up to that stamping. So I'm pretty close to where the placement's going to be. So this one could just come right down here. Okay. Let's stick this bad boy on there. Nope, I've gone too far over because I've lost my aqua bubble there. I've lost the aqua net. There we go. That's better. Just that little bit. These little things make a difference too. Depth and texture and all sorts of good fun. Okay, this means I can put a title on it. I can finish up with a little bit more stamping. I'm going to go ahead and move the mat out of the way because I'm not doing anything else that's going to go over the edges. So we're all good, just like that. All right, let's get a title on here. So I've got my multicolored alpha, but what I want is the rose gold. Yeah. easy title to just stop there, or if you want to be brave. Because we're having fun. We're learning, we're trying new things. That's what this whole thing is about. Okay, so this says, hello sweater weather. I want my title to say together in sweater weather. So that means I want to use the sweater and the weather and not the hello. No problem. Where are those scraps of mint tape that I used already? Let's cover up the hello. Yeah. And then ink the sweater weather. Take that tape off. Double check, just in case anything looks like it's gone astray. I've got just one tiny bit there. I'm going to take off. All right. Now, I've got paste here, so I want to fit as neatly as I can around that. Ha ha ha. Oh, I lost my G. It's okay. Put that back on it. And then I did this first word in all caps so that I could use my lowercase letters here to do the in wondering. I might even do that in the colorful ones rather than the metallic. If the I and the N are colors that would be useful. Yeah, I can do it in the pink. Yes, yes, yes. So don't be afraid to kind of mix and match the different pieces that you have available to make your titles, stickers, stamps, write in some words. You can always add a label in the middle of your title if you don't have something that will spell out the right thing, and just handwrite that word or stamp that word onto a label. What would we do if this went wrong? Because let's just prepare ourselves. What if I stamped this and it was a great, huge mess and I was like, oh no. It's okay, because I can cover it up with more paper. I have so many layers here that nobody is going to think anything weird. If I move this title and add more paper layers down here, it's going to be just fine. No one's going to think, oh, she totally messed up and covered that with more paper layers. No, they're going to think the whole time that I was just adding more layers. So it's okay. All right, now, this little bit of turquoise is off over here all on its own. I want to make it feel like it belongs, so I'm going to take my tiny stamps again, and this time I'm going to go for a cloud. Let's have a little cloud and add a little bit more of that turquoise. Let's just throw it off the desk onto the floor. That's a great way to use ink. It's fine. It didn't hit the floor. Yeah, so we're going to stamp a little cloud into the title here. And then I love this stamp set for having multiple sizes, so I can just go up one size and go over to sandwich patina, like those two blending into each other. So, and like this, the rainbow and the title there, or rainbow and the word. It wasn't the title; it was just a word. And so I can bring those here. Yeah, I can add a little rainbow in here too. Why don't I go ahead and repeat that set of colors by bringing the rainbow back and doing that in saltwater taffy. Yeah. And you can carry on adding more bits and pieces like that if you feel like it needs more things to kind of bring it together. You can just keep going with that sort of idea. And then I like to add more dots. Now I've already used this darker color, so I'm going to use the brighter color here. Remember, I want to have some space to add some journaling, so that's why I've left some of this all smooth. I'm going to go ahead and go near the title and do the same technique, but this time I don't have layers to put them on. So these are going, the darker red is, or darker orange is closer to the photos and on all of those layers, but these are going to be the other placements. So I can bring one up here and go up off the top of my layers. And a third one over here. I want this to come into the title here. So I'm going to bring that down to the stamping. Yeah, just little trios, with the bigger ones always closest to the middle. Okay, right. grab a pen. I'll get my journaling in place. Ways you could make this journaling work. Now, you can write right over the top of this. It's lovely and it won't mess up your pen. The paste will mess up the pen more than the ink. Hold on, I got ahead of myself there. So depending on the type of pen point you have, if you go over the paste, it may be a little tricksy. So what you want to do if you want to test a pen is you pick up an edge and you try it underneath there, and then you can just take it back down. But of course, you've got some open space up here, you've got some open space down here. If you don't have enough room with all that and you want to be able to stick something in, then you can add a pocket behind by just cutting a tag that will fit in a spot that doesn't have adhesive, and then putting the adhesive side by side so it makes a little pocket. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and journal today with a brown pen, and I've got a brown American Crafts Precision pen for that. If this sort of thing makes you nervous, writing straight onto the background, write on a tag and tuck it in, or you can also draw some lines and pencil it in and then write over the top. That's not cheating, that's learning. I did that for years and years and years, and I have no regret. The only thing that makes you confident about writing onto a background, there are two options. One, you're just afraid of nothing. Two, you have practiced. So the more you do it, the easier it gets, I promise. So there's the finished layout, and I hope you have enjoyed trying something that I hope is a little different to what you do on a daily basis. I hope it's given you some ideas, whether you take a little bit or a lot and move it into all sorts of different directions. You can change this up by adding one landscape photo here. You could make this box bigger by starting with bigger scraps of paper to include more photos along the way. You could use just 2 or 3 ink colors instead of all the colors for the whole paper collection. You can swap the whole thing and turn it 90 degrees if you want to use several photos and have your photo block be vertical instead of horizontal. All of those things. If you get to this stage and you'd actually like it to have a little bit more pattern, you could bring in some strips to go along the bottom of your page. You can give it a little frame if you like. Yeah, all sorts of different things that you can do, and I hope you enjoy trying them. And a huge thank you both to you for coming and enjoying SBC Fest and trying something new, and to Scrapbook.com for inviting me to be part of this fun. If you like what you saw here, I live stream my scrapbooking twice a week. That's Mondays and Fridays on YouTube, but I also teach scrapbooking classes all the time, and you can find them at Shimelle.com. You can find me on Instagram at Shimelle. If you look for Shimelle, I'm pretty easy to find. And I'm a big believer in telling your story, in taking photos that you enjoy and make you excited to have in your album, and of using what you buy. Don't just buy stuff to put it on the shelf. I know that shopping for scrapbook supplies and scrapbooking with them can be 2 separate hobbies, but I really would love for you to bridge that gap so that all the stuff you buy ends up in your album so you can see it forever and be very happy with it. So I do all that sort of stuff, and you can find me online. I would love for you to come say hi and say that you met me at SBC Fest, and also hello to all of you who already knew me and came over here to watch. I hope you find some new instructors this weekend and that give you some inspiration too. Thanks again, and I hope you have a fabulous weekend. Bye-bye!
Hello friends, I'm Juliana Michaels and I'm super excited to be sharing with you during the first ever SBC Fest. Before I get into my presentation, I wanted to share a little bit about myself. I was first introduced to scrapbooking back in 1997, and at the time I had no idea that I would fall in love with paper crafting, scrapbooking, card making, all the things, and that I would have any of the opportunities that I've had either over the years. I've been super blessed and lucky to have worked with a lot of amazing companies and manufacturers and designers over the years. And right now I'm currently designing for Scrapbook.com and Tim Holtz brands. So again, like I said, super, super lucky and blessed there. At the time, like I said, I started scrapbooking and did, pretty much just like a clean and simple type style, and scrapbooked and did that for many, many years. Through the years, got into some stamping and card making and such. But I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, I guess I quit scrapbooking. I just kind of lost an interest in it and kind of got more into card making and the coloring and all that. And I really enjoyed that, but I still felt like it just hadn't quite found myself yet, even though I'd been doing this paper crafting for so many years. But I came across mixed media, probably through social media. I don't know that I can attribute only one person to influencing me there, but I do have a very good friend of mine that does mixed media, and she definitely encouraged me, and I just kind of started playing around and fell in love with it. And I felt like I really found my passion when it came to paper crafting, more so than I had ever had with all the scrapbooking and card making that I'd done prior. I just, really felt like I'd found my niche. And so right now, pretty much anything you see from me is going to be kind of along those lines in that style. So besides paper crafting, I love coffee. I love shopping for antiques. I enjoy reading science fiction books, and my husband and I love watching murder mysteries, the lighthearted ones, not the gross and scary ones, but like I said, lighthearted ones. And the other thing that's keeping me super busy lately is, we've got a new puppy. Her name is Ziva. She's a golden retriever, and we've had her for, I guess, maybe 5 or 6 months now. So she's taken up a lot of our time, but she is definitely turning into the light of our lives. So now that you know a little bit more about me, I want to get into the card I'm going to be creating and sharing with you in my video. This is the card that I'm going to be showing you. And in the video, I'm going to be going over several different mixed media techniques and sharing some tips and tricks for card making. And I'd love to know if you have any favorite mediums or techniques that you love to work with, and you can let me know in the comments. I've also asked several questions in the video, and I'd love to hear your answers to those as well. So there you have it. Let's get into the making. To create this card, I'm going to be using a technique called ink smushing to give the paper a vintage distressed look. You will need watercolor paper, distress ink, an old paper and vintage photo, a spray bottle filled with water, and a non-stick craft mat. I begin by smushing the old paper ink pad directly onto my craft mat. I then add a tiny bit of vintage photo and spritz the ink with water using the distress sprayer. Next, I mix the inks together using my finger. I then smush the smooth side of the watercolor paper into the ink. I definitely recommend using watercolor paper for this card because it can stand up to all the techniques I'll be sharing. After I've smushed the paper into the ink, I use a heat tool to dry the paper. It takes a little bit of time to dry the ink, but the heat tool definitely speeds up the process as compared to letting it air dry. Here I'm repeating the process of ink smushing with more ink and water. Feel free to repeat this process as many times as you like until you are happy with the way it looks. Just remember to dry the paper in between each layer of ink smushing. Here I'm placing my ink smushed background in the center of my MISTI, which is a stamp positioning tool, and using some Scrapbook.com repositionable dotted tape runner along with some magnets to help hold it in place. For the next step, I'm going to add some stamped images using the Botanic Collage stamp set by Tim Holtz and Black Soot Archival ink. Feel free to use any stamp set you like, but as for the ink, I recommend a permanent ink such as the archival ink so that the next step doesn't cause the ink to bleed. Here I'm stamping one of the images in the center of my background using Black Soot Archival ink. The black tool I'm rubbing over my MISTI is called the Stampendable Stamping Tool, and I love to use it when working with larger stamps. I've found this to be a lot more comfortable when I need to apply more pressure instead of using my fingers. It's also really helpful if you have arthritis, pain, or weakness in your hands or wrists. Here I'm moving my paper to stamp another image on the bottom right-hand side from the same stamp set. I only wanted the text part of the image, so I'm being careful to place it so that only that part will get stamped onto my paper. I find that when working on watercolor paper, I typically have to stamp twice to get a good image. I'm now repeating this process with another image for the upper left-hand corner. And once again, I only wanted the text part of the image. Have you ever used only part of a stamp when stamping? It's a great way to stretch your stash and get more out of them. Next up, I'm going to add some texture, and this step is why I use the permanent ink for my stamped images. Here I'm placing the Scrapbook.com honeycomb stencil over my background. Again, you can use any stencil you like. The repositionable adhesive will help hold it in place on my crafting surface. I then added a couple pieces of mint tape to help hold the stencil in place. To add some texture, I'm using Tim Holtz Distressed Translucent Texture Paste. This paste will dry clear, which means you can see through it, and it will have a shiny gloss finish. To give it some color, I'm mixing in a bit of Scrapbook.com Pops of Color and using a palette knife to mix them together. The color I'm using is Sage, but feel free to use any color you like. I've tried using the Pops of Color with stencils, but I find that the Pops of Color tends to bleed underneath my stencil. By mixing it with the Distressed Translucent Texture Paste, it thickens it just enough to prevent this from happening. You do have to be careful that you don't add too much of the Pops of Color. If you do, it will thin out the texture paste and cause it to bleed under the stencil. I have found that if the mixture has a very slight textured look to it, that it won't bleed. I highly recommend playing around with the consistency a few times on some scrap paper to get it right. Once you get the feel for it, you'll have it down and you'll be good to go. Once it's all mixed together, I'm going to use a palette knife to apply the colored paste through the stencil. As you can see, it remains translucent even with the color added, which allows the stamped image to show through. After applying the paste, I'm going to gently lift off the stencil, set the paper to the side to dry, and wash my stencil and palette knife immediately. As for the drying time, this will vary depending on how thick you apply the paste, as well as the temperature and humidity where you live. It was a bit warm and humid when I created this card, and it took over an hour for it to dry. But don't let this stop you from creating. While it's drying, you can work on the next parts for the card, and if it's still not dry, all you have to do is assemble everything the next day. Now that the paste is dry, I'm going to use a foam blending tool to apply Vintage Photo Distress ink to the edges of the background. I prefer to do this on a glass mat because there is no friction when it comes to rubbing the ink onto the paper. After I apply the ink to the blending tool, I place it on the glass mat off of the paper, and with the blending tool tilted slightly away from the paper, I drag the ink onto the paper in a circular motion. I continue this process, working my way around the edge of the paper. Practice definitely helps with creating a smooth blend, but I also find that the type of paper and ink you use matters as well. Distress watercolor paper and distress inks are some of my favorites when it comes to ink blending. Do you have any favorites? To embellish the card, I'm using the Scrapbook.com Butterflies 1 die set. I love butterflies, so it's really no surprise to me that I ended up using these dies on my card. I also use the Scrapbook.com Sprigs die set, which is another favorite of mine. If butterflies aren't your thing though, feel free to use what speaks to you. I die cut 2 of the detailed butterflies from 2 coordinating shades of paper from the Scrapbook.com Boho A2 paper pad, and 1 of the sprigs from another piece in the same paper pad. I really do love how these paper pads take the guesswork out of putting color combinations together for you. I used Distress Collage Medium to adhere the lighter colored butterfly die cut on top of the darker colored one, and then used my fingers to gently bend the top wings up to give them a little dimension. Distress Collage Medium is one of my favorite liquid adhesives because it dries clear. Do you have a favorite adhesive? If so, what is it and why do you love it? For the sentiment, I'm using the Scrapbook.com Friendly Bouquet stamp set. I stamped it onto a piece of white cardstock using my stamp positioning tool and VersaFine Black Onyx ink. This is another type of permanent ink, but because it is a pigment ink, it dries much slower. This slow drying time makes it great for heat embossing. I like to use it when working with clear stamps because it doesn't tend to stain them as easily as other permanent inks. When it comes to trimming small sentiments into strips, here's a little trick I came up with and wanted to share with you. Here you can watch me do it with 2 different sentiments. After stamping the sentiments, I trim off the excess paper using a paper trimmer. I then take a piece of cardstock and adhere a strip of mint tape or other temporary tape along one edge of the paper. Next, I adhere the stamped sentiment piece and place it in the trimmer. I line up the bottom edge of the sentiment with the plastic guide on the paper trimmer and then trim off that piece. I then flip the paper over and repeat the process on the other side. You can then use your trimmer or a pair of scissors to trim off the ends before you adhere it to your card. By following these steps, you end up with a perfectly centered sentiment strip. I ended up deciding to use the Thinking of You one and inked the edges with a foam blending tool and a bit of Vintage Photo Distress ink. Next up, I'm mounting the card front onto a piece of colored cardstock from the boho paper pad. To make it easier to line up the layers, I like to adhere my tape runner along one edge and then line it up from the bottom. By not pushing down too much, I can easily readjust it if it's not lined up just right. Once I'm happy with the placement, I flip it over and apply more tape runner. Now it's time to play. Here I'm going to start playing around with the placement of the die cuts. To help me decide on placement, I like to add a bit of repositionable adhesive to the back of them. This helps to hold them in place as I'm trying to figure out their placement. To give the sentiment strip and butterfly die cut some dimension, I'm using my scissors to trim off small pieces of Scrapbook.com double-sided foam adhesive strips. I absolutely love adding dimension to my cards, but if you're going to mail this card, you could skip this part to avoid having to pay more to mail it. As you can see, I spent a lot of time moving the pieces around as I'm trying to figure out what looks best to me. I really just keep moving them around until I find the arrangement that's pleasing to my eye. Here I'm using my scissors to trim off a bit of the sprig die because I don't like that the stem is hanging below the butterfly. As I continued to play around with where to place the die cuts, I decided to add another of the sprigs to fill out the design. While trying to figure out how to position the additional sprig die cut, I decided to trim it down too. As you can see, I cut off even more on this one to make it fit the space. For the final steps, I'm using Distress Collage Medium to adhere the sprigs. Once again, I love that this adhesive dries clear, so that if some does seep out, I don't have to worry too much. But I still try to use a light hand when squeezing the bottle and try to only apply small dots of glue to the die cut. I then adhere the butterflies in sentiment, which already had the double-sided foam adhesive on them. Here's a closer look at the finished card. I just love all the texture, depth, and dimension that we've achieved with these different techniques. Well, there you have it. Thanks so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video and the techniques, tips, and tricks I shared. I can't wait to see how you're inspired. Make sure to tag me on social media at Juliana Michaels, or you can use the hashtag SBCFest22 to share your work.
All right, welcome back, friends. 2 more instructors we just got to watch, and it was amazing. Shimelle and Juliana.
Yes.
So Shimelle's style, I absolutely love. She has such a pretty style. What did you think, Cody?
Yes, I love everything that Shimelle does.
Yes.
And if you want to see more of Shimelle, you got to head over to her YouTube channel. She does these classes all the time.
Yes.
And then, of course, she did a class for us as well, too, at Scrapbook.com when she visited a few years ago. But it stands the test of time. So come and check it out.
Yeah.
Check out her YouTube channel along with Juliana's.
Yes, Juliana too. And I would say Juliana's class was amazing too. I got so much out of both of them today. Now we're at 4 classes today, right?
Yes.
So it was awesome. And let me see my notes because I didn't want to forget anything here. I would say I love that Juliana did the ink smooshing to give the vintage distress look. And I loved all the layers. So many cool things with the stencils and mediums. And I mean, you can't really go wrong with butterflies, right, Cody?
Yeah, no.
No.
Definitely not. But I love how she used the mint tape on her paper trimmer. Like, so that she could get a good clean cut on her little sentiments.
I love that too.
A great idea.
Yes.
And again, like the Magic Mat, you can never have too much mint tape either. Like,
never. It's like it's like water.
Yeah, a crafter's water.
I was going to say toilet paper, but we'll say water.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like toilet paper. You can't have too much mint tape. Anyways.
You should definitely stock up, you know.
Yes, you should stock up. You never know.
We should sell it like, you said it. But no, I was going to say we should sell it in like the Costco size.
We should. Anyways, we are having too much fun.
Let Laura know in the live chat right now if you want
bulk
mint tape. Yeah, in bulk.
Anyways, all right, we're having too much fun. Yes. Let's jump into what?
We have something.
Don't jump.
No, stay right here. Stay right here. We just had released the SCT magazine.
Yes.
So tell us about that.
Okay, so the SCT magazine is amazing. You can get it free here at scrapbook.com, so you're going to want to make sure you get yours. Also, I would say that we are getting involved in the SCT Crop and Create Delivered event that's going to be September 30th through October 1st. And we are actually teaching. I will be teaching a class there, and I'm so excited. It's amazing. So be sure to check that out on their website. There are some fun things coming up with those events. Yes. I think this one's a little late to sign up for. I think it's packed in full, but check out the next ones. You're not going to want to miss it. They do an amazing job with their events.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It is just like this, days full of fun. So be sure to check that out so you can get into the next event.
So many good instructors at that one too, including
I was going to say she's saying that about herself.
No, that's Scrapbook.com. Anyways, all right. So what's coming up next?
Next, we have a class from Nicole Designs.
Yes.
And then following Marie's class, we're going to be right back here, and Laura will teach.
Yes, and we will be back soon.
Yes.
So we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Hello there, crafty people. This is Nicole from Nicole Designs, and I am so excited to be here for the first ever SBC Fest with Scrapbook.com. I hope you guys are having a great time. I know I'm having a great time. I'm just so honored to be here with you guys to teach this class. Hopefully you're enjoying all the other talented creators as well. And I really value all of your comments and your interactions. So go ahead and leave a question or a comment below as we're crafting together if you have anything that comes to mind. All right, so my class today is going to be all about slimline cards. Okay, so I don't know if you've jumped on the slimline card trend or not yet. It's been going around for a little while, so I feel like most of us card makers have kind of experimented with the slimline cards. But I'm going to give you some tips, some basic info on slimlines, and I'm just going to be using a lot of the fun items from Scrapbook.com and show you how to kind of put them together to make some fun Christmas cards. All right, so like I mentioned, we're gonna be making a few fun Christmas cards today, slimline style, and I've got lots of fun Scrapbook.com goodies to share with you. Now, if you went ahead and you grabbed my supply list from the Scrapbook.com website before the event, good for you. You can see what I'm using today. If you didn't, don't worry, you can go ahead and watch the video, and if you always want to craft along with me later on, after you maybe want to grab some supplies or see what I used, or maybe you've been inspired and you want to go check out the supplies at Scrapbook.com, you can always come back and watch the video and go through the steps with me again then if you want to. But all of that is just to say that I have a supply list on Scrapbook.com listing out all of the things here that I'm using today. So even if you don't have them right now and you want them later, you can go grab them. All right, moving on. Let's go ahead and switch to my overhead camera so you can see what I'm doing on my desk and follow my hands, and we'll get into some of the slimline card things, some tips, some basic information, and we'll make some fun Christmas cards together. All right, you ready? Let's go. Slimline cards, like I showed you, they are longer than an A2 size card, which is a really fun size. You can make a fun scene on them and do some different things that maybe you aren't able to do on a different size format of card. And the slimline cards here that I'm doing today are all going to be measuring about 3.5 by 8.5. So if you don't want to monkey around with cutting your own card bases and card fronts, Scrapbook.com has them available. They have slimline card panels, which are these single sheets of paper already cut down to 3.5 by 8.5. They also have cards and envelopes. So these are your card bases. They're cut, scored, and folded for you, and they fit perfectly with those card fronts. So if you grab these together, you're ready to go. Decorate on your card front, slap it on a card base, you've got your slimline cards. And they've got the envelopes for you, so you can go ahead and just stick it in that envelope. You're ready to go, make a card, mail it out. Voila, super easy. Now, maybe you don't have these already, but you want to craft along, or you want to start making some slimline cards of your own. Don't worry, I'm going to show you the dimensions, and I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and cut your own card bases and card fronts. Now I'm using some Neenah Solar White cardstock from Scrapbook.com. And they do sell these packs of 25 sheets of Neenah Solar White in their store, which is really handy because as card makers, we love our Neenah Solar White. Sometimes we can't go and buy the huge pack all at once, but Scrapbook.com has these handy dandy 25 packs of Neenah Solar White. So I'm going to show you how you can cut this down into a card front and a card base. That is a slimline size. Now, slimline cards can actually vary in size. The size that I'm working with today is 3.5 by 8.5. But here's a fun little tip for you. If you're at the store, any store, and you're looking for slimline envelopes, They're also kind of the same as A10 size envelopes. That's what they are, A10 size envelopes. So if you grab an A10 size envelope, typically your slimline card will fit inside. And you can see I've got plenty of size around this envelope to stick my card inside. I think, could be wrong, but I think they're also known as letter size envelopes. You may see these, they're like a business size envelope that you can put a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper in and send it like you're sending documents or something. So you can easily find envelopes to fit your slimline cards at department stores if you want to. They also make some really fancy ones because there are some people like myself who did wedding invites 12 years ago that fit inside of these envelopes, and I actually made my own wedding invites when we were engaged. I bought a ton of fancy ivory envelopes that are slimline size, and I still have a ton left. I did not send them all out. So I've got a ton of envelopes on hand. So finding envelopes for me has not been a problem. But if you're just getting into slimline envelopes, slimline cards, and you want to go pick up a pack of envelopes, they are the A10 size or the business letter size envelopes at your store. But Scrapbook.com also has them with the card bases and the card fronts, so you can easily grab them and do your cards and send them and all the fun things. Now, getting back to our own card bases. So if you want to make a card base that is slimline size, obviously you want this size, but you want it folded in half. So it is 3.5 across. So if we double that, we get 7 inches, right? So if we go ahead and we cut this at 7 inches long, and this side is 8.5, like this side is 8.5. Once we cut here, score it and fold it in half, we have our card base. So it's super easy to make your slimline card base. All you need to do is do one cut at that 7-inch mark. You want to make sure you're cutting on the long side. So this is the side that is 11 inches long. Made my little mark. I'm going to line it up here and just cut. Okay, so there is my card base. I just have to score it and fold it in half, and then I have my slimline card base. Now I gotta make sure I'm doing it on the right side. So this is 7 and this is 8.5. So I'm going to score it at 3.5 inches. Fold it in half. Give it a good fold with my creasing tool. And I have a slimline card base that fits my slimline card front, or should. That was my extra piece of paper. This is my slimline card front. So it fits perfectly with the card front panel that I'm using for Scrapbook.com. So to make your own card bases, take your 11 by 8.5 sheet of paper, cut at 7 inches on the 11-inch side, score it at 3.5 and fold, and you have an easy card base. Now for a card front, obviously you just cut it 8.5 by 3.5. So you can do one cut again as well on your cardstock, 8.5 by 11-inch cardstock. If you just want to make a flat front panel, go ahead and cut at 3.5 and you have a front panel. And you can get another one out of it. You can get another 3.5, and I think you can even get, because that would be 7 inches, and then you can even get another 3.5. You can get 3 card fronts out of one sheet of cardstock, and you can get 1 card base out of one sheet of cardstock. And that card base, I believe, still leaves you enough room for your card front. So if you're just making one slimline card, you can get your card base and your card front from one piece of card stock, and you don't have much waste if you want to do it that way. So that's how you go ahead and you cut a typical cardstock, piece of cardstock for your slimline cards. We are going to go ahead and attempt to recreate this slimline ho 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 card. So that's going to be fun. The stripes, I'm using the striped stencil from Scrapbook.com, and I'm going to grab that as soon as I find what else I'm looking for. First, what we're going to do is we're going to put down our everything slimline, because that's where my my brain is right now. This is my Scrapbook.com silicone mat. Okay, so this is really fun to put down on your place, your work surface if you're getting a little bit messy. We're not getting crazy messy today, but we are going to be doing a little bit of something. I'm using the Scrapbook.com slimline stripe stencil. Okay, and we're going to use that with our card front and some pops of color. This is the Rudolph Red Pops of Color. It goes along with this one that we're working on. The stripes in the background is that Rudolph Red, the Pops of Color, and I love it because it dries so shiny. And I'm going to show you how you can go ahead and stencil with Pops of Color. I don't know if you've tried that before or not, but it's really fun and really easy to do, and gives you that really fun shiny enamel finish when it dries. Okay, finding my mint tape. Where could it be? It's right where it's supposed to be. That's why I can't find it. You can't ever find anything when you put it where it's supposed to be. It's usually where it's not supposed to be. Okay, moving on. I've got some mint tape here, and I'm taping my stencil to my card front from the back side. This way, my stencil will stay where I want it to stay, but the tape does not get in the way of my design on the front. So I can stencil the whole area on the front without my stencil moving around on me too much. The other nice thing about stenciling on top of this silicone mat is the silicone mat is a little bit grippy, so it kind of holds it in place a little bit. It's not like you can go ahead and like really shove it around, but it doesn't slip as easily as if it's just on your desktop. Okay. My mic is angry at me today. Let me see here. If that helps any. Okay. Trying this again. So I've got my Rudolph Red Pops of Color. I've got my scraper tool, and we're gonna go ahead and get some stenciling going. So here's what I like to do. I like to take my Pops of Color and just squeeze on. You know what? I'm actually gonna use quite a bit of this. So I'm gonna be a rebel, and I'm gonna screw off the top. Not use the little nozzle tip, but I'm just gonna squeeze it right out of this little container here. Don't tell anybody. But you can get a lot more on there now this way. And it's actually easier when you're stenciling. So I've squirted a little bit on the edge of my scraper, and I'm gonna take it right to my stencil and my paper. I'm just going to gently scrape it along, trying to get it into all of those nooks and crannies. And then by kind of changing the angle of your scraper, you can get a lot of that Pops of Color down onto your paper, onto your stencil, scrape away the extra, and then scrape it back on and fill in those little areas. Now that actually did quite a bit. Need a little bit more. There's a few areas up here that need to be filled in. And I am being careful to try to not move my stencil around too much. Sometimes with these designs that have these smaller areas, like these stripes, it's easy for those stripes and the stencil kind of move around a little bit and to smush your design in the background. So I'm just being careful not to pull those little stripe pieces of the stencil along with me as I'm scraping. All right, so I'm just gonna keep filling in all of my background area here. I'm smushing it into the stripes, and then I'm taking my scraper, scraping away the extra. I'm gonna pick up some on the side here, scrape it back into those nooks and crannies. Make sure I've got the whole area stenciled. I am going to trim this down a little bit to be a little bit smaller on each side. So along the edges, if it's not perfect, I'm not worried about that. But it's also really easy to get in those areas with this scraper tool. And I think I've got it all stenciled. Now, I'm going to put my pops of color back together and put the lid on so it doesn't dry out or anything. And then I'm going to carefully peel off my stencil. Now, pops of color, they dry really shiny and they don't take a ton of time to dry. So I do want to peel off my stencil, and look at that. That looks really fun. I love it. It's going to dry so shiny. I'm going to put this to the side, and I'm actually going to take all of this over to the sink and wash it up right away. If it dries, it doesn't come off as easily, so I want to get it off right away while it's wet. So I'm going to set that off to the side, take all of this over to my sink, and scrub it up with some warm soapy water before it dries. So I will be right back. All right, guys, I went ahead and I cleaned up all of my supplies. They're drying in the bathroom. I actually stick them in the tub after I'm done washing them. Now you know. So that's where they're drying. But we're going to move on to the next part of our card. So here's our sample card. I've got the background part drying. We'll cut it down a little bit smaller when we're ready for that. We're going to cut out this scalloped portion here right behind there. And we're going to use these stitched scalloped slimline dies to cut them out. So I'm going to grab one of those pre-cut panels from Scrapbook.com. And I'm using the largest size right here to go ahead and cut this panel out. Now, I'm going to tape this down again with a little bit more of my mint tape, which I really love this mint tape. It's so easy to tear, so easy to use to keep everything in place when you're die cutting or stenciling or anything. And it's kind of like a Post-it note tape. It's like a paper tape, so you can write on it, put it in your planners. You can use it to mask and to ink blend, stamp it on it if you want to. I love it. I've got tons of that mint tape all over the place in my craft room. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and we're going to die cut this. Now I'm bringing my die machine over just so you guys can kind of see what I'm doing here. I am actually using the Magic Mat. If you haven't seen this before, I love it. It's kind of the same idea as my cutting mat down here, but it's a cutting mat that fits perfectly in your die cutting machine like this. It takes the place of one of your plastic cutting plates, and it actually saves you from having to buy cutting plates very often, right? I'm gonna add my slimline die right here, and it fits perfectly on my Magic Mat, on my cutting station. Some dies, if they're a little bit bigger, they might not quite fit. And if that happens, say if it's hanging off the side, you might just want to run it through once and then flip it around and run it through again before you pull that die off, so you get both sides. Mine does fit perfectly, so we're only going to have to run it through the die machine once. So make sure it's lined up where you want it to be, put that top plate on, and just crank it through your die cutting machine. All right, move that over to the side. Let's take our little scalloped layer off. Another thing that I really love about the mint tape, as long as we're talking about the mint tape, is it's that Post-it note kind of feel. So it's not super tacky, it's very low tack, and when you pull it off your cardstock, it doesn't rip it. So it's really, really great that way. Okay, so let me bring this over. It's not quite dry, it's still a little bit tacky. So before we go ahead and cut this down, I'm gonna set this to the side, and you can see here, I've got some other layers as well. I've got a red layer, I've got my letters and my cute little stocking there. So I'm gonna show you what I used for all of those as well. So for my red layer, I've got some of this slimline paper from the Christmas paper pad. That's gonna go down on the bottom. This one's gonna go next. Then we're gonna add our striped layer, which is not dry yet, but then we have to cut out our little stocking and our little letters for our sentiment. Really, for this sentiment, ho ho ho, you can see I've already used this paper scrap for my sentiment on my my sample card. So I'm just gonna use it again. So I'm gonna add all of my little pieces here, tape them down, and run them through my die cutting machine and cut out my sentiment. All right, so we've got our little ho 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 all cut out there, and I'm gonna move on to cutting out our little nested stockings. I just need one for this card. I am using this size right here. So we have 1, 2, the third size up from the smallest. That's gonna go here. So I'm using that one, and then I believe it's this little piece here. So 1 to third size up of the top. Now I really like this when I am creating lots of Christmas cards at once. If I can sort of make 1 or 2 designs of cards to make for Christmas, and then go ahead and cut a ton of stuff all at once, have the pieces ready to go, then it's easy just to go ahead and assemble a bunch of cards when I'm ready to put them together. So do a little bit of prep work beforehand, and then once you get to putting your cards together, it goes a lot faster. So if you want to make batches of cards, you know, kind of use some of the same elements on each card. Maybe have similar designs and styles, but just change it up a little bit. I'm going to put these 2 little pieces together using a little bit of this smart glue from Scrapbook.com. Now this glue, if you haven't used it before, I will say it takes a little bit of getting used to the bottle and how it flows out of the bottle. All right, so when you're applying this glue, make sure you don't squeeze the bottle. You really don't have to even squeeze it at all. I'm just touching it to my paper, and that is enough glue. It comes out really easily, so make sure you don't give it a big squeeze. And then I'm just going to add my stocking topper to the top of my stocking and let that glue dry there for just a second. And yep, it's dry. So those pops of color, they don't take long at all to dry, especially if you're using just a thin layer of them. So I'm gonna mark right there and right there. And I'm using my guillotine trimmer to cut through this now, because with those pops of color dried on there, it's gonna be hard to kind of drag a blade through it. So my guillotine trimmer is actually going to work much better than a, what do you call those other, just a paper trimmer with a running blade? Is that what you call them? Let's see how that goes, how that layers. All right, so that's perfect. And I want to mark on the bottom where to cut the bottom piece off. One more cut. And then we have our striped layer all ready to go. And I'm using these foam rolls from Scrapbook.com because they're just so easy to use. And actually, hang on just a sec. I will finish up this roll roll as well. They have 2-inch wide foam adhesive and 1-inch wide foam adhesive, and they also have, I believe it's like 1/2 inch or 1/4 inch foam adhesive. So they have lots of different sizes. I love the 2-inch roll for layers like this because you can just go ahead, add it right to the back and cut it, and you have even support on the whole back of your card. Your card layer here. I can just peel off that backing paper and add it. Right inside of those stitched lines. Boom. First layer done. I also love these rolls of foam adhesive because you get so much, but you can cut them down to different sizes to fill in any of those gaps. So you see I've got a few pieces here. Just cut a tiny piece and stick it in there. So you've got so many options with these foam rolls. So I'm going to center that. Boom, stick it down. And we have our background layers finished. Now you can see that we're almost done. We're just going to take our little pieces of our little sentiment alphabet pieces over here and our little stocking, which is so cute. Of course, we're going to put the stocking on more foam adhesive because I just love that stuff. So I'm going to put this on top, add this. Like I said, you get to cut all kinds of little pieces from these foam rolls to fit whatever you are sticking onto your project. Boom, stick that right on the bottom. I'm gonna give it a little bit of an angle. There we go. And so I'm gonna start measuring. We're laying out these little ho-ho-hos. I think should be fine. I'm gonna try to keep all those little pieces in there. They like to come apart, but I like the look of them all together. So we're gonna go with that and some of my glue. Like I said, you don't have to squeeze on this very much. Comes out very easy. You really only have to touch it to your paper to get a little bit of a dot on there. And then I'm gonna line it up and press it down right where I want it to go. So I'm just gonna keep working on all of these little alphabet pieces here. Get them lined up, hold it with my tweezers, and add some of my glue. Now, as I'm working on this, I'm going to go to the next set of letters. I'm just going to add a stamp block. It's going to hold it right in place while I get my other letters all glued up, ready to stick on. And it's going to squish it down on my paper so it can dry flat. Okay, we're gonna let that dry. But that pretty much finishes our first little card. I think it's so cute. You would just want to go ahead and take your card base, and this one also is my card front. You would just want to go ahead and stick it on one of those card bases that I showed you how to either cut, or you can buy it from Scrapbook.com. So I've got 2 of these ready to go. I can see that I used a darker red on this one than I did that one, but fine, you can change it up. Really love the red and white look of this first card. Very sort of monochromatic, although I did use several colors. I guess it depends on, do you consider white a color and do you consider gold a color? Because I consider gold a neutral, so that's up for debate. It could be considered monochromatic, but if you count white and gold, it could be trichromatic. I don't know. So get your Christmas crafting on, guys. Slimline cards are so fun to do for Christmas. It's a little bit different of a card size. It's a little bit bigger. It feels a little bit more special for Christmas. And you could put some cash in there if you're giving a present or a gift in the mail or a gift card or some photos, lots of different things that you can do with these different sizes of cards. And I think the stockings are also really cute if you wanted to cut a bigger one and stick a little gift card in there as well. Lots of fun ideas. So I hope this has given you a little bit of inspiration on getting crafting with slimline cards. Talked a little bit about what the sizes are, some of the options that Scrapbook.com has for you, and some of the ways that it's really easy for you to cut your own panels and make your own slimline card sizes. And don't forget, if you're looking for slimline card envelopes, they're typically an A10 size in the store. So let me know if you enjoyed this class, if this has given you a few ideas on your own Christmas crafting for slimline cards. I think they're fun. I think it's a really fun, different format to be crafting on. Gives you a little bit more room if you want to build a scene or string something across the front like we did with our little stockings. Otherwise, guys, enjoy SBC Fest. I know I am. I'm going to go catch all of the other classes from the other instructors and the other crafters. I think they all have wonderful ideas, and I can't wait to be inspired. So thank you so much for stopping by with me. Make sure you leave a comment if you have a question or if you just wanted to say hi, and we'll see you guys later. Enjoy SBC Fest, guys. Have a great day. Bye.
All right, Cody, that was so fun watching Marie's class. What did you think about that?
Well, I loved it because it got me in the Christmas spirit. You know,
Yes.
she made a Christmas slimline card. I really loved that she used like pops of color as dimension, plus our foam adhesive to make a really dimensional card, and then propping up the nested stocking die.
Oh, that was cute. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I
of
really
course,
liked that.
I love the sentiment, like how she used the ho ho ho.
Yeah.
With the downtown alphabet die. I mean, I loved it all.
Yeah.
What did you think?
I loved it. I learned a few things. One of the tips that I'm going to walk away with watching that was that she had emphasized on being patient when you're using the pops of color with the stripe stencil. And oftentimes I will rush through when I'm using the scraper to put my pops of color on a stencil, and then it bleeds through. So she had a really good point to like take your time, make sure you get it in the lines, and you just scrape it and you be patient with it, and it will go and it will create that dimension exactly where you want it. So definitely a good tip for me. I want to make sure I do that next time. But overall, so inspiring, so much fun. I feel like I just want to go and just craft all day.
Seriously. I mean, we have been.
I know, right? So you guys I hope you're enjoying this at home. It is so much to take in, but such a fun, it's even relaxing and therapeutic watching her class. So I loved it.
Yes, I know. And now we get to, you know, the party's not over for today. We still get to craft with you and create, you know, with your supply list and create your project.
Yes.
I've gotten some sneak peeks, and you guys are in for a treat. This is an awesome class.
Thank you.
You know, I can talk a little bit about Laura. She's been in the industry, as she lets me know, for 2 decades, which is like nearly as old as I am. So, no, I'm kidding. I'm 3 decades old. But
oh, Cody, way to keep me humble.
Yeah, well, I have to. Someone's got to do it, you know. But no, these projects really are amazing, and it's such a cool way to use one of our dies.
Yeah.
It's in just such a unique way.
Yeah, the pocket, the DIY pocket we're going to do, yes.
Yeah, I didn't want to give too much away. I wanted you to be the one to be able to give that away.
Well, I will say with Cody's joke, there is some truth to that humor. And I think what's great about this industry and the craft and hobby industry is that it's multi-generational. We are all in this together, the new, the season, the everywhere in between, everywhere after and before. There's so much that we can all take out of this. So there is some truth to your little humor there. Anyways, I'm grateful for him. He's a great teammate, and we're just excited to be here to do this together.
Yes, it's so
Young
fun.
and old.
Yes. Well, cool. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I'm excited to get started. I've been very inspired today, so I feel like today is going to be so much fun. fun.
Yeah, so we've got the table cleared, and now we can get into your class.
All right.
So I'm going to go back to commenting, so take it away.
Here we go. Thank you, Cody.
Woo!
Yes. I really do work with some of the best here at Scrapbook.com, and I feel so grateful and so lucky to be on a team with such amazing people. So thank you all. You can't see them all right now, but they will come out and show themselves later. So thank you, everybody, and everybody at Scrapbook.com that's behind the scenes, that's not in the room with us. So many people helping to make this event come to life, and we are so honored to bring it to you, to be inspired, to walk away empowered and educated, and to go and make handmade creations, which is our mission here at Scrapbook.com. Okay, let's jump into what we're going to do today. I'm going to move some of my supplies out of the way so that we can show you what we're going to make. So let's push this stuff over here. Now, if you got the kit, you should have everything that I'm going to use today. If you picked and you chose some of the different things that are included in the kit, that's okay too. We're going to try and use what you have because that's what today is all about. So we're going to make this darling, cute, little maze album. This is fun. I've got some really cute silk ribbon on the front of it just to keep it all together. But this is using our DIY pocket die right here, the nested DIY pocket die. And we're going to create this fun maze album. Look at how cute that is with the pockets, front and back. And I just want to show you, this is the one we're going to use today, the Harvest collection. This is one of our new pattern papers right here, the Harvest. And I want to show really quick how I used it on the upcoming holiday, Christmas, and how I created my 12 days of Christmas. If you document December, this is great to create something like this. But I've got all of my days set up, and I've got them numbered with the festive die so that each day I can have a pocket to journal and document each day for the 12 days of December. Because I love to document that. Look at that, how cute that is. This one's not finished yet, but I just wanted to show you how cute it is. And did you get this freebie? This is a freebie right now. This is the freebie house die that we're giving away, the house shaker for SBC Fest. So make sure you grab yours. This can be used in so many ways. And I know a lot of our other instructors are using them in their class too. So I can't wait for you to get yours and to create with it. So here's just a Christmas fun one that I made. And then let's show this little one really quick that I made. And then we're going to jump right into ours. This is a cute birthday one. My daughter is turning 16 this year, so I made this for her with some fun gift cards inside. She loves Ulta. So there's a bunch of different gift cards and pockets in here to create some handwritten notes. And I just put Hooray, which is a die that's coming soon to Scrapbook.com that we're designing. So lots of fun stuff, but this is using the Sherbet paper pad. And let me sneak peek and show you some of these new rub-ons. We have some fun new rub-ons coming, birthday, Christmas, card, sentiments on cards, lots of fun new rub-ons coming from Scrapbook.com, so you're not going to want to miss that. But this is just the birthday one, then I've got my Christmas one, and the one we're going to work on today is our fall family favorites, creating this beautiful thing with the Harvest collection. All right. So we're going to do a lot of die cutting to start. We're going to take our Harvest paper, pattern paper. We're going to open that up. There is some stickers on the side, so just make sure you get those off. And we're going to choose 12 papers. We're also going to make this fun interactive card later with the Harvest. Look at how cute that is. We'll make that in a bit. Put that aside. Thank you, Mackenzie. Okay, let's start with this DIY pocket. We're going to use the second one in. You get 4 in this set, which is awesome. And you saw me use the large one with my Christmas, and then this next to the smallest one for that birthday one. So you can use all the different sizes, and I showed you some examples using that, but we're going to use the second one in. And like I said, we're going to choose, I'm just going to lay out mine here. We're going to choose the different patterns that we like. One of my favorite patterns is this buffalo check. So that's going to be my front page of my maze album. The next one I want to get is this beautiful pumpkin design. And then my stripe right here. You choose whichever papers are going to work best for you. If you want to follow along exactly with me, you can line yours up just like this. So then next I want to do this dark, this leaf and floral, and then I'm going to do the rainbows. And then I love the pink web. Look at this, the spider web that's pink and white. It's like a dusty rose color, so pretty. All right, that's going to be the front of our album. And then we're going to choose some colors for the back of our album. I'm going to use this pretty dusty pink. Then we're going to do, let's see. Look at this floral. I want to show you. Look how pretty that floral is. We're going to do that floral as the next one. Then we're going to do that dark brown. This is a dark brown with like a really light tan color outline of different leaves and florals. Then we're going to do this pretty blue with the leaves. And another pretty pumpkin background. And the dark buffalo check. Okay, so I've got all my papers laid out the way I want to do it. What I'm going to do is start with my Gemini plate, Magic Mat standard size, and then another Gemini plate. And that's what's going to be my sandwich to go through this Gemini Junior machine. I love the electric machine. It's just less of a workout. As you know, you don't have to crank it. So we're going to go from there. Now, you can do 2 papers at a time. That's what I did at home. I'm going to take the buffalo check and then this pretty pumpkin design, and I'm going to lay them down together on my Magic Mat. Take my die and the mint tape, and we're going to... So I really like the look of the yellow or the lighter tan as my middle notch part. So I'm going to line it up like this, but you put it wherever you want on your paper. And we're going to send this through our Gemini machine. All right, so actually I'm going to be die cutting on my regular size Gemini today, but I just want to spotlight this new Petal Pink Gemini Junior. It's so darling. It's coming soon to Scrapbook.com, and we cannot wait for you to see it. It's such a pretty color. But we are going to use my regular Gemini from home and get that all set up right here. And I've already got my sandwich made, and we're going to put that right through our die cutting machine with 2 papers at once so we can get through this die cutting quickly, because a lot of this class is cutting up the DIY pockets that are going to create our album. So now I've got these first 2 done. Let's grab these. Look at how cute. And I love this die because it includes the score lines. So you have all of your score lines ready to go to fold. Let's get this off. That mint tape is holding that down really good. All right, we're going to put our scrap papers aside because you can see here I've still got plenty of paper here I can use for other things. Let's put that back there. And then we're going to take these next 2. And I want to do the stripe on the top because I want to line this up where I can see it so I can get my stripes pretty with my notch matching up. I kind of want this pink at the top, or this coral pink. It's so pretty. All right, here we go again. 2 more papers through. All right, we'll just keep cutting these pockets because we need 6 on the front and 6 on the back. All right, to cut that. We're going to do our pages here.
Hey, Laura.
Yes.
Just a question while you're die cutting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a favorite holiday?
I do. Can you tell what it is?
I could guess.
What do you think it is?
Well, based off of
Mackenzie?
your theme, I'm going to guess Thanksgiving.
Fall. Yes, Thanksgiving. And my favorite season, I should say, you did ask holiday, is my favorite holiday is Christmas. But fall is one of my favorite times of year. I think because I love the colors. A lot of my house is decorated in fall colors. I just love warm, cozy colors. What about you, Mackenzie? What's your favorite holiday and time of year?
I think I'm pretty similar. My favorite time of year is definitely the fall. Again, I love the colors, but I also love the brisk autumn air. Don't get that here very often in Arizona.
No.
But having lived in Georgia, do miss it.
You did get a nice season in Georgia, huh?
Yes.
Where are you all tuning in from at home? Tell us in the comments. We would love to see, because we're going to be chatting live with you. If you have any questions, put them in there too. We've got our whole team on and ready to answer any questions that you may have. But yeah, it's hard here in Arizona. We don't get all the seasons. To us, we get seasons, but to the rest of the world and United States, our seasons are not the same. What about you, Cody? What's your favorite time of year and season?
I love like October 1st because that's like the kickoff to like the holiday season. And it's like a month of like Halloween, then Thanksgiving, and then Christmas. And it's such a fun time of year.
Yeah, I'm excited about Halloween at Scrapbook.com. We have something fun planned. We cannot wait. I think all of us in this room love Halloween, don't we, Donald?
Oh yeah, I love Halloween. I love Halloween because it gives me an excuse to watch all the scary movies I want to.
Yes, Donald likes the scary movies. I'm not a huge fan of scary movies. What about you guys? Are you a fan of scary movies? What's your favorite scary movie, Donald? Do I dare ask?
Oh man, that's a loaded question right there. You know, I like
2 more.
Pet Sematary.
Really?
I know it's
That like is the 90s, isn't it? From the 90s?
Gosh,
They've done new ones.
sometime in the 80s, I believe.
Oh, 80s?
Yeah,
That
the original.
really aged us, Donald, in the 80s. These kids were like born in the 80s.
No, I wasn't.
No?
I was born in the 90s.
Okay, that did not help my case.
No, my favorite movie is Scream.
Scream.
That was in, I think, 1996.
Okay. That was a long
But-
time ago, but not that long ago.
But let's go back to the crafting. Let's keep it about
Let's
the crafting.
focus on crafting. No, I love hearing about your favorite movies and favorite holidays. So tell us what your favorite holiday is and your favorite time of year.
And if you guys did notice, Laura was using the same piece of mint tape throughout all of that die cutting.
It's true, she was.
I was, wasn't I? I was reusing and reusing. Okay, we have just a few left that we're gonna do really quick. Move my scraps out of the way. And obviously, we are almost there. And this is my favorite, one of the most favorite paper pads that we've designed. Look at how pretty this dusty pink is with the outline of this darker pink floral. So pretty. I'm actually not going to use mint tape on this one. Okay, I'm sending through my last 2 papers to be cut. So let's get that through. And then we're going to be good to go to start making and building our maze album. Here we go.
And for anyone who may be asking, like, is the Magic Mat compatible with this machine or that machine? You can find all of that information on the individual Magic Mat product pages.
Yeah.
There's even a chart in the images on the product pages, so check that out.
That is a good thing to mention. Thank you, Cody. Okay, so let's get all of ours laid out how we want our pages. And then I am just going to start with this one. And let's see, this one, this one, this one. There's the blue one. Nope, that's the blue one.
Those papers are so cute.
They're so cute.
I love those.
So what I was saying was this is one of my favorite ones that we've designed because of the colors, the vibe, the designs are so pretty, and it's just such a fun set to work with. Okay, so here is the fun part. On our front first album page, we're going to take the one that we're going to use here that I have in the overhead camera, and we're going to cut a heart out of the center with our heart die, and that came in your kit if you got the kit. Otherwise, where's my heart dies? Here they are. So it's our nested heart dies, and we're going to use the second to the biggest nested heart, and we're just gonna cut, nope, that's not true. We're gonna use the third one in from the outside, heart, and we're gonna cut a hole right out of the center of our pocket here using that. So let's get everything in place. We've got our magic mat, and then we're gonna put this down. I'm gonna use some more mint tape because I don't want my heart to move. I'm gonna create this window in the center here. Okay, so center that up like that. I'm gonna put that through the die machine. And I wanna show you a little trick in a second about how you can cut your acetate with your die cutting machine, because I'm gonna create a window in the front here with the hearts. And keep this heart for something later to use. Look how cute that little heart is. Now, with this one, you're going to take your 2 hard plates, put the magic mat underneath. We're going to take a piece of acetate. This came in the kit as well. This is our Scrapbook.com acetate. You get a ton of sheets. How many sheets come in this again, Mackenzie? Is it 25?
20, I believe.
20 sheets in one pack. I think I need some scissors to open this. Here we go. This acetate is perfect for making shaker cards, creating windows, using it as actually a fun thing to rub rub-ons on. Lots of ideas with this. Okay, so I'm taking that larger heart that's above the one I just cut out of the center of my pocket, and I'm going to put it on the hard plate. Sometimes you can use a little bit of your static stuff. I think we have stuff from Pink and Maine. Is that who it is? Has a static stuff on your acetate so it doesn't like collect a lot of little fuzzies and stuff. So I do like using that. Thank you, Mackenzie. Just gonna rub a little bit on here just so it doesn't collect some stuff. Okay, now let's put this down, and I'm gonna use the other hard plate to go right on top of it. And then I'm gonna use the magic mat. Actually, I'm gonna put the magic mat underneath. I want the 2 hard plates on top of each other because you need the 2 hard surfaces to cut through this acetate, and it may not cut all the way through. You can shim it or you can finish it off with your scissors. Let's see how we do today. We're gonna test it out. Oh, hear that? I love that sound. It's cutting it. All right, here we go. Let's see. Oh, yeah, cut it really good. Look at that. Almost all the way through. I just have a little piece left, which I can take my scissors and just trim it. But the trick is using the 2 hard plates because it will cut all the way through that plastic hard to hard. Hard surface to hard surface, I should say. All right. Now I want to do one last thing. So this is going to be my cover for my window. You see that? Now I want to create my border with our Harvest Slimline paper. This is the matching solid paper that goes with this Harvest pattern paper. So we'll grab this pretty pink. And I'm going to cut. We're going to cut. We're going to take the largest heart, and then we're going to take the nested next size smaller, and I match up the 2 points right here to create a border because I want to cut out a border for my heart on my front pocket. So I am going to need some mint tape so that these don't move. Once you have them exactly where you want them, you're just going to tape that down. Stay right there. It's going to take some concentration. Getting this in the spot that I want it. Here we go.
Steady.
Steady. These are like, takes a little bit of maneuvering and work there.
Finesse.
finesse. All right, here we go. Okay, now I have my border cut. Take off this mint tape. I'm going to save my mint tape. I always save my mint tape on the edge of my table so that I can reuse it if I'm working. Now I've got another heart. I can add to my other heart here. And then look at this cute border that we're going to put. So this border is going to go on top of our heart acetate piece that we cut to create our window. So I just need to take some adhesive. I'm going to take our permanent adhesive roller. This works great. And just put it on the edges of my border heart that I cut here. And then we're going to put it right over our acetate heart. Try and match that up really good so the edges don't show. And if you have a little bit of edges, you can take your scissors and just trim along to hide that acetate. All right. Now I'm just going to adhere that to my front cute pocket there. So you can take some more permanent adhesive, or you can use our double-sided adhesive. You can use liquid glue if you want. Whatever you use that you love, you can use that. And because I put that static on it, my window is staying nice and clean, and I'm just going to match it up to the edge of this right here. Look at how cute that is. Okay, here comes the fun part 2. We're going to start folding all of our pockets. Now I'm going to use a bone folder to start folding all of my pockets because I want a perfect, straight, tight fold on all of these pockets. So as you can see, the score lines are already there. So you're just going to go through each one and start folding along the lines and using your bone folder. While I'm doing this, let's chat. Let's have some fun conversations to talk about. So, Cody, shall we do a giveaway? What do we think?
Should we hold off?
Should we hold off on a giveaway? What do you guys think? Cody's messing with us.
No.
Donald, should we do a giveaway?
Yeah, let's do a giveaway.
Donald wants to give you all something fun. Okay.
Sorry, Cody.
No,
Cody.
I'm kidding. I'm all for it.
He is all for it. All right, what should we give away, Cody? Is it ready for a big one?
Oh yeah. I mean, we gotta kick off,
Let's go big.
The end of the first day of SBC Fest with a bang, you know?
How about a $100 gift certificate?
Let's do it.
$100, everybody.
All right.
So what should they
wants
comment?
to give you $100, somebody. Who wants a $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com? All right, let's ask a question. Let's see, what's a good question to ask everybody?
I mean, it should be about SBC Fest, don't you think?
It should be about SBC Fest. It should, I agree. What shall we ask them? Like, what was your favorite part of today so far? And no pressure to say this class because we're in it. But really, what was your favorite part? What are you loving so far about SBC Fest? And are you going to join us tomorrow? Tell us those 2 things in your comments, and we will choose a winner right now. Cody's going to pick a winner right now to win a $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com. That's a lot of fun on our site. You can get a lot of stuff. We have some great deals, so that is going to be a fabulous, fabulous gift to somebody.
Laura, what's been your favorite part so far of SBC Fest?
I am just so happy and honored to be here. I just am so grateful for the opportunity and to do what I love. And one of the things that I love and have loved for the past 2 decades, as you called out, is just this industry. It's such a good industry to be in. It's all about people and connections and family and, you know, documenting our memories and creating handmade cards to give and to brighten somebody else's day. I mean, what gets better than that, really? I just feel very grateful. Yes, Mackenzie.
Do you want help folding those?
Yeah, you want to come help me fold them? Thank you, Mackenzie. You might need the end of the scissors to use as like a bone folder. Mackenzie's going to come help me fold. This is who is behind the scenes helping me all the time on the live streams. She is my right-hand girl.
Hello.
I am so grateful for Mackenzie. So Thank you, Mackenzie.
Of course. It's always fun when you have a fantastic manager who always helps you and appreciates everything that you do. So,
I really do
thank you.
appreciate you. Thank you. You're not winning $100.
That's okay.
I'm going to pick somebody else.
I'm good. I have all the fun here right now, so it's
No,
good.
you get to enjoy fun crafting with me all the
Exactly.
time, huh?
Of course.
We enjoy the fruits of our labor here. Donald, what has been your favorite part of SBC Fest so far?
For me, it's always about the filming because I always have a good time filming with you guys.
Yeah.
So it's my passion is to film, so I always get excited about it.
Yeah. It is fun, and you make it exciting and fun, and you have such a good eye.
Thanks.
We're just so grateful for you, too. I think that...
Thanks for putting up with me.
Yeah, I know. You're easy to put up with. You make it so much more lively and fun and a little bit scary.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mackenzie. Okay, I don't know if you guys are crafting with friends, but oh my gosh, it makes it so much easier and fun if you get to chat and craft along. I know you're here with us, but crafting along with people and helping each other, I did not expect her to do that. So thank you so much. That is truly who she is and the nature of her. So I'm so grateful. Thank you. Okay. Shows a winner. It's going to be at the top of the live, I keep wanting to say live stream. It's going to be at the top of the description.
It's going to be at the top of the live chat. It's going to be a pinned comment. Plus, it will also be in the description.
Perfect. There it is. Thank you, Cody. Okay, we're going to start putting these together. So we're going to go back to our overhead camera so you can see my hands. And I'm going to start showing you how to put this fun pocket maze album together. We're going to take our first one that we made that has our really cute window with the acetate. And we're going to take the next one, which is this one. Now on each one, we're going to take the tab that we folded and we're going to connect it to the next tab. That's how we're going to start doing this. And you're going to want to make sure you line them up. I usually flip them over and I line them up like this because you can see the two edges. I'm going to show with my fingers. The two edges here, if you line those up, you usually get a perfect match and then just go along there. Now, here's your choices. You can use double-sided adhesive. You can use liquid glue. We have our smart glue. We have this fun Nuvo glue. These are both really good glues. You can use a tape runner. Now, one of the things that I've recognized that works the best that holds these together is the double-sided adhesive or a liquid glue. And today I'm going to use the double-sided adhesive. So we're going to start going to town, adding all of our double-sided adhesive.
That's always tricky, isn't it?
It is. I can't find the end of it. This is like always the truth on tape. Oh, I found it. The truth on tape, especially when you're like wrapping Christmas presents or packing boxes if you're moving. That's never fun. Okay, so here we go. We're going to just start putting our adhesive all along here.
Do you like wrapping Christmas presents?
I do not like wrapping Christmas presents, if truth be told. Do you, Donald?
No, I'm not good at it, so I don't like to do it.
No?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think...
I do it, but it's...
Are you the one that does it at your house?
Oh, well...
for people you're getting gifts for?
Monica wraps all the gifts for family, and then I only wrap the gifts that I give to Monica because, yeah, I don't want to like show off my wrapping skills to family and friends. No one needs to see that.
You know, hey, guess what, Donald? I was going to tell you something. Yeah. I know on one of our live streams you talked about Slap Your Mama.
Yeah.
That flavor, that seasoning you like. I used some the other day on my steamed broccoli, and it was so good.
Yes.
I keep forgetting to tell you that here, but I just remembered during this because of our live stream. It is so good.
You can really add it to any type of food.
Yeah, you can. It's a really good flavor. Anyways, I just had to bring that up because it was so funny in our live stream.
Cool, I'm glad you liked it.
That I had to mention that. Okay, so really quick what I did here is I did every other one where I'm going to be connecting with the adhesive. And we're going to start now taking off the double-sided liner here. And I'm going to start adding them. So I flip it. And as I said, I'm going to match up these two edges. So at home when I'm crafting, I sometimes stand and I sometimes sit. Here, that's connected. So cute. You know what? There we go. And then now we're going to do this next one. So standing is a little bit harder when I'm trying to connect these because I have a table at home that I craft on that goes up and down, which is so nice when you're doing something like this because you can match up stuff and get down lower to your table, closer to your table, I should say. So now I feel like I'm doing a squat.
You want to grab your stool that's down there?
I totally forgot about the stool.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Donald. I do have a stool here. I'm going to sit for a second.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you. And we're going to put this together. All right, next one. Do you stand or sit when you craft? What do you guys do? Do you like to stand or sit? I know some people have a preference, so I'm just curious what everybody else does. Oops.
Whenever I make cards,
Mm-hmm.
I sit down I do it at the coffee table. So I'm sitting next to the coffee table on the rug.
Do you?
Yeah, I just sit right on the rug,
Right
crisscross.
on the ground?
Yep.
Awesome. That's a fun way to do it. Get down on the ground, get comfortable.
Oh yeah.
That's nice. Have you been making some cards lately, Donald?
No. I
was not expecting that answer.
Well, okay. So I made my stepdad's birthday card.
Yep.
And then I helped Monica by making her card bases, by cutting up her card bases for her.
Nice. So you were helping her and you did like the grunt work of
exactly
cutting up the bases.
She'll be like, I need some more card bases. I'm like, all right, I'm on it.
Aw.
Is Monica part of the card swap group here at Scrapbook.com?
We do have a card swap here at Scrapbook.com. One of the fun things, I guess we're kind of showing behind the scenes. There's a lot of colleagues that like to make cards, and so they will have card swaps where they all make a bunch of cards and then swap them, like a card swap like people do outside of Scrapbook.com, right, in our industry. So anyways, which is fun. That's one of the great things about working here too. Okay, so now we're going to start connecting these back pieces together as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one at a time. And the way I did this is you can see I flipped over all of mine that are connected. I'm going to flip it over and start now going the opposite direction here. I get these in the right order. I like them. And let's do this dark one here. You do whatever order you like. This is the one I'm going to do. So I'm going to now connect. So what I do is I'm going to adhere all three sides of this pocket die. All three sides of this pocket that I've cut with my die. And I'm going to take this left flap on this bottom one and fold it to the left and not include it in my adhesion, okay? So let's start doing that. And again, you can use liquid glue or double-sided adhesive. So we're going to use double-sided adhesive today. And I'm going to do all three sides, which is fun and fast.
And if you didn't pick up Laura's kit, you can definitely still do that right now. It's on sale for a great price, so be sure to grab it.
It's a really good price.
And you can watch this replay later.
Yes, I was going to say that. So as I'm teaching, if I'm going too fast for you, just know that you can rewatch this later. And that's the great thing about this. I know we're not together in person. We're doing this virtually. So at any point, you can pause, you can stop if you need to take a break, and then just refresh your screen when you come back so it will be live. So you're at the same spot where we all are, or you can just rewatch it where it's at and watch the whole thing at a different time, which is great. So if I'm going too fast, just know you can watch later to catch up and go back and redo something if you're crafting along with me right now. All right, we're going to just take off our double-sided adhesive so I can show you how to do this first one. Get the whole train started. I feel like this is a train because we're going to just keep going the same thing over and over. All right, here we go. We're going to start at the bottom here. Actually, I want to start at the side here. I'm going to stand up for this. Okay, so I'm going to connect these on the exact edge and keep it tight and exactly matched. And then we're going to do this bottom. Make sure they're exactly matched. And then when you get to this edge, remember this tiny edge is going to go over to the left. Now you can pull up your pocket I kind of put my finger in here to pull up my pocket to give it some dimension here. And that's what we want. And we want to match up these two edges because you're going to be folding along here. So you do not want your pocket to go over this fold. So you want to put it right before that line on the fold there. Okay, so that when you fold it, it's still going to fold. See that? Just like that. All right, and then we're going to just keep going. We're going to connect all of these and pull this left one over to the side and not include it. And we're going to adhere right down right here. And we'll just keep going all the way. Okay? All right, here we go. I'm going to put on all of my adhesive on these pockets and then just start putting them all down.
Do you want help with the adhesive?
Sure. You have one? So you're just going to go along and do all of the edges.
Okay.
Thank you, Mackenzie.
Of course.
You're going to make everybody at home jealous because they don't have a Mackenzie to do their adhesive or their folding. I know. I am very, very lucky. Very, very lucky.
Yeah, and let us know if you're watching, and crafting along with someone else at your house.
Yeah, that would be fun to know. Are you crafting with someone at this event, or are you all at your place by yourself, crafting along with us? All right, I've just got my one more edge here. How are you coming along, Mackenzie?
Doing pretty good.
Good.
Got one more side.
One more here.
On this one.
All right, I just have my last one here. I love this double-sided adhesive. It's so good. It is easy to tear, so you can run it along whatever you're needing it, a strip of, and then you can just tear really quick. Thank you so much, Mackenzie.
Of course.
Got my one last flap here on the bottom of my pocket. All right, we're almost done here putting all of our pockets together. This is kind of like, there's sticky on my nail here. This is kind of very therapeutic. That's not good English. This is very therapeutic because you're doing a lot of tactile work and cutting and adhering, and then we're going to create this beautiful, fun album. Okay, this is a great project to do if you're looking for a creative way to give somebody a gift, like gift cards or money, or what's another good idea, guys, that you could use this for?
Notes.
That's a good one.
I like that.
Or like a wedding gift, like
Ooh,
give
a
the
wedding
couple
gift.
a bunch of gift cards or something.
Yes. Your husband, a sweetheart for Valentine's Day with some fun pictures or some little date ideas inside. That's a good idea. I like that. Okay, here we go. I'm going to pull my left one, and I'm going to put my finger inside to get this matched up but not cover my folded crease there. And the same thing over here. Like that. It's going to give the pocket a little dimension, and that's okay. All right, we're going to do this next one. Kenzie, you want to take off these backings for me just really quick too so I can get these down for everyone to see. Okay, in this kit, we also have some pocket cards. The pocket cards in this set that go really well is called Family, which goes perfect with my theme and my whole fall photos for this maze album. They can be cut up, and they're going to actually be what I use as my notes inside of my album here. So I'm going to document our fall from last year, and it works perfect. Let me show them to you. Look at how pretty these are. They're actually shrink wrapped. I'm going to open this. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, Mackenzie's going to open it for me because I could not get it open. All right, we're going to add this dark brown, pretty fall color right here. You know, scrapbooking has come a long way. Being in the industry for a long time, I've seen a lot of different trends come and go, but always they tend to come back, like go around in a circle and come back. Isn't that awesome? I do love that about this industry, is that old things become new again, which is fun. And pocket cards are something that we use a lot here at Scrapbook.com because we believe in telling your story, and we have the journaling ones that are included in this. We're actually going to use this card, so get this card out, our memories. We're going to use that in a minute. And you've got so many choices here to do journaling and to add some fun stuff. What's fun about this set with the family is that it actually involves all different kinds of families. So some of the sayings are, when we have each other, we have everything. The root of joy is family. Cherish every moment. And even if you're like a blended family, it says we aren't step or half, we're simply family. I love that. That's actually my family in particular. We are a blended family, so I am grateful to have created this for families like mine that may be a blended family. Look at the beautiful paisleys on this, just so many things to document and write things down and to keep. Okay, so we're going to pull out the Our Memories card and we'll use that in just a minute, but let's finish putting our pockets back together. Got a couple more to do. Thank you, Mackenzie. I can count on Mackenzie to help me out with the need. Thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
I don't know if we've talked about this before in a previous live stream.
Yeah.
But like, do you host Thanksgiving typically every year? And if you do, like, what do you make? What's the signature like Laura dish?
That's a good question. I do, and I have. We actually take turns in my family. I come from a large family. There's 12 kids in my family. I know, crazy. It is a blended family as well.
Can you guys guess where Laura falls in the mix of her family?
That's a good question. Where do I fall? I think everybody in here knows where I fall. Do you, Donald, know where I fall in my family of 12 kids?
Are you in the middle?
Do I act like a middle child?
You're the youngest.
I am.
You gotta be the youngest.
Donald's got it. I think Mackenzie knew that. Yeah, and Cody obviously knew. Yes, I am. Cody, you're a middle child. I know it.
I am the middle child.
See, I knew it. I knew it. He's always the comedian, keeping things lively. And can you guess what Mackenzie is? Mackenzie's a middle child too, just like Cody.
That I am.
And Donald?
I'm the youngest.
You're the youngest too.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, it's funny. I'll tell you a funny story. And then we'll get to my Thanksgiving question. Sorry. See, youngest. Squirrel.
Yeah.
Let me add this last pocket. But I went to Walmart one time and I went down to the book section, you know, where they have all the books. And there was this book about where you fall in your family. Like, what do they call that? Where you fall in your family, like if you're a middle child, baby or whatever. And I was like, oh, this is interesting. So I started flipping through it and I went to the very back where it says the baby is. And it said the first sentence, if you're the baby, you flipped all the way to this page and it is for sure you are definitely the baby. And I started laughing. I'm like, it's so true. Like we just want to skip to the good part. Just kidding. That's a song. Anyways, isn't that funny? It had me figured out. But there is something to that. There's something to where you fall in your family and how you interact with others and stuff. Like usually when you're the oldest, you're a little more, in charge, a leader.
Responsible.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I'm just finishing off this last pocket, making sure I get my lines straight. Don't be afraid to be aggressive with this because you want them to match up. So I'm going to do this last one, fold in this last tab, and connect it. So Cody had asked about Thanksgiving. I do host sometimes because I have a large family. We all take turns. And then now, of course, I've got my in-laws to share the holidays with. So it just depends on what's going on that year and with who. But my favorite signature dish is probably my mom's mashed potatoes. They're so good. And there is something special that she does with them. She's no longer here, but she would, which I've learned to do, she will boil her potatoes in chicken broth and it like makes them so yummy, and with garlic, fresh garlic in there in the boiling water, and only fill the potatoes so they're barely covered so that when you mash them, they have that yummy flavor because of the chicken broth. Okay, we're going to start bending our album to make sure it all bends together like that. Now, when I was at home, when I did this, I actually put something heavy on top of my whole set of pockets here so that it would stay down, but we don't have time to do that today, so you can get the kind of idea when you have time to do that. All right, now we're going to go back to our front cover and we're going to need this title, Our Memories, to put right over our heart right here. So I need a trimmer. I think I forgot to grab a trimmer, Mackenzie. I can't believe I forgot a trimmer. My main staple. Okay.
Don't worry, I got you covered.
Thank you. She's got me covered. Thank you, Mackenzie. Okay, so we're going to cut this, our memories, right under here. Okay, awesome. All right, so I really love these books. These are fun. You can color them and use them for something else, cut them out, use them as an embellishment. That back's pretty too. So I'm gonna put this aside because I'll use that for something later. I'm not gonna use it today, but know that you can use it for anything that you want to if you wanna include it in this album. All right, now I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to cut right along the edge here of our memories. And this is gonna go over my heart. Like this as my title. Look how cute that is. And I'm going to pop that up with some foam adhesive. Where's the skinny foam? Oh, there it is. It's connected. It looks like one big roll. Here it is. Okay, I'm using this one. This is the 1/4 inch double-sided foam adhesive.
You know, when you were talking about like your mom's recipe and everything,
yes.
You could make a recipe book like with this, like to give to someone too, or
you could actually. That's a really good idea, Cody. You can create a recipe book out of this if you wanted to give your family some of your family favorite recipes. How about you make that, Cody?
Yeah,
make it and bring it in. I want to see it. That would be awesome, actually.
Or since it's fall related, it can be all your Thanksgiving recipes.
Ooh, yes. That's a good idea. If you wanted to use this for that, you could put all of your family favorite fall recipes in this really pretty album that actually matches that really well. Good idea. And then I want to hear what your favorite family dish is at Thanksgiving, everybody. So put that in the comments, and then I want to hear from the team here. What is your favorite fall Thanksgiving family recipe? And it doesn't have to be Thanksgiving, anything fall that you guys may make. Now, I have a feeling it's going to be bread or something with Mackenzie because she makes the best homemade bread, and we're always so happy when she brings it in to share because it's so good. Okay, what do you love for fall?
For fall, it's not like a food per se, but apple cider is one of my favorite things to drink during the fall season, especially on Thanksgiving. We do apple with cranberry in it with a little bit of orange and cinnamon. It's so good.
Yummy.
So that's definitely a favorite of ours. But if we're talking food, my favorite is Cody's least favorite. We always do mac and cheese.
I knew it!
Every Thanksgiving.
Did you guys catch that live stream when Cody said he hated mac and cheese? We were all like in shock. I still need to bring some in, see if you still hate it. Okay, really quick. I am using the Clearly Amazing mat. This is our mini. I don't know if you can see it with my hands here because it is clear. Is it camouflage? Kind of.
It's clear, we can't see it.
This is the mini one, and I'm going to use it with the Jewel sticker book from Scrapbook.com, and I'm just going to take the rose gold alpha letters, look how pretty those are, and we're going to take the word family, and we're going to put it upside down this direction. Now this is low tack, so you can see it sticking to my hand, and I'm going to put family on this line, because that is where I'm going to line up my word to put right in the center of my pumpkins here. What about you, Cody and Donald? What are your favorite fall family recipes? Thanksgiving or whatever. Yeah.
Mine would just be like sweet potatoes, sweet mashed potatoes, or just regular mashed potatoes. But those are year round. I could eat them all day, every day.
Mashed potatoes?
Yeah. Or sweet potatoes.
Yummy.
Yeah, I love mashed potatoes, but really it's all about the gravy. Like you can put gravy on like everything.
True.
It's so good.
True. I agree. I love gravy, and I love rolls with gravy. Hint, hint, Mackenzie. I love rolls with gravy. And I'm just kidding. And turkey, all of it. Thanksgiving is probably one of my favorite meals. It's such a good one, and it's an excuse to gorge yourself, right? And to eat everything. It's such a tradition. All right, well, what's your favorite tradition?
Taking a nap after eating all that food.
Yes.
Immediate answer.
Great answer. And I hope you all are putting your answers in. We want to hear what your favorite fall family recipe is, and then also what is your favorite tradition. So Cody, we'll go back to you for tradition. Donald, just take a nap.
I just love like hanging out with family. Like I see like all my family on aunts, uncles from my mom's side, my dad's side. We go all around town seeing everybody. That's so fun. And then hearing what everyone wants to get like this holiday season that's on sale.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
Do you do the Black Friday thing?
Oh yeah, big time.
You do?
Oh yeah. Everyone's
You're
always
one of those.
Yeah, they're always like, Cody, I'm looking for this. Can you help me find this? Well,
Go for it.
Okay, that's live. That happened. Thank you. I love that. I don't love to do it, but I love that you love that. I could see you totally being like, are you aggressive when you're out there? You're not one of those that's causing trouble, are you?
No, I don't like all that, no. I want to find it online.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good time. Before we hear Mackenzie's really quick, I have lined up family on this Clearly Amazing Mat. Now, I know it's a sticker. I know this. I'm going to get everyone saying, why are you adding glue? It's a sticker. I don't want this to fall off. And you know, with stickers over time, they can tend to fall off. These are great stickers. However, just to reinforce them, I've added some of the Nuvo glue, and I'm just going to put my family right down here in the middle of these pumpkins. And I'm okay that it blends in with the background because that's the look I want. So I'm just going to push that down and let it sit there for a second so it adheres to my paper. And then Mackenzie, you tell us what your favorite tradition is.
Everyone's going to think we're crazy, but my favorite tradition is we do a turkey trot every Thanksgiving.
Yeah. I remember you did that last year. Mm-hmm. So you're out there working out while we're all taking a nap.
Yep.
Of course she is. That's awesome. I love it.
It doesn't mean we don't take a nap later.
Ta-da! I know, true. You probably do take one after your one. Look at that. I love the Clearly Amazing Mat for adding alpha letters to your projects because you can line them up exactly how you want them and then put them on there. This is like blows my mind every time. I love it so much. And I like that it has the cover so I can reuse it later. Any questions on the Clearly Amazing Mat, just let us know. This is a great tool to have. Okay, so I've got family, and then I'm going to take my sticker in here that says Together Forever, right here, this word Fetty, and I'm just going to place it right underneath my family, in between the F and the Y, so it's centered, just like that. Cute. And then we're going to move on to our next one. Here, you will add a photo if you have a photo. If not, you can add a journaling spot if you want to journal on there with some white paper and draw some lines, or if you want to use some of your cards that came in this, you could also use one of the journaling cards and cut it. You could cut the house off here and just cut this down and use it right here to add some journaling. Lots of different ideas. This is just a guideline to show you how you can create this maze album with all of these fun things. Okay. Next is going to be a photo. I believe I have my, sorry, Donald, I just dropped some of the yarn. Thank you. That was Donald's hand. Say hi, Donald. Okay, so I've got my family photos here. Look at my cute dog. That's our family dog. My son, my daughter, and our baby daughter right here. All of the children with our dog. And now I just cut these as 3x4, and we have a die that worked perfect for this. It's our pocket. What is the name of that die, Mackenzie? We called it the pocket die.
Pretty sure it's the pocket die.
The pocket die, and it cuts 3x4 and 4x6 perfectly. So if you have photos that you want to cut, you can just use the die to frame your photo and cut it out perfectly. And that's what I did with this. So these are all cut 3x4 perfectly. So you can adhere these, you can see these cards are 3x4, to one of these cards to just make it thicker. So I would adhere that, and then this would be the back of it. And you can, or you can do it the other way and do some journaling about the photo that's on the back, and then this would go into your pockets. So, but the photo I'm actually looking for is the one of my kids. Let's see, we're going to use that one in a minute. And let's see, it's this cute one of the kids. All right, you can see a little bit of Arizona in the background of these photos here, the desert with the cactus, so many cactus. Okay, let's cut up this photo. I'm going to put my album over here. Now with this photo, what I did was I trimmed it down. And I'm okay with trimming it down. I have a lot of these photos already framed, so I am going to chop this right about to the end of my cute redhead's hand. And then I'm going to go right above this cactus here, just framing this photo of the kids. And then I'm going to cut the edges to the edge of my daughter's arm there, and then one more side to here. Well, that was fun to talk about traditions. There we go. Cute. All right, then we're going to, I always like to mat my photos on white cardstock. And here I have our white Scrapbook.com. This is ultra heavy, not heavy, ultra thick 8.5 by 11 white cardstock. This stuff is the best. I love it so much, don't I, Mackenzie?
Yes, you do.
She's always getting me more and more. This stuff is the best because it's just really good quality. It's Nina Solar White, and it's just nice and thick. So I love die cutting out of it. And actually, we're going to die cut some fun autumn leaves out of white too. These have the cutout shape and then the embossing included, so it makes the cutest little leaves. We'll do that in just a minute. All right, so I'm gonna this is what I do. You do what works best for you, but I'm gonna take my photo, and where did my roller adhesive go? Here it is, right next to me. We're just going to adhere this to the edge so I have a little bit of a mat. And then I'm just going to cut it right along the edges here. Okay. Save that for later. I'm going to do this one right here. Okay. Since we're talking about fall and we're scrapbooking and documenting this fall, let's start talking about Christmas. So you have your fall tradition with your nap, Donald. Is that the same tradition for Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that involves gravy.
It's a nap. If he has gravy, he needs a nap.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm just going to grab an orange out of my harvest.
Of course, Christmas movies.
Yes.
It's a must.
Yes. I agree. We've talked about this before, but remind me again what your favorite Christmas movie is.
You know what it is. It's
Wait. Oh, yes, it's the same as mine. Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
Every year.
Chevy
That's
Chase.
right. Chevy Chase. That's a good one. What's your favorite Christmas movie? Mackenzie, tell us.
Good question. They're all so good, it's hard to pick.
I know.
I don't know, I guess I really like It's a Wonderful Life.
Yeah.
It's a classic. You just can't go wrong.
Yeah. That's a good one. That is a classic. I love that one too. That's another one we watch every year almost too. I agree. Okay, Cody.
I just really like Elf.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah.
It's a comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I could see that. So what's your favorite line in Elf?
You stumped me.
What?
No, that was
stumped
was
you?
Yeah, that wasn't a quote from the movie.
Oh. I was trying to remember when that part was. I'm like, you stumped me.
I don't know. There's so many good ones.
Oh, gosh.
I like when he says, "Don't stop," or "Watch out for the yellow ones. They don't stop." Talking about the taxis.
The taxis. Yes, that was funny.
Or congratulations on the world's best cup of coffee.
Yes. I like when I think we talked about this already, when she's in the shower singing and he's like in there. Like I cringe every time, but it's so funny. You can't help but laugh. Okay, I'm taking the cute rose gold sentiment, all my favorite things, just to put under this cute picture of the kids. Just under there. Okay, so you can decorate each cover of your pocket however you would like. I'm just showing you some suggestions of what you can do. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to use these dies that came in the supplies list, and we're going to take this really cute little, I think this is an oak leaf. Yes. Oak leaf, am I right? I'm right. Oak leaf.
Let's go with oak leaf.
Yeah, let's go with oak leaf. We're going to, Donald says oak
Let
leaf.
us know in the comments if we're right or wrong.
Yes,
Could be
please tell me.
maple. You know,
I
I think maple's the
I
other
can use all the help I can get. So is this an oak leaf? I'll show it close up here on my thing. That's an oak leaf, right?
Sure.
I think it is. That's what happens when you grow up in Arizona. Because it's
Yeah.
either a saguaro cactus or a
Palo
jumping
Verde.
cactus or a palo verde. We have so many cactus. We could tell you what every cactus is. But leaves, fall leaves,
What are those?
we don't know what that is here. Is that funny? Okay, I'm going to get my magic mat. We're going to do another die here. White cardstock with our oak leaf. Unless I have been corrected in the comments. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to mint tape this. This little guy wants to slide around. We're going to put him down. Let's save this mint tape right here. Okay. Here we go. All right. What's the furthest place you have ever traveled to? I want to know that. And I especially want to know for my team because we are all Arizona natives, aren't we? No. Yes, we're all Arizona natives. Were you born and raised here in Arizona, Donald?
Well, I feel like I'm from Arizona. So here's how the story goes.
Okay, it's story time.
Okay, so
Donald, here we go.
I was born in Handmade, California.
Oh, that's not
And
far.
I was moved as a little baby, a 1-year-old baby, to Roswell, New Mexico.
Oh!
And then lived in Roswell till I was 9. Then we moved to Arizona for a year. Then we moved to Oregon. Story's not over yet, Laura.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to show them how cute. I'm sorry. I'm showing them how cute the embossing is in this cute little white leaf. Sorry, Donald. I'm listening.
I feel like I have to start over now.
No.
So I moved from New Mexico, Arizona.
Okay.
A year later, I moved to Oregon and then back to Arizona. And I lived here since I was 10.
Okay.
And I won't tell you how old I am now, but I lived
Cody
here.
will get it out of you.
Yeah. Cody will put it in the comments.
I'm like, well, he graduated in this year.
Fascinating, I know.
No, I would say you definitely are considered a native if you've been here since you were 10, probably.
Yeah.
Because you moved around. You probably don't. Do you remember living in Roswell?
A little bit.
Do you? Did you see any aliens?
Did not see any aliens. I was on the lookout, though. I remember walking to the comic book shop every weekend when I got my allowance.
Okay. That's fun. And you're still into comics, right? Like you still visit vintage comic stores. Was that you that told me that you visited a vintage comic store one weekend?
Not a vintage one, but a regular one.
Okay, a regular comic store. Sorry, somebody here said they went to a vintage. So I'm okay. Okay, I know there are some vintage comic stores out there, or at least vintage comics. Because Spider-Man, come on, isn't that?
Yeah, that's a vintage
That's
comic.
a vintage
like the old
Batman,
ones.
like boom, pow.
Yeah, if they're like really old, like 70s, I consider that vintage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Comics, guys. Comics.
Yeah.
This time, everybody. Okay, we're gonna cut out this heart from our yellow paper. You put this up. He's moving. Let's use our reusable mint tape over here and
Gotta
stick
use
him
that mint
down.
tape.
I know. I gotta stick him down. Stay down, buddy. Well,
Is that mint tape vintage? You used it a lot.
it is. If you consider used mint tape vintage, it is today. I love it. Okay, I'm gonna take my smaller heart die and I'm gonna cut out my girl's photo. I love using different shaped dies to cut out photos. It's just a fun, creative way to do something different with your photos besides just the typical matting and squaring off or rectangling off. So now we're gonna put this one aside and let's take the photo. And I am gonna need mint tape here, so let's use some of this vintage mint tape.
Nice.
get these girls centered in the heart. 3. I'm lucky because these girls are so good to each other, and I'm happy that they have such a great relationship. Blending families is not always easy, so I am just so grateful. They love each other so much. Okay. And Cody, you grew up here in Arizona.
I did.
And I know Mackenzie did. I know you moved to Georgia, but you did grow up here. Yeah, okay, we're gonna, not the great. One of the things about cutting a photo is it has that film, so you just need to kind of pop it out, and it still gives a really fun, clean look. Okay, we're gonna pop that photo up on a heart there with some foam adhesive, and I have my foam adhesive here. I don't know about you, but I make a huge mess when I'm crafting, as you can see. I've got a huge mess going on here, so just bear with me as I'm going through to find my stuff. Let's do this. Do you make a mess when you craft, or are you a clean crafter?
I'm spotless.
Do you believe Donald? Do you?
I believe Donald.
Donald believes Donald. I believe you, Donald.
Thanks. Just don't ask Monica.
She'll tell the truth. All right. We're going to add this here. Right in the center of this pretty dark brown fall leaf. Okay, so that little cute die that we cut, I'm just adding it to the bottom here of my heart, just to add some dimension. You could stamp a word. One of the stamps that comes in my supply list is this new High Fall. Really cute. Look at all these cute little sentiments. You could stamp family, friend, one of these cute little word-fetty words on some white cardstock and pop it up here as well, just to title your photo. So that's just an idea of what you can do with that. Now we're just going to keep going. We are going to use this Love You stamp. We are going to do a little bit of fussy cutting. So get those hands ready. We're going to do it. I'm going to put this stamp on my clear acrylic block and line it up on the lines. And we're going to use some of that white cardstock that we had right here. A flat surface. I'm going to ink up my Love You. I love this stamp. I love this bold font for Love You. Cody, weren't you saying this was one of your favorite fonts?
It is.
Yeah. I thought so. I remember him saying, I love that font.
I did.
He does love it. That's a true thing. I'm not messing around. He really did say he loved this font. Okay, so we're just going to stamp Love You up here in the corner because I'm going to cut around it. Go. Ta-da. So pretty. All right, a fussy cut around the Love You.
While you're doing that, I
Yes.
have a what could be controversial question.
Could be controversial
Could
question.
be. Well,
Do we dare let Cody finish?
Yes. It's G-rated. No, and I want to know from everyone watching too. Do you guys like pumpkin flavored things? Because some people despise pumpkin flavored things.
They do.
For me, I love it. I want pumpkin everything. I
Everything.
want the pumpkin muffins. I want the pumpkin drinks. You know, Laura and I are big fans of adding the syrups to our
sodas.
drinks. I want to do a pumpkin spice Dr. Pepper.
Ooh.
I want to see, I don't know.
I'm not a fan of Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, but maybe pumpkin spice Mountain Dew.
So he knows Mountain Dew is one of my only sodas I can drink or that I like. I don't really like soda, but Mountain Dew is a favorite. That would be disgusting. I have to be honest. I would have to be one of those that say, please do not add pumpkin to my Mountain Dew. But Dr. Pepper has kind of a different, a darker flavor.
Yeah. I know.
It has a darker flavor, so I almost feel like it might work. You're going to have to try it and tell me what you think.
I'll report back to everyone.
Report back. I do like, though, pumpkin spice.
Okay, clarifying question. You said pumpkin. Pumpkin or pumpkin spice? Because
Well, just
pumpkin is completely different.
Yeah, pumpkin flavored things like pumpkin muffins or...
Yes, please. All the pumpkin.
Mm-hmm.
I make really good pumpkin pancakes with chocolate chips. My family loves those. I make a really good pumpkin roll. I should make some and bring those in. They're really good. What do you like that's pumpkin, Mackenzie?
Everything.
Everything?
Except for pumpkin pie. I know I'm weird. I love pumpkin everything except for pumpkin pie. Don't know why.
That is interesting. Is it the texture? Maybe? Because that's what some people have a hard time with.
It's just the pumpkin pie. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I try it every year just to like see if I like
Change your mind.
change my mind, but
The taste
so
buds
far
have evolved.
Speaking of vintage really quick, I just stamped this Love You and I like it on this vintage rainbow. It looks really pretty. The font that Cody loves goes perfectly on this. So this is just to add a little pop Love You. It's nothing, you know, mind-blowing, just a really cute little sentiment to put on top of this. That font is really cute. A lot of cute fonts that come in this. Okay, so Donald, you're up for the pumpkin question from Cody. That's appropriate.
Okay.
You had me
pumpkin.
nervous.
Pumpkin, I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I'm
Okay.
neutral. Pumpkin pie is good. I like the pumpkin spice lattes. They're fine. But
Yeah.
I'm not excited about it.
You're not excited about it? No?
Yeah.
Why not?
I like peppermint flavored stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everyone. Oh.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm just taking off a few dies here for those of you who are following along with my class. Still, if we haven't made you in la la dreamland about pumpkin spice and peppermint, we are taking out some of these dies from this autumn leaves. This is the cute little acorn that we're going to build, and then just a little flower design with the outside in the center. So I'm going to cut those out of my harvest paper. And did we all answer the pumpkin question? Did you guys answer pumpkin? We could be team pumpkin or team peppermint,
Yep.
like our peeps. Which one are you?
Peppermint.
Peppermint? Pumpkin.
That's too hard.
I know.
I love them both
I like
so
both.
much.
I know. It is hard. You're right. I don't know. That is a hard one. Okay, so we're going to cut this out of our yellow. We're going to cut the acorns and our large flower. I'm going to try and keep it on the edge here. I'm going to reuse my vintage mint tape. That's going to be the new saying here, is our reusable mint tape is our vintage mint tape.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Okay. All right, so let's take out this flower and our cute little acorn. Right here are pieces. And then we're going to do the top, this brown, top of that, and the center of the flower. This is just going to frame our photo on the last page. You can cut up whatever elements you want out of this die set and use them to frame your photo on the last page like I did here. You can see I framed the photo. But we're going to cut up the last part of the acorn and the flower through my Gemini. Lots of die cutting today. We love die cutting at Scrapbook.com. Okay, last pieces. Yes.
I was gonna say, I have a question.
Yes.
So do you prefer puzzle piecing a bunch of die cuts together, like layered die cuts, or would you prefer stamping and coloring it and then just die cutting that out?
Ooh, personally, Mackenzie, you know my answer. Mackenzie knows my answer because I am not a huge fan of the dies that are puzzle pieces that you have to put all together. Like this is okay, like where it's just a couple pieces. I don't mind doing that. So for instance, I've got this cute little acorn and all I have to do is add this cut top that has the embossed right there, and then adding a flower and creating a flower. Whereas there are some dies out there which are awesome, and you know, if you love them, that is awesome, that you have to cut a bazillion little pieces of and then put it all together. And some people actually really love that, and I think that's great. But Mackenzie knows I'm not a fan. Was that a trick question?
Just curious.
What do you all say at home? Do you like puzzle piece dies, or would you rather have just a few pieces like this particular die? I don't even know if Cody and Donald could give us an answer. Are you guys die cutters? Do you guys die cut?
Usually I just like nested dies and
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah. putting together my acorns. And then what I'm gonna need to do is take my photo and I'm gonna cut it down so that it's just my husband and I. And I'm gonna frame that right here. So I'm just taking a small photo I can cut down and focus on the subjects, which of course is my husband and I here. And we're gonna keep some of this cactus in the photo because it's cool looking. And I, on my last page, am just going to need the harvest paper. I've already lost my paper. I do love this pink very much. It's like that dusty rose pink. We're going to adhere my photo to it. We're going to mat it, create a small mat around the edge, and we're going to cut it here. Let's cut this mat. And let's go right here. All right, so last page on the front of our album here, I am going to put my photo right in the center, like this. And then we're going to take our acorn. I'm going to add it to the corner of my photo, just to create a frame there. And then we're going to take this flower and it's going to go tucked underneath the corner of the bottom right, and the center will go right on top. Now you can add a title if you want to with your sticker book. There's a lot of different word fetties that you could use. There's you and me, there's us. I mean, this little us is so cute. You could use that and put that here, there, wherever you would like. There's a lot of different places. I might leave it out, but that's kind of cute right there. Because it's us, and it's in rose gold, which is pretty to add a little bit of foiling there. All right, that is the front of our album. Now, to decorate the inside, you will be using your different cards, but I want to just decorate a few of our back pages, because you've learned now how to connect all of the dies together. This is the concept. This pocket die here is great for so many things, but a fun technique that we're learning today is to connect all the pockets to create a pocket album, a pocket gift card holder, just like I did here for this birthday one. You can put little tags in it with gift cards for someone special, which is fun way for them to receive a gift card and a gift, or you can use it to document your December days or give it away as a gift as well with notes in it. So many different things, but I love that you can connect all of them to fold together to create this, and then you can tie it with some ribbon. All right, we're going to now look at the back side. And we're going to use our die Grateful. I just want to do this last die in here so you can see how cute it is. So we're going to take the Grateful out of here. And we're going to start cutting some fun stuff here. Actually, I need my magic mat. Here it is. All right, so I want to cut this Grateful. Remember, we have scrap papers left. Where did my scrap papers go? I think from the... There they are. Thank you, Mackenzie. So we have all of these scrap papers left, and I want to use this cute gingham. So we're going to cut the background of our Grateful out of this gingham. Put this through. Now you can put it up closer to the edge here so you're not wasting any of your pretty paper. Put it right there and put it through. Don't forget to adhere it down with some mint tape, whichever. Okay, so once you have that cut, that's your outline, and then we're going to cut Grateful out of the green from our harvest paper. I need some of this pretty olive green. And we will cut the word Grateful out. So I'm just going to show you how to do this one last page. You have so many elements left in this supply list that you can decorate and use this maze album for however you would like. But I just want to show you this last one, and then we're going to show you how to make a fun card with some leftover pattern paper. Okay, so I've got my grateful, and we're going to take off with these letters here. Then let's go here. Okay, so here you're just going to line up Grateful. I'm just going to use some double-sided adhesive. You can use liquid glue or whatever you would like. So we're going to match it up with the rounded of the G here, the R, all right. So many things to be grateful for. So if you want to use this as a gratitude journal as well, you can use this die that says grateful, and then in each one, maybe make some notes of what you're grateful for. I know that journaling, I know we all know this, but it really, I've put it into practice and it really does work. Journaling about things that you're grateful for makes a huge difference in your life, and it makes you start looking for the good. And in today's world, it is so nice to be looking for the good and all that we have to be grateful for. Cody, what are you grateful for?
All of my family.
And
their health.
Yes. Mackenzie?
I mean, ditto. Definitely grateful for my family and their health, but also the support that they always are willing to give.
Yeah, that's a good one. Donald?
I am grateful for my lovely wife, Monica.
She's watching this.
She's my rock, and I just love her so much.
Aw, we love Monica too. She's awesome. That is a sweet answer. I have so much to be grateful for. I'm grateful for my children, for their health. My son's in the Navy, and I am just grateful he is stationed shoreside, so that we can have conversations often and I can check in on him and see how he's doing. So I'm just going to add grateful to this pretty blue. And then you could use this as a grateful journal where you document and pocket all of your fun things that you are grateful for, and it just will make a huge difference. Okay. I just want to show you my finished one more time and go through it because for the sake of time, I want to get through this and just show you what you can do. So you have so many dies from this die set, right? You can use them as toppers for your journaling cards that are in here and the stickers as well. My sticker fell off here. I need to use some adhesive, but you can use it as a tab at the top here and make sure you're journaling in here. And then you can add all of your photos with journaling spots on the back and just make sure you're journaling. I've done some here. And then these flowers can be tabs as well on your cards just to dress them up. And then the shaker card came as a freebie for SBC Fest. So I created this grateful shaker card as well. This word grateful is in the Jewel sticker book. So you'll have that if you have that sticker book as well. And then, of course, our trusty dog, Tough. This is our family dog. He's so cute. And the stickers that come have these label stickers, and you can create tabs with those as well. You can create a shaker card with the nested dies to put on top of your pages as well. And this Cherish Every Moment actually came as one of the cards that I just cut with the heart die as well. So just some fun, different ideas of things you can do. Create some tags here with all the sticker pieces and the dies. Just you can be creative and make this unique and customize it to how you like and what works best for you. And then once you have it all together, Let me find the front of my book here. Once you have it all together, you can wrap it with some really pretty ribbon and have it as a keepsake for family to look at often, or give it to somebody as a gift, as I'm going to do with this birthday one that says hooray. So many different ideas you can do with these pocket dies to create these fun cards and fun keepsakes or gift cards. So fun. And even for December days, I used the Christmas pattern paper and was able to create and get ready for documenting my 12 days of Christmas. That'll be here before we know it. It's one of the next falling holidays after Thanksgiving, our favorite, and Halloween. Halloween first, obviously. And then I just want to show a quick idea for an interactive heart card using the nested heart die that came in this set. Let me just fold my cute little bow here. Create this fun keepsake for family. Let's put this aside. Let's see. So this is a fun interactive card. Let me show you how it works. I've used a tab down here. So we've got all of our hearts cut out from our heart die, and you're going to create something to do this. Hi, friend. And have a little sentiment from our dice. Our stamp set, Hi Fall. So for you came out of this set, and the Hi Friend came out of this set as well. Cute. Let me show you really quick how to make this. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a strip of paper, and we are going to take our heart, our first heart, and put it down at the bottom of the paper. And then we're going to take our ruler and we're going to draw a line straight across here. Okay, let me take off my heart there, and then we're going to do a 1/4 inch. So we're going to do, all right, so we're going to do a centimeter apart, and we're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm just going to draw it across the line here so I can fold it. So if you are good with folding, you'll just fold a straight line, or you can use the bone folder, which I'll probably use on this because this is ultra thick paper. So if you've never made one of these waterfall cards, they're really fun, and it's a different take on giving somebody just a typical card. That's why I love them so much. So I'm going to fold this first line right here, and we're going to use the bone folder and fold that. And then we're going to do the next one the same direction there. And if you need to, line up these bottom edges so that you can get a straight line across like that. And we're going to do the next one. Just keep going until you have all of your lines folded. This is ultra thick paper, so it's going to be a little stubborn. We're just going to force it to the direction it needs to go. Next one. All right. Are you a card maker, or are you a scrapbooker, or what is your favorite paper craft to make? I probably would say I'm actually more of a scrapbooker. I love to work in TNs and smaller books, 6x8 albums, which I love. Did you catch our new velvet albums that we just released and had a live stream? Did you get one of those? We have the new red velvet, the green, the black. They're perfect for documenting any holidays that we have coming up here, especially Christmas. I couldn't decide, so I got all three. I know you guys got some too. What color did you get for your mom, Cody?
Black.
Black. Does she love it?
Mm-hmm. She does.
Awesome. All right. So there we go. We've got all of our lines folded. Then we're going to take our hearts and we're going to start adhering them. So I'm going to adhere this first one across the edge here. Oops, other way. We're going to put that there. It's okay that I got these lines a little bit dirty with my pencil because you're not going to see them. So then I'm going to take this next one. Kenzie, what color album did you get?
I ended up getting the red one.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Do you love it too?
Yes.
Awesome. Donald, did you and Monica get any albums? You did. Oh, he's got the green one. We should show those really quick.
Yeah, here.
Cody, you want to come show these? Come show everybody how pretty these are if they didn't grab them. These are really exciting and fun.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to keep adding all my hearts while he shows you these.
Yes, the red. Let's
So
show it
pretty.
this way.
Oh, yeah.
The red
Oh,
with the
yeah.
gold. Or
So
does it
pretty.
take up
Look
your
at that
shot?
red velvet. I just got to show in the light. Oh, it's so pretty. There we go.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then, of course, the black. This is the one I grabbed.
Yes, that's
You
gorgeous.
see that right there?
Mm-hmm.
Get it in 4K, you know? And
I love
then
it.
Donald's green album.
Yeah.
So awesome. Very cool. And if you haven't picked them up, be sure to grab them right now.
Yes.
But I'll take these out of the way.
Put them back. All
Yeah.
right. Awesome. Thank you. I couldn't decide, so I got all 3 colors in 6x8. So I love crafting 6x8 and smaller albums like composition and TNs. So what is your go-to paper craft? Is it cards? Is it scrapbooking? Is it planners? Like, what do you love to paper craft with? All right, we're doing our last heart here at the top of our waterfall. This is that pretty floral. And then, oops, I didn't want to stay there. Let's put him back up there. There he is, around the edge. Okay, and we're going to bend. And then as you can see here, they all waterfall down. If they start to stick a little bit, just force them to where they need to go. This guy wants to come off, so I'm going to put him back under here. There we go. Okay, now we're going to take our tab. We die cut one of our tabs that we already cut up, and that's going to go on the bottom right here. I'm going to fold that in half. These are fun dies, our tab dies. So many different shapes and kinds. You can cut that out any color you want. We're going to do white to match our card at the bottom here. Put that there. Right on the edge. Okay, so that will be our tab that we pull down. And now I just need to create a strip. So I'm going to take some of this scrap paper and I'm going to create my strip, which is just, actually I want to use my paper trimmer so I get a good line. All right, and then we're going to wrap up here because we have to end SBC, and Cody and I are going to end the night with a bang, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I've got a little strip here and I'm just going to put it. So what I'll do next is I'm going to take this and it's going to go on the back of the whole card and I'm going to wrap it around and connect to the other one. So I need to trim off this excess. And it's going to go underneath my heart. So I want to add some adhesive right here underneath my heart, straight across. And I'm going to add that there. Connect it. And then I'm going to go around the whole back here. And we're going to wrap around and we're going to join back at underneath this heart right here and adhere that down. So let me get some adhesive under here on this flap. And here we go. And then watch this, how fun this is. Then you're going to just take that and you're going to push with your waterfall there. And we need to stamp right here. So then you would take your high friend and stamp right there. And then you would take For You and stamp on some white, which I actually have a scrap right here. And I would put that right on the front of my cover here. For You. You could even write pull down here if you wanted so that you could tell them to pull. Here's one completed. So that you could tell them to pull right here. So you could write pull, which I think we will do with a black pen. Here's our Scrapbook.com. Thanks, Mackenzie. And we will just put a little P-U-L-L. Pull that way. How cute. And then you could do a waterfall cute card using the Harvest pattern paper to create this fun card. Okay, we finished our Harvest Maze album using the DIY pockets. So cute and fun. And then we made this darling waterfall card together. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something, some fun new techniques using the dies and creating something meaningful and handmade. Cody, let's wrap this party up. It is the end of the day. How are you all feeling? Our first day of SBC Fest completed. We did it.
Yes. That was so much fun. Well, your class was amazing. I mean, this was so fun.
Thank you. There. Yeah, I dropped my mic. I'm sorry.
Well, no, but this, like a waterfall card, this maze album, is so much fun.
Thank you.
Like, you can pack all kinds of things. How big do you think you could go with this? Like,
oh, you could go on and on, and you could have a lot more pages. Yeah. I mean, I knew I had only a certain amount of time to complete these 2 projects, so I tried to keep it simple and small and not, a big, long, forever. Yeah. But I imagine you could go on forever and have a really thick stack of an album, for sure.
That'd be so fun.
And even with this, you could go longer and have a really long waterfall if you wanted to.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that wraps up day 1 of SBC Fest.
We did it!
Yeah. I mean, I guess I did ask you, like, what was your favorite part? I mean, since mine wasn't asked, I'll share now.
Yeah, sure.
I loved getting to see behind the scenes of Scrapbook.com and finally getting to, like, show people, like, a little bit, a sneak peek of what goes on here at Scrapbook.com.
Yeah, I think it's so important, the story of Jill, the founder of Scrapbook.com, and how she started and where we're at today at Scrapbook.com just because of her dream and her passion for teaching and her passion for the paper crafting industry. It really is very sentimental, and we all take it to heart here at Scrapbook.com because we believe we are making a difference and we love what we do. So that story is so inspirational, and it just makes us so happy to be here doing this together as a team.
Totally.
For sure.
And to have people like you join us for all these events, like our live streams, our Instagram lives, and SBC Fest, and to our amazing instructors who have joined us and were so willing. We're so appreciative to all of you. It's just been a great day.
It really has. I mean, tomorrow's going to be awesome as well. I mean, it's not even over yet.
I was going to say, we're just halfway through.
We are. We
only
really are.
Through.
We
have such a fun day planned tomorrow, starting at the same time, 9 a.m. Pacific time.
I'll be here.
Yeah, I will be here too.
Y'all going to be here?
Absolutely.
Are you going to be here?
Yes, please say yes.
Yay!
There's going to be a link in the live chat right now for tomorrow's stream. You can also find it in the description and at scrapbook.com/SBCfest. Trust me, you're going to be able to find day 2 of SBC Fest.
Yeah, you won't miss it. And it's promised to be packed with so much fun as well, just as fun as today. And it's going to be sad when we have to end tomorrow.
I know. I am not looking forward to it.
I know. I'm going to be sad. This should be like a week long.
Yes,
but 2 days is spectacular, and it's going to be a blast tomorrow.
Yes, we have Vicky Booten kicking off the day, and then later we'll be joined by Allie Edwards. We have Jamie Pate joining us. Let me look at the list just to make sure I don't miss anybody.
There's so many good people.
We'll be joined by Mary Polanco, Andrea Lake, Marisha Dean, and Lisa Mears.
Oh, love them all.
Yeah, we've got a sneak peek of their classes.
Yes.
And there are some great tips in those classes.
So many good tips.
Yeah,
so you're not going to want to miss it.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to be so inspired and walk away with so much so many tips and so many techniques and so many hacks, like so much packed in one day and in each class. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, and no matter whether you're a card maker or a scrapbooker, there's going to be stuff for everyone and tips that you can take from card making, a card maker's class, and apply to scrapbooking and vice versa.
Yeah, exactly. So we look forward to it, and thank you for joining us today. It was fabulous, our first SBC Fest. Yes. So thank you, and thank you to the Scrapbook.com team for helping us put this all on, and for all of our viewers at home who are here with us. It means the world that you want to craft and come along with us. So thank you for being here. And if you have any questions, we will be live tomorrow as well, and we will be able to answer you in the chat. You're not going to want to miss your instructors because they will be live in the chat as well, and that is the exciting part about it. So you get to talk with them one-on-one during their class.
Yes, so fun. We cannot wait to see you guys all tomorrow.
Yay!
So get some rest.
Yes, go get some rest, and we'll do it again tomorrow.